Distinguished ministers and ambassadors, dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Elias Petunias, Executive Director of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and I welcome you all here at the 6th Southeast Europe Energy Forum, which is organized together with the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics and with support, with the cooperation with the U.S. Embassy in Athens and the strategic partnership of the Atlantic Council and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And we thank all this organization for their long-standing partnership in this institutional event. Every time I open this forum, I remember always the first one that was held back 6 years ago in Alexandroupolis, and how this forum has evolved to an institutional international event that manages to gather prominent government representatives and U.S. ambassadors from regional countries, along with exceptional energy experts from major think tanks, organizations, financial institutions, and business sectors, discussing all the latest developments in the energy sector and exploring all possible ways for fostering regional collaboration for the advancement of the region and the prosperity of the countries and their citizens in extent. No doubt, we are living in peculiar times with many particular challenges and problems that demand a strategic approach, effective preparation, and determination for effectively confront them. But most of all, it requires strategic alliances based on common perceptions and primarily values and mindsets for mutual benefits. It also requires regional collaboration that would put forward and support large infrastructural projects. The energy crisis has erupted. It concerns all, and no one can be feeling secure and unarmed. The spiking energy prices, in combination with the general increasing cost and the inflation, constitute a very dangerous mixture that seriously threatens the economies, but mostly the social cohesion in many countries, with whatever that means for the global stability. We will discuss all these and many other subjects in our today's forum with our exceptional lineup of speakers. We thank them all for their participation. We thank our sponsors who are always by our side and support this forum. Our platinum sponsor, Public Power Corporation, our gold sponsors, UNIS, Gastrade, Independent Power Transmission Organization, Mytileneos Group, National Bank, and National Energy. Our silver sponsors, Deloitte, DESFA, Enel, Hedno, and Hellenic Petroleum. We thank them all for their valuable support. Furthermore, we thank our news agency partner, the Athenian Macedonian News Agency, our media partner, Antenna, and our communication sponsors, Energy World, Energy Press, Energy In, Energia and Economia, Epihiro, and GR Times. I thank my colleagues, Angeliki Dikeulia, project manager of the forum, along with Nikos Tsavdaroglou and Fani Zourou from our office in Thessaloniki. Finally, all of you who are present here at the conference room and you who are watching us live through the web. I will pass now the floor to the President of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Nikolaos Bakatselos, for his introductory remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elias. Honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests, dear friends. It is my honor and a great pleasure to welcome you to the 6th Southeast Europe Energy Forum, organized by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the Hellenic Association for Energy and Economics, in cooperation with the U.S. Embassy in Athens and the strategic partnership of the Atlantic Council and the Global Energy Institute of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Today, on the eve of the 86th Thessaloniki International Fair, the Southeast Europe Energy Forum brings us all together to examine and reflect on the key energy developments and to engage in meaningful dialogue on energy security and the future of the region's energy sector. It has already been more than 6 months since Russia invaded Ukraine, and as the war settles into a war of attrition, ongoing uncertainty is deepening Europe's new economic and geopolitical crisis. The outlook for the winter ahead is bleak, with restrictions on international trade, Eurozone inflation heading to double digits, looming energy shortages, a soaring cost of living, and a recession which is now almost certain before any improvement in 2023. The war has had an immense impact on the European energy market, with far-reaching ramifications across all aspects of our daily lives. And while the degree of dependence varies among Eurozone countries, there is no doubt that Europe is now paying the price for its dependence on cheap Russian energy. Let's not forget that Russian oil and gas account for 11 and 17% of global production, respectively, and Russia supplied about 40% of Europe's natural gas before the war. That Europe seems to have been caught off guard without an immediate plan B, despite long-standing warnings, especially from the US, about the need to diversify energy sources, and despite ongoing efforts in recent years to turn to renewables, compounds questions about the future direction of the bloc's energy sector. Alas, Europe's energy dependence crisis cannot be resolved so swiftly, and so we will have to deal with our inability to ensure the necessary self-sufficiency to safeguard ourselves from fluctuations in international energy prices. Developing our energy resources is now more relevant than ever, and the transition to green energy has become a quest not just for sustainability and climate resilience, but also for energy independence and long-term stability and prosperity. It is vitally important that countries in Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean continue to work together and further enhance their collaboration in developing and constructing all the necessary infrastructure for efficient energy storage, distribution, and supply in the region. To this end, this year's SEF, as the Southeast European Energy Forum has come to be known, reflects on the opportunities and risks stemming from Russia's war in Ukraine and other recent geopolitical developments, and highlights issues of energy cooperation that are crucial to securing energy independence and security in our region and across Europe. Energy experts from a broad range of organizations, disciplines, and backgrounds will join us today to discuss the role of Southeast Europe's regional markets and the region's potential in infrastructure projects that contribute to Europe's energy independence, such as IGB, LNG terminals, and FSRUs, innovative and sustainable investment initiatives that aim to reinvent energy architecture in Southeast Europe, decarbonization technologies and hydrogen supply corridors, and, of course, the green energy transition and the development of renewables, including offshore wind power. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum highlights the strong partnership between the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and US institutional and business ecosystems, as well as the importance of our region's energy sector to the US, as underlined by the roundtable between the US ambassadors to Greece, Albania, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and Serbia, which we are thrilled to host here today. I look forward to a day of fruitful dialogue that will help move us into the future, and would like to thank everyone who contributed to making the 6th Southeast Europe Energy Forum possible. Thank you so much. And now, I would like to call to the podium Mr. Kostas Andriopoulos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kostas Andriopoulos, the chairman of the Energy Committee of the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, and the former chairman of the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, which is the co-organizer of this event. And indeed, I cannot even believe myself, we are in the 6th year of organizing this event, and we have almost seen it all. We passed through 2 years of, unprecedented developments, globally speaking, because of COVID. So 2020 and 2021 was the year of COVID and a year of price depression in energy prices. And then you move into 2022, and with the unprecedented move from the Russian invasion to Ukraine, where energy prices are skyrocketing, and we live in unreal times, if I may say, in the energy world, because we see prices exploding everywhere in Europe. We have a knock-on effect, obviously, in global energy prices altogether. So we have seen hydrocarbons prices, or crude oil increasing to levels that indeed we have seen before. But then you have natural gas prices increasing into levels that we have never seen before, and increasing 20-fold. It's even difficult to say that sometimes, when you are considering where prices were back in August last year. So obviously all this has created a lot of unrest, and policymakers and not only policymakers, everybody in the industry, the investors, the think tanks, everybody is trying to decipher of what is going on and what is next, because we have had policies like, in terms of Europe, REPowerEU has been determining, the way forward for European economies, for European countries, in terms of the green energy transition, which indeed is going to be there. The great vision is not changing. Actually, we need to even fast forward the green energy transition if we want sustainability of our energy systems, and at the same time, affordability now, as we can see, in terms of the cost of energy. And of course, the third part of the trilemma, as we call it, which is the energy security. We have seen that we cannot rely in other third-party suppliers, especially for our hydrocarbons, and in reference in particular to Russia, we have seen that in the hard way, if I may say, in Europe. And policies of decades, or at least the past decade in EU, we have seen that have not really been working very well when considering natural gas as this bridge fuel that we were saying that will last almost forever. Now we see that this bridge is going to be shorter than ever, and it has to be shorter because we need to find alternatives, and we need to, as I said earlier, fast forward the investments in renewable energy to start, but also in networks. However, we see a lot of paradoxes here. Whatever I may mention just now, it seems what it is the right thing to do, or the right thing to already have been done. But we see even that the past 6 months, natural gas has been increasing in terms of consumption in EU, in our electricity sector. Coal plants are being postponed in terms of closure, because we need to have stable and electricity, base load electricity in our systems. Nuclear power plants that were supposed to shut down even in Germany by the end of the year now are being postponed for at least 4 months. And hopefully, I say, because we need them, I think for longer than that, because then we will have bigger problems. Same with nuclear fleet of France. So, we see then the solidarity within the European Union member states to be challenged as well these days. And we have today a very critical ministerial meeting that has been called, obviously, to address this major energy crisis issue within the EU. And I think this is the reason also that we don't have a physical presence of our minister, Mr. Skrekas, and I need to mention that because he has been very supportive of the forum and of all the discussions we have been having. We will have him online, however. This is the good thing of technology. But just as a very short and brief closure of my introductory remark, obviously we live through unprecedented times. There is a lot of interest, a lot of moving suns, let's say, if you wish, into the energy sector that we will be addressing, we will be discussing, challenging throughout the day. And let's take this that, we have had a very strong collaboration and positive collaboration with the US in different levels, as Mr. Bagacello said earlier. Seeing that from the very, very beginning of the discussions we had for the FSRU terminal in Alexandroupolis 6 years ago, a project that now it is a reality. It's going to be delivered hopefully by the end of next year if everything goes well. and now a second event unit is there being proposed. We have seen cross-border and neighboring collaboration, if you wish, with other countries. We have Mr. Nureddini as well here, and with North Macedonia, we had a lot of discussions in terms of activating even the pipeline and oil pipeline that used to be there and operating for many years. It has stopped. Maybe this is another project that we will see again live very soon. In this forum, we need to say that we have enabled and activated and created a platform, if I may say, for this kind of collaboration. We had the signature of a very important MOU with DESFA and the respective with gas TSO. So we see that in many different fronts, there is a lot of activity in North Greece, in our area. And what we have been saying, maybe theoretically, let's say speaking a few years ago, that north of Greece and the Thessaloniki area is a hub, a natural energy hub, if you wish. I think it's becoming a reality year after year, and I hope that we are also putting a small, let's say, a small bit in this effort to make it happen. With this, I would like to thank you, and I would like to call the chairman of the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, Professor Spiros Kovatsimiou. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostas. Thank you all participants, honorable ministers, honorable ambassadors, dear guests. I'm very happy to be here again. This is the sixth event that we've been co-organizing, and it's amazing that we have managed to reach to this place. I don't think that we were expecting that 6 years ago. I don't think that we were expecting that this event would be so important as it has evolved throughout these 6 years. It looks like it's ages ago. 6 years ago, it's too much. Anyway, what I can say is that this event is very well located, not only in terms of time, not only in terms of subjects, and not only in terms of location. Thessaloniki can be an area that can really help regional development in terms of energy and in terms of collaboration. And I will continue from where the previous speakers, Kostas and Mr. Bagatselos and Mr. Spitounias, ended. And I will say that, of course, what we have lived the last couple or 3 years, combining the pandemic and also the crisis that we are living today, the energy crisis, something that most of us, maybe none, would have ever anticipated that would happen. But what I want to point out is that, and especially in terms of the energy, it has proved that we need to collaborate. We need to stop thinking as individuals in terms of countries and start thinking as neighbors. And this is something that really will make a huge sense in the future, and how we want to evolve and start being more secure in terms of how we deliver energy or provide energy, and start thinking that we need to collaborate with our partners, our peers, our neighboring countries. We have a lot of esteemed guests from neighboring countries in the region. And of course, it's something that's very crucial, the way that we will evolve in terms of interconnection, in terms of how we will deal with energy and how we will be producing energy in different areas. So with these words, I would like to conclude and pass the floor to two online remarks first by Dan Byers, the Vice President of Climate and Technology of the United States Chamber of Commerce Global Energy Institute, first, and second, Mr. John Fleck, the Acting Director of Europe Center of the Atlantic Council. Thank you all for being here.
Hello and good morning to the attendees of the Southeast Europe Energy Forum. My name is Dan Byers, and on behalf of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Global Energy Institute, it's my pleasure to welcome you virtually to this important meeting at a pivotal time in world energy history. I want to thank the American Hellenic Chamber for allowing us to partner with them on this event, and especially Elias and Nicholas for your great working relationship with the Chamber over the years. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to dialogue with you and connect our members through events such as this, as well as on your periodic trips to Washington, which we enjoyed hosting you all earlier this year. Certainly, the global energy crisis that began about a year ago has worsened significantly, beginning with Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February and continuing through the summer as we've seen skyrocketing natural gas and electricity prices around the world, but certainly especially in Europe. We know that prices alone are a very large problem in and of themselves, but as we head into the winter months, the security of physical energy supplies is also a major concern. And unfortunately, there are no quick fixes or easy solutions, but please know that the U.S. business community and the Chamber intend to be a partner any way we can and assist in navigating the crisis as best we can. We're blessed here in the U.S. with immense energy supplies, particularly that of natural gas. And we want to do everything we can to help deliver that gas to Europe now and into the future. Our ability to do so is somewhat limited at this time due to infrastructure constraints on both sides of the Atlantic. But as we build more pipelines, more import and export facilities, more FSRUs, expanded transmission capacity, et cetera, we hope those constraints will be relieved and that we can lower prices while doing so. We also know that the push for greater energy security can also lead to cleaner energy. For example, U.S. natural gas has a life cycle greenhouse gas emissions intensity that is about 30% lower than that of piped gas from Russia to Europe. So even though we may continue to burn natural gas in Europe, getting U.S. gas can help to reduce emissions over the short term. And certainly continued expansion of renewables, nuclear energy, hydrogen, electric vehicles, energy efficiency, all help to enhance energy security while also reducing emissions. So we want to continue to partner with you in all of these areas and work with our respective governments to make sure they have the policies in place to navigate the crisis as best we can and continue to move forward in the energy transition. Again, thank you to the Greek AmCham for allowing the U.S. Chamber to partner with you on this event. And please consider us a resource and a friend going forward. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jörn Fleck, and I'm the Acting Director of the Atlantic Council's Europe Center. At the Atlantic Council, we're delighted to work with the American Atlantic Chamber of Commerce to promote regional cooperation in Southeast Europe, and especially so on the issue of energy, highlighted by our ongoing partnership on the Southeast Europe Energy Forum that brings together diplomats, policymakers, and experts from across the region and the United States. As Europe is heading into a difficult winter, regional and transatlantic cooperation on energy security is as important as ever for Greece and the wider region. With Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Moscow's geopolitical challenge to the transatlantic partnership, and most recently with the Kremlin's indefinite shutdown of natural gas flows via the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, finding secure sources of energy has become an urgent priority. We highlighted these challenges and some potential solutions in our Atlantic Council report, Squaring the Energy Transition Circle in Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean, written by our senior fellow, Katerina Soku, on energy cooperation between the United States and Greece. The two partners have been putting considerable effort into diversifying the energy sources of Southeastern Europe by adding both new sources of gas and more renewable energy sources to the mix. Our report sets forth proposals to deepen the bilateral energy cooperation between Greece and the United States, with the strategic objectives of accelerating the energy transition and improving energy security. As you will all know, these measures would have significant economic and geopolitical benefits for Southeast Europe and the continent as a whole. I hope that the report can help stimulate your discussions at the Energy Forum today. And I would like to thank our partners on the report and the forum organizers, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and especially Nikos Bakatselos and Elias Bertunias for our ongoing cooperation in this area. I'm sorry to miss today's productive discussions on crucial energy issues, but I know and we at the Council look forward to continuing our work with you in the future and seeing you soon, whether it's in Washington, D.C., in Athens, or elsewhere.
Okay, we are back, and we're starting the conference here with our first panel, titled Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean Region, Energy Cooperation Towards Energy Security Beyond Borders. The panel will be moderated by Ms. Olga Kakova, Deputy Director for European Energy Security Global Energy Center, Atlantic Council. Ms. Kakova, could you come? And also I would like to ask the ministers who will participate in this panel to proceed and take their seats here, please.
Good morning, and thank you all for joining us for this important discussion today. The topic of energy cooperation towards energy security beyond borders. I mean, I don't think we could have a more timely conversation with everything that's happening in the world right now. My name is Olga Hakova. I'm Deputy Director at the Global Energy Center at Atlantic Council, running our European energy security work. And it's just an honor to be here and share the stage with such distinguished panelists today, which really don't need an introduction, but I will go quickly through the their excellencies and who we have with us on both video pre-recorded and here in person as well. We will have a video message from His Excellency Kostas Krekos, Minister at the Ministry of Environment and Energy in Greece. We will have Her Excellency Belinda Baloukou, Minister at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Energy in Albania. His Excellency Nasser Nuruddin, Minister at the Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning in North Macedonia. Her Excellency Artani Erzvanoli, Minister of Economy, Kosovo. Mr. Josh Bowles, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Europe, Eurasia, Africa, Middle East at the U.S. Department of Energy. And of course, Her Excellency, a message from Her Excellency Zorana Mihailovich, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy and Mining in Serbia. Of course, as you have heard, Minister Krekos is at a very important meeting in Brussels right now, trying to solve the energy crisis. So we will hear a pre-recording message from him, which we can play now.
Dear organizers, ministers, and distinguished participants, it is my great pleasure to address this important forum which promotes the energy dialogue and fosters regional collaboration. Today, I am participating in the Energy Council in Brussels, focusing on two crucial issues: the price cap in the gas sector and reforms in the design of electricity markets. Greece has been particularly vocal about both matters, submitting well in advance thorough proposals which have now gained momentum. In the case of electricity, Greece has already implemented a windfall capture mechanism from the electricity generators, which is also proposed by the Commission and which has delivered huge savings for our consumers. Today's Council is a historic moment, signifying that this horrible war, this geopolitical turmoil, has neither undermined our unity nor our determination. Europe will not allow a single player to manipulate our markets and destabilize our futures. Despite the severe short-term effects of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, I'm confident that we all have made significant steps to foster our strategic autonomy. In this direction, Greece is being transformed into a regional hub, not only for gas, but also for green energy. We are maximizing renewables and energy efficiency. We are tripling our LNG infrastructure. We are doubling our energy interconnections. And moreover, we are deploying innovative technologies. LNG represents 42% of our imports, with 60% coming from the US, while TAP accounts for 20%. We have exported 14 terawatt-hours to Bulgaria, demonstrating solidarity. A green revolution is ongoing. Renewables will exceed 40% of our energy mix this year, while our energy efficiency schemes target savings of 3 terawatt-hours. Our support scheme for storage has now been approved. By 2030, we will have deployed 12 gigawatts of new renewables, 3 gigawatts of electricity storage, 2.5 gigawatts offshore wind, and 1 gigawatt of electrolyzers for hydrogen production. The IGB pipeline is ready to operate. The FSRU in Alexandroupolis will have been completed by the end of 2023, followed by another FSRU in Corinth. These projects will release a huge export potential from Greece. We are accelerating our new electricity interconnection with Bulgaria, doubling the existing capacity and designing the new cable with Albania. We will start the construction of our gas pipeline with North Macedonia immediately after the ongoing market test. We rapidly promote our 3 gigawatt green interconnector with Egypt, while our TSO is ready to become a shareholder in the Eurasian interconnector with Cyprus and Israel. We're deepening our strategic collaboration with United Arab Emirates, laying the foundations for a hydrogen gateway to Europe. In parallel, in order to mitigate the most adverse scenarios, we increased the regasification capacity of our LNG terminal by 12%. We increased storage capacity by 70% via a floating storage unit. We are proceeding with underground gas storage in Italy. We support TAP expansion. At this defining moment of global history, I'm convinced that we will continue working together to shape a resilient future for our nations with affordable prices and sustainable growth.
Fantastic. And there will be a press conference later this afternoon that I'm sure all of us are following to see what came out of the meeting earlier this morning in Brussels. The way today's panel will work is we'll go next to short opening remarks from our distinguished ministers here, and then we'll turn into a back and forth conversation. I have several questions for you, and I'm hoping we can have it more of a flowy back and forth discussion as a second piece of the session. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Minister Baluku to provide your opening remarks.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here after 3 years. And in the meantime, we have passed through a very severe crisis as COVID have been. And we are meeting again in a new situation of crisis now for the energy. And I will start from what Minister Skrek has said. He is today in Brussels in a very important meeting, and to tell the truth, I believe that all of us should be there because we have been left behind from European Union during pandemic, and still we are being left behind during the crisis of energy. Today, the ministers of energy from all the member countries are meeting in Brussels to discuss about the solution for the future, the financial support, and the Western Balkans is still out. This is the moment to speak loud and to say that, first of all, the energy is a cross-border product. No one can produce the energy at house and just to use that for the householders of their own country. Why we are investing on transmissions line, why we are talking about cooperation, regional cooperation, European cooperation, and what this crisis is. This crisis is a geopolitical issue. And more than ever today, what is important is the energy security. And if the energy security doesn't include 6 countries from Europe, I don't know how this can be resolved. During the pandemic, some countries knocked to the door of Turkey, some countries to the door of China, and some others to the door of Russia to get vaccines. What we should do right now? To go again and to flirt with countries that are not part of European Union. So more than ever, and due to the fact that today our colleagues from European unions are meeting in Brussels to discuss about the crisis, and we are here to discuss about the crisis, but we are not with them. It's an issue that I believe that European Union should take into consideration and to start and to think more wisely. Because when we are together, we are stronger. When we are together, we can solve better any kind of crisis. So this is my opening remark because I believe that this is more important than every other issue that we will discuss here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. No, the crisis cannot be solved without countries in this region, and everyone needs to be at the table. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Next, we will go to Your Excellency Nurandini. Please share your opening remarks with us.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be back here after 3 years as well. I actually continue where my dear colleague Belinda and also Kostas mentioned. I agree with Belinda that we should also be, our representatives should be also in Brussels right now. However, I'm sure that our dear colleagues from the region, from the EU, will forget us when they discuss the energy crisis we're going through. I think somehow it feels like the last 3 years since I've at least joined the government in my country, we walked in from one crisis to the next one. First, we had the pandemic, where we realized, I think all of us, that the supply chains are too long. We're actually so reliant on globally on the whole on production and food and etc. I think that's what was the first time we all realized that maybe we're too dependent on certain sources when it comes to energy. And that was Russia, of course. We started making changes to our strategies. We started looking at different sources and working regionally. We started investing on the energy transition lines, as my dear colleague mentioned, with Albania. We're looking at working together with Kosovo, Serbia, Bulgaria, but especially in this instance also with Greece. Now we are building, we're actually in the final phases because Minister Costa mentioned the interconnector. Actually, the market test is going to be ready on Monday. So hopefully we're actually looking forward to proceed with that, and by the end of the year have an agreement signed and start the construction of it so that by 2024, latest mid-2024, we will actually be supplied for gas by Greece. As a country, of course, just like unfortunately also EU members, in this crisis, we are moving back and away from our climate change and NDC goals. We're unfortunately putting back into operation the coal-fired power plants, heavy oil installations to produce our energy because unfortunately we're net importers. And currently, I don't think there are many countries in the world who are willing to export themselves. However, though, I think the regional collaboration is the only way we're going to move forward. The key project, if there's anything that we'd like to mention from our side, from the Republic of North Macedonia, is the hydropower plant of Chebra. That's something we're in the final phases right now. It's going to be an installation with over 330 megawatt capacity, up to 450 megawatt. This is going to be pretty much the battery for us as a country, and potentially also serve our neighboring countries as a battery and a base load for the future. This couldn't come any earlier. We wish we had started this quite a while back. And unfortunately, we've had 13 attempts on this. We hope that unlucky number 13 was the last one. This is number 14 now. We are in the final phases of the evaluation. There's actually companies, one of them is actually from Greece, which has actually made an offer, and we're hoping to evaluate and start the construction latest next year. Again, though, to touch base on the regional cooperation is of utmost importance. If we don't get along with ourselves, we're going to carry on, as my dear colleague Melina mentioned, to go to other countries and ask them for support. And I'm sure that our dear colleagues in Brussels today will keep on part of the discussion on the Western Balkans. And we ourselves, by the way, need to rethink the pricing. Because I think today what's going to happen is finally we're going to decouple the electricity pricing market from the gas pricing. Something that should have been done a while back. We left it a bit too late. I'm going to say the European Union. We're hopefully going to be part of them. I've got to say, as you said earlier. And so all of us together, we should actually be decoupling that. We need to think about all the energy produced in our country. How do we decouple that from the international pricing? Because the hydropower plants, the solar, the wind, etc., there isn't an increase in cost when it comes to production. However, though, we need to actually cap the pricing on the sales. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I'm really glad that you mentioned, being able to learn from the COVID crisis experience and try not to make the same mistakes again, do better when it comes to solving this the next crisis that we're all facing right now. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Minister Rizvanoglu, and I look forward to hearing your remarks.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, it's a pleasure to represent Republic of Kosovo for the first time in this forum. Dear colleagues, ministers, representatives from other institutions, ambassadors, it's extremely important that we are here today, particularly at this crucial time for our energy sectors, energy security, and national security, actually. The recent events from the post-pandemic crisis and then Russian aggression in Ukraine has taught us, or has reminded us, that energy security, energy independence is a matter of national security. And this is something that we are being reminded of every day, as on a daily basis we struggle to manage the crisis, whereas on the other hand, try to also keep in mind and work towards our long-term goals of decarbonizing the sector. The two are not always in line with each other. There are always trade-offs. The delicate act of balancing these objectives is becoming more difficult by the day. Republic of Kosovo has an ambitious draft strategy which will be approved soon, which foresees development of 1,400 new megawatts of renewable energy and reaching a target of 35% of at least 35% of electricity produced from renewable energy, compared to 95% coal, which we have right now, and 5% renewable energy. So that is quite ambitious. And we also aim to increase energy efficiency, which are both in line with long-term goal of decarbonization, but also Repower EU plan. On the other hand, we need to keep the lights on right now. And we are, for this, very much dependent, particularly on during winter months, on what happens in regional and European electricity markets. And for a country that already has significant energy poverty, and to put this into perspective, 1 megawatt hour last year or a few days ago peaked at 150% higher level than our average wage in the country. So to underline what Minister Baluco and Minister Nureddini already said, it's extremely important that Europe keeps in mind, that the EU keeps in mind, actually, that there is more to Europe than the EU, and that we are all being affected to a large extent, and we are effectively competing for this limited supply of energy during this winter, and some of us are worse or better placed than others to compete, while we are all aiming at the long-term goals, and we are all aspiring to the high-level standard of decarbonizing the sector by 2050, which again comes at a higher cost for some of us than for others. In terms of how we deal with the immediate crisis, but also in the long term, I think it's extremely important to reduce energy consumption where that is possible. There is always this difficult trade-off as a policymaker between allowing the market signal to reach the customers and to actually do this, and protecting the customers, especially in poor countries such as our region. And this is something that I think we struggle to a greater extent than the rest of the EU. There is also this. There's also the need to decouple gas market developments from the rest of the sector, because one is, from a market perspective, one is a geopolitical development which has actually nothing to do with the market itself. And second, it's extremely important. It will help not only in the war that Europe is effectively fighting, the hybrid war that Europe is effectively fighting, but also in protecting consumers throughout Europe, including in our region. And with this, I'll end my opening remarks and hope we'll have a discussion later.
Thank you so much. And thank you also for bringing up the fact that different countries are starting from different places based on what their energy mixes are and need a catered approach to move to a more secure and a decarbonized future. Mr. Olson, we'll go to you next for your opening remarks. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you, Olga. And a special thank you to the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for bringing us together today. Again, as many of the panelists have noted, this is a particularly acute time for this conversation to be taking place. And if I may posit, this is not simply an energy crisis. This is an existential crisis, and it's a crisis that has three very sharp sides to it. We have the crisis of energy security and energy supply. We have the crisis of pricing for that energy, and we have the crisis of climate that is ongoing as well. And we're seeing the impacts of that throughout the continent and throughout the world in terms of our ability to meet our economic and energy goals. We need to be careful, I think, in squeezing too hard on any one side of that equation, because the water balloon effect will take place. As we squeeze harder on seeking supply, we run the risk of mortgaging our tomorrow for our today. And while there are acute needs today, we certainly need to be cognizant that it is tomorrow that we are preparing for as well. So the trilemma of price and security and climate are things that we need to bear in mind when we're taking account of the steps that we need to take today to maintain economic development and to meet the very real needs of the 2022-23 heating season, but also know that those decisions that we make today are going to have a significant impact on tomorrow as well. As has been mentioned by the distinguished panel thus far, the war in Ukraine has highlighted a number of things, not the least of which is that the overdependence on any one supplier, but also any one supply or source of energy, is extremely problematic and places us in a precarious position in which we are vulnerable to shocks, both in terms of price and in terms of political coercion. And let me be very, very clear, the use of energy as a weapon and the weaponization that Vladimir Putin has done with the gas supply into Europe is completely unacceptable. Energy resources and access to energy is a basic human right. And that's not something that should never be weaponized or exploited for political purposes or political gain. It's essential that we recreate and kind of redefine the partnership that we have, both as sovereigns and in the public and private partnership relationship as well. If we are going to tackle what is a very, very complex and a very global problem, we must all be at the table and must all be speaking together. So I couldn't agree more with the comments that have been made by their excellencies before me in terms of the necessity of everybody being part of the conversation and being part of the solution. Energy is not a commodity that is able to be ring-fenced. It is global in nature. And so if we have a problem that is global in nature, then we must deal with it globally. We cannot deal with it simply locally. But having said that, this part of the world, the Eastern Mediterranean, the Western Balkans, is a particularly important part of the solution moving forward. There's tremendous potential in the exploration of and research of new resources that can come online. Greece plays a particularly important role with the infrastructure that they've put in place as a gateway to helping diversify energy resources into Central Eastern Europe and the Western Balkans. And the United States stands ready to continue to support those efforts, both within Greece and throughout the broader region as well. The last thing I'll say, and before we kind of move to a broader discussion, is that the Department of Energy has, in recent years, relaunched the Partnership for Transatlantic Cooperation and added both climate to that as a critical and an important part of the forum that brings together so many of the countries in this region to discuss energy access issues, energy transition issues, and energy security issues that are both global in nature, but also have very, very specific regional elements to them. And really want to just thank all of the members of this panel, all of which are participants and active members of the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation for their continued support and leadership in that forum, because it is forums like that that are important for moving us forward and solving the crises of today and helping us achieve our goals for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. And thank you for bringing up the fact that we'll have to marry the short, midterm, long-term solutions and kind of have that broad scope as we look into these conversations. Next, we will go to pre-recorded remarks from Minister Mihailovich. And after that, we will dive into our conversation here, into our discussion here.
And I'm sorry that I'm not with you today, but I'm pleased that it is possible for me to say a few words about energy security of my country and the whole region. We live in a time troubled by severe crisis and a great concern. How do we secure sufficient amount of energy for our countries? I don't believe that there is a single ministry who can sleep peacefully at this moment. As prices change on a daily basis, the burden of national budget is too high, and on the other hand, it seems that the peace and the stopping of Russia is nowhere near. Geopolitics is changing, and the issue of energy security is a question above all others, and yet we cannot provide all the answers. This is not just a matter of getting through this winter, but rather the future of our economies and the availability of energy sources. The challenges we are facing in Serbia are almost identical to those you face. On the one hand, by changing our laws, we have decided for an energy transition, a major transformation of energy infrastructure, a wish to reduce emissions of harmful gases. Serbia is signatory of both the Paris Agreement and the Sofia Declaration, and we are members of the energy community of Southeast European countries. Serbia is a country that wishes to adopt all European values. We are committed to the creation of green energy and development, as well as to have 40% of energy produced from renewable energy sources by 2030, and also to reduce harmful emissions by 40% when compared to 1990. On the other hand, Serbia is highly dependent on Russia Federation. When it comes to gas, we fully depend on Russia, and in 2008 we sold our oil company to Russian Gazprom, and we now control a minor share of the company. We have lost the right to explore and exploit Serbian oil, which is 20% of our oil mix. In addition, the problems we have in the electrical sector are serious, because we have not built a single facility for electricity in the previous 30 years. Today, we import electricity. In this period of time, it's 5 to 12% of our consumption needs, and we expect this to exceed the 25% during winter. We are losing billions of euros for the import of electricity and gas, funds which could have been used for the construction of additional capacities in energy. The only way out of this is through investment and regional cooperation. We have started the construction of gas connector with Bulgaria that should enable us to diversify our gas supply. And as of next September, we will have 40% of non-Russian gas in our gas mix. We are also connecting with North Macedonia, Romania, Bosnia and Croatia. We want to be part of an important LNG project with Albania. We have finalized an investment plan worth over 30 billion euros. I will say again, the only way out of this situation for us, but also for the countries of the region, is to invest. In electricity, we have to build reversible hydropower plants, which can help us increase production, but also allow us to store energy. In addition, all the necessary conditions for the construction of large solar and wind farms are in place. We are also considering modular nuclear power plants, because base energy is something that the entire region lacks. Yet, as long as the war in Ukraine and the destruction of both property and human life continues, so will the crisis, reducing countries' chances to develop their economies, especially for our small countries of Western Balkans. But at the end, I'm sure that we will make it for this winter, and hope that we will learn so many lessons from this situation, and hope in next years we will think more about energy security, not only energy security of our countries, but energy security of the whole region. Thank you.
All right, so we'll jump into our discussion, and we'll switch up the order a little bit in terms of the responses to the questions. We'll start off with Minister Nurandini, Ms. Vanoli, we'll go to Mr. Vols, and then we'll come back to Minister Verlucin, and we'll try to switch it up that way we can have a new order each time. So we mentioned this a few times already in the remarks and the opening statements that there's this ministerial meeting happening in Brussels, and a couple of different mechanisms are being discussed, such as gas price caps, emergency credit lines, and I'm not going to go into the technical solutions. Are there specific things that you're particularly excited about and you think will make a lot of difference? And as you mentioned, to decouple the electricity markets from gas, also kind of a second sub-question as part of it, also there's this discussion on price caps on Russian gas, right? So, if you want to address initially some of the solutions that you're really excited about, but also kind of the specificity of tackling that particular issue as well.
Thanks. As I said earlier, I'm not really sure what they're going to discuss today in Brussels, as we're not there. But no, the thing is the following. What we're expecting from it is we as countries, by the way, actually the majority of the Western Balkan countries, we're paying actually an electricity price as well, because we've all agreed to the free energy market, so to speak, the liberalization of the energy market. So when we import, majority of us are net importers. We, for example, import 25% of our energy need. Unfortunately, that's the case. So when we actually import it, we're paying at a price which is being dictated by the HUPEX in Budapest. Now, that also has actually carbon pricing on it, something we don't actually have yet. So it's creating a distortion. That's what I was saying. We need to actually look at the pricing of the whole energy market. We're paying a price of carbon pricing, but we don't actually participate in it. We're all looking to join, maybe have a regional carbon pricing market. We've discussed already this in a meeting we had in Vienna, the regional ministers of environment, because it's usually us who are trying to do this. So what we're actually we need to find out, what actually realize for us is how do we also decouple from that? Because what we're doing right now is we're paying 600 euros for something that is potentially being produced in our own country, or maybe in the region, which we're importing. So we're actually paying all of the additional carbon pricing. I don't want to call it tax, because it always has a very negative connotation to it. So what we actually want, or hope that's going to happen, at least from my side, in Brussels, is that they actually come up with a methodology which we can also implement and use in our country, for example, North Macedonia, where we can say that we are going to couple, or actually going to cap the price of electricity produced by solar, electricity produced by hydro, electricity produced by wind, etc. Because unfortunately, if we don't actually have this structure in the very near future, the small and medium companies in our country will be shutting down very, very soon. It is impossible for those companies in our country to be paying prices dictated by Central European prices, which are 400, 500 euros per megawatt, while unfortunately their income and revenues are a lot lower than that. And considering that 70%, up more than 70% of the people being employed in our country are by the small and medium enterprises, this is going to be a very difficult winter, not only in the sense of heating, but in the sense of economy as well. We as a country, unfortunately, are 100% reliant on Russian gas, by the way. That's why we're actually working on the interconnector with Greece. We're also investing in the LNG port in Alexandroupolis, because we want to be regionally dependent and not further away dependent. In regards to the pricing on the Russian gas, we'll see how that goes, but we hopefully this year, even this winter, are going to have a different source of that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sounds like there's several important gaps that need to be addressed. Minister Zvanoli?
Yes, that's a very good question. I think the important thing to note here, first of all, is that there's no single silver bullet here, I think, which is we've already found out. I'm very happy that this year, as opposed to last year, we are more moving on to actually addressing the root causes of the problem and thinking about how the market is behaving and what we need to do about it, as opposed to until relatively lately when we were thinking about how to finance this. So I'm very happy that we are moving away from talks about emergency credit lines only. But also, I think for us as the region particularly, when we have to compete with our level of development and living standards, when we have to compete for the same energy with the same prices as the EU, as also Mr. Noureddini said, it's also for us very important, particularly to think about at what time do we stop actually following the market. This is more to me from the first day actually of the crisis, but becoming even more so over time, about how do we find ways around it rather than thinking about the liquidity to finance these skyrocketing prices. And I'm very happy that things are being looked in this way also from the EU now, which will also, of course, help all of us. Gas price caps, I think, very important, particularly for Russian gas, and decoupling of gas from electricity, as we've already said before. Sending the right signals to consumers, informing them, first of all, and raising awareness about the need to reduce consumption, to increase efficiency, both in the short and in the long term. Make use of those elasticities, demand elasticities where they exist, but also create new elasticities. What we are doing in Kosovo, for instance, considering that we have low efficiency and also electricity is used a lot for heating. What we are trying to do is incentivize citizens to move away from use of electricity, and this way reduce that pressure on the demand, which will help, of course, not only us, but also the whole region by reducing this pressure on demand. And I think this is a multi-pronged approach that we should be taking and thinking about also for the long term as we develop our policies for today.
Thank you so much. It will be a lot about the right incentives and the right messaging. Mr. Rolls, are there lessons from the U.S. market design, redesign updates that can be shared that would be applicable here, or maybe not? Maybe we're all trying to rethink what a future market looks like and what makes sense.
Well, I think that there's a number of lessons that are crystallizing coming out of this crisis, which I want to highlight started before Russia invaded Ukraine. And the invasion of Ukraine certainly accelerated and worsened this energy crisis, but we were already seeing significant spikes in prices of energy across the continent before the first shot was fired. So, like Ms. Manoli, I'm very happy to see that we're starting to return to a conversation to address the root causes of this crisis, which have to do with being overly reliant not just on one supplier, but on one type of supply. And that's one of the things that we have seen in acceleration in the United States over the past several years is the onboarding of new technologies and the diversification of supplies, not just suppliers. And I think that's an important element of this as well. And it not only works to solve some of the energy security issues in terms of the diversification of suppliers, but also the diversification of sources. And that is, very, very helpful, both in terms of the security element, but also in terms of decarbonization. And to think of those things as mutually exclusive or as something that you have to sacrifice one for the other is a zero-sum game that we do not need to view that and don't have the luxury of viewing the world through that lens any longer either. So moving forward in parallel with an all of the above solution that is decarbonized and diversified is really the key in being able to provide the energy security and stability and economic growth that we're all looking for.
Thank you. Minister Belucu, with Albania generating a tremendous amount of energy through hydro and kind of thinking about this market redesign, how do you address some of the challenges like drought, seasonalities, the lack of storage for hydro while still optimizing this tremendous resource that you have?
So first of all, Albania is producing 100% of the energy from hydro plants. And of course, we don't have any connection with the Russian gas, but of course, I cannot agree that the geopolitical have nothing to do with the price of market. Of course, the geopolitical have to do a lot with the price of market because now we have started to watch any kind of spokesman that is giving a speech and after 3 minutes, the prices are changing. So the geopolitical issues are defining the price of energy in market. This is something that nobody can say it's not like this. Regarding Albania is in a good position regarding the gas because we are not using gas. We are using just the electrical energy produced from our hydro plants, but we have the same behavior like the North Macedonia. We are importing in the good years of hydric situation, about 20% of the energy, and the rainless year, about 30% of the energy. But of course, the cost of going through imports today for the 30% of the energy is very heavy for the budget of any state. Albania is in a good position too because we have started from 2019 a very aggressive strategy of diversification of our sources. We never had any issue for the decarbonization. Actually, the only carbon that we are producing is just from cars because all the industry and householding are just using the energy. But this creates a big problem right now when we are addressing all the needs on this 30% during the dry period on import. That's why we have started from 2019 to address a strategy on building new sources of energy based on renewable mostly. We already have started construction for 2 mega parks of PVs. To the other hand, we are about to finish a long procedure with the EBRD challenge that have started 2 years ago for a and hybrid auction of aeolic parks. And one of the most important projects that we have started already is Skavica hydro plant, which will be the fourth hydro plant of our biggest cascade in north. And the more important role of this hydro plant is for sure the optimization of all the cascades, so of already existing 3 hydro plants. I want to mention here another very important project, which will be the first project not renewable in Albania. And I'm referring to the TTP of Vlora, an project that we have started like a local one, but after maybe seeing the first sign of crisis starting from September 2021, this project have taken now another size, a regional size. We start to work together with DOE, and I found the moment to thank for all the support, the US Embassy in Tirana, but of course the DOE too. They have created the possibility for my team and for the ministry to have contacts and meetings with US companies. And so we found one of the best partners that we have right now, Accelerate Energy, that is working very close with us for the construction of the TTP of Vlora, but what is more important, for the construction of a hub of LNG, US LNG, which will be a regional hub and which will contribute massively on the energy security of region. And of course, the third project, which is very important and should be mentioned because can change all the situation of gas in the region, it's the exploration of Shell that we are about to announce in the beginning of the next year. From all the indication that we have right now, the Shell exploration will be one of the most important exploration in Europe, and the amount of gas, it's about 40%, and the rest it's oil of very good quality. Albania will profit a lot from this exploration, of course, but mostly, as I said, we should consider this like a new step for the energy security in the region. Those 3 projects, together with the other projects and efforts that we are doing to increase our volumes and capacity of producing energy and to contribute in the gas deposits on the region and all Balkans, will change all the big picture, I believe, in the future. We are aiming by the end of 2030 to increase the capacity of production with 4 terawatt, which will contribute not only to make Albania a net exporter, but will contribute on operation for all the other neighbor countries. Then, of course, having the strategy for the future, we have a great focus on the interconnections line. We already have interconnection line with all our neighbors. We are investing and planning to invest and designing to increase the capacity of interconnection with 1,000 kilowatt with Greece by increasing about 4 times from the existing one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's incredible to see how the current pricing environment is bringing attention to these exploration and projects that in the past perhaps weren't as economically attractive. So thank you for providing a very smooth transition to my next question. As these new projects are being considered, developed, and we'll actually go from that and on this way in terms of the speaker order. You know, the private industry is looking for longer term contracts, you know, at the worst case scenario, 15 years, really ideally 20 and higher. That's in order to make them bankable. And then, of course, on the energy buyers, the nations, whether it's nation-owned or private utilities and other energy suppliers, they of course want as much flexibility as possible. So I guess my question for this group today: what is the role of government, or is there a role for government? Do you feel like to mitigate some of that risk as these kind of conversations are happening? Also, if we jump in for just half a second into the value of pooling demand and coming together, there's an EU proposal to potentially see what that could actually look like for several countries coming together to negotiate a contract. Of course, there's a pretty heavy administrative load to facilitate something like that, and the reality of who would actually, at what level, would actually put that together, right? So it's a twofold question. What is the role of governments in mitigating or helping mitigate risks and providing some sort of flexibility, or is there? And then the pooling demand mechanisms, how real is it? Is there an appetite in the region to come together as you're negotiating these contracts? So I'd love to hear your thoughts, and of course, Josh, from your perspective, can U.S. play a role in helping us through this?
Yeah, so I think that the concept of aggregated demand is one that's super interesting, and I think hits at the heart of the issue that energy security is inherently energy cooperation. There's no such thing as complete and true energy independence, energy islands, where there's no dependence on a supply chain or a supply that lies outside of your borders. And the ability to aggregate demand and to create connections both regionally and beyond is, I think, the key to being able to balance the energy security needs against our economic development goals and our decarbonization goals. And there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to do that here in this region. And we heard just a little bit about some of those opportunities from Mr. Baluku. As far as the government's role in helping to facilitate these things, I think that's a question of what the ultimate relationship between policy and profit needs to be. And I think the public-private partnership, as far as our energy conversation thus far has been unnecessarily antagonistic between goals of development and goals of decarbonization, and shifting that and kind of recalibrating that conversation a little bit in terms of what government can do and to provide the resources and the framework for private sector development to take place to help push forward our goals and our energy security needs is what we need to focus on moving forward.
Yes, I think if there's one thing that the recent crisis has taught us, I think that is the role of government is extremely important here. Both was in the past and will certainly be in the future. And this is actually related also to the second point about joint action. In this case, pooling demand, but more generally on cooperation and unity, on seeing energy security not as a matter of one individual country and its economic interests in the moment, but actually seeing it as a joint action, as joint interest, as energy security for the region and for Europe, and standing united in actions and decision-making, particularly at a time when this is actually a matter of not only ensuring energy security for the future, but also when actually on this unity are depending fundamental values of the EU and Europe, such as just democracy and human rights and independence. So I think both are extremely important. With regard to the second one, one issue that I'm puzzled about, similar to other, in the same line with other discussions we've had before, is where does that leave us, actually, countries of the region? Would we be part of this initiative? Of course, it's extremely important for the EU, and that also affects us. However, are we part of this equation, and what and how can we be involved? This is something that is not clear to me at this point.
Thank you. We, as a government, we are actually supporting quite a lot of projects from private investors. So yeah, I think there's a great role to be played by the government, even though I think a free market is a better future for everything. However, in our region, we need to support the investors. We have quite a few large projects, and I didn't want to name them earlier. We have a 400 megawatt wind farm project that's been approached. We're speaking with a potential investor, or a 300 plus megawatt on solar. We also want to invest ourselves, and we are investing actually ourselves in renewable energy. So yes, there's a large role. The question is the PPA, of course. How do you argue the price on the agreement with a strategic investor on what is going to be the price of the PPA agreement with the states? What I would like to also touch on here is something we didn't speak about is the whole climate change issue. Because we spoke about all these energy issues that we have, and earlier we're discussing it, and something that we should all be aware of is the fact that even solar panels don't work that well when it gets too hot. They lose their efficiency. We know that the droughts have caused a serious issue on the nuclear power plants due to the cooling. So it's not just one thing. I mean, it's not just the crisis that's happening, the unfortunate war in Ukraine, but there's also the issue on the weather change, the climate change. Another thing we all need to, and this is why I think the government is very important here, instead of leaving everything up to the private sector, our governments need to sit down, and we need to have a regional strategy of what we're going to actually invest in, or what we're going to allow to be invested in. We should not fall into the trick of having too many solar parks across the region. We're going to have summers where we're going to have an overproduction of electricity by solar. We might be missing the base on the hydropower plants that both Belinda and I mentioned, or might be gas or not, because we all have different needs of energy. Now, for example, I'll use the Republic of Kosovo and the Republic of North Macedonia. We have a higher need of energy in winter. We tend to have more colder winters than the rest of the countries around here. Let's speak about Albania or Greece. So we have actually a higher need to import them than we do in summer. Albania usually imports in summer, considering that hydros don't really get used in summer as much as they do in the rest of the year. So it needs to be a regional strategy. So tomorrow we can actually work together, export and import from our regional strategic partners, and have a secure energy sector.
Mr. Wilk. Of course, the government has a very important role to play. First of all, through policies. I want to mention one of the policies that have resulted to be very successful in Albania, which is the support of auto producer. So to enhance the need of diverse companies or entities, private entities, to produce by themselves the energy, but to the other hand, to give to them the possibility to exchange this energy with the state-owned company of distribution of energy. This have been very successful in Albania. Of course, we have always demands to increase the cap for this energy, for this exchange of the energy, which is about 500 kilowatt. In Republic of Albania, it's the same in Greece actually, and Spain. And those are the highest cap in Europe. To the other hand, I agree with Minister Nureddini regarding a common strategy on investment of new sources of energy, because every of our countries have their own typology. But to the other hand, we have some lesson learned from the South Italy. They decide some years ago, 5 years ago, to build a lot of solar parks, and by the end of the day, there is all to be a negative input on the mix of the energy because of the lack of balancing. In the case of Albania and maybe of North Macedonia too, because we had the possibility to balance the production of PVs through our hydro plants, of course, this is an investment that will be efficient on the future. But if we can coordinate with each other, our next step on the investment will be, of course, great, because we will be more efficient. We will be complementary to each other, and this is the best solution. Something else that I should mention is that our countries are small countries with small markets, and we are not so appealing for the big investors. But if we are considered as a whole market, of course, our number is about 17 millions. We already have North Macedonia and Albania. We already have a very good example from the Open Balkans initiative, that it's not about the energy, it's about the trading, it's about agriculture for the moment, but in the future will be for the energy too, and opening the market and creating a wider market for Balkans, it's a solution for the future. And the last, I should mention the importance of common projects, as is the Ionian Adriatic pipeline. We will start this year, taking into consideration the very good advance that the project of Accelerate is having right now in the area of Vlora. We will be very happy to provide from the budget of state the first tranche for starting the construction of this pipeline, the pipeline which will connect Greece in the future with Croatia. But of course, this is a common initiative that should be taken very seriously from all the other countries. I strongly believe that if we integrate our markets, I strongly believe that if we do common efforts in the future, all our region will be in a much better position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will have a speaker from Accelerate on the later panel today. So I'm really excited to hear more about the project. Sounds like a fantastic opportunity for the region. I think one message has been clear throughout this conversation is the importance, the power in numbers and the importance of coordination in a lot of these projects. My next question is a bit specific, so it's just whoever wants to respond to it. It's a bit more niche. And I don't feel like this gets enough attention. The administrative load that it takes to implement a lot of these new solutions, these unprecedented challenges. And so much of the government's attentions, have been drawn to dealing with the energy crisis and all the other crises that are that are relevant to that. Could you, whoever wants to respond to this, could you talk about how you're thinking through, and of course the challenge of, scaling up your staff and the experts who can, help and work through these things while you're paying record prices and trying to, it just seems like the layers and layers of trouble, right? So I know that administrative piece of the solutions often gets left out, but I do think it's a administrative capacity to actually work through and implement a lot of the things that we talked about today. I am curious about kind of the implications of that. So whoever wants to jump in. Sure, please.
You go, because I'm the last one.
Well, we should not hide the fact that none of us have been prepared to face this kind of crisis. And it's very much frustrating when you cannot control anything. So the price is there. We are using FUPEX. The situation is not under control. The planning it's not anymore like used to be. We used to have planning for 3 years and 5 years. Now we are changing planning after 2 months because the situation is shifting. And to the other hand, what is more frustrating for a Minister of Energy right now is that we don't have any clarity for the future. Who can tell us how will be the 2023? So, of course, a lot of layers of problems are running right now, but what is more important, the power is built through fire. So you can have good stuff built through managing of crisis. You can have people that will be dedicated more because they are dealing with this crisis. So I believe that by the end of this battle, we will have better teams, we will have team spirit, and of course, we will be successful. Balkans people are tough people. We never had an easy life, this for sure. And I'm pretty much confident that we will do our best, and by the end, our region will have a better position in the energy issues too. Because as I said, due to this crisis, no matter what we have planned some years ago, due to this crisis, we are having some lessons learned that will help us in the future to be much more efficient.
Sounds like your teams are stepping up. It's very inspiring. Anyone else would like to address this pretty quickly? Because I do want to jump to closing remarks here in a few closing statements here in another minute. So please go ahead.
Sure. Like Minister Nureddini says, I'm not sure this is one we want to answer honestly, but I think it's actually extremely important that we do. When we came into government about 18 months ago, I was told I would never want to be in your shoes. We have 40 and 60-year-old unreliable power plants, rely 95% on those. And we have this ambitious agenda of an energy transition with a very inflexible system because we have no water resources either, very limited. So while we started to develop an evidence-based energy strategy, the crisis hit us. First, last year, we thought it was going to be temporary, like whole Europe did. Then it became clear that it's only getting worse with no end in sight. And our energy strategy has been, the modeling has been redone about 7, 8, 10 times by now. And the strategy has been revised about 3 times by now. And it needs to be revised again. In the meantime, we are accountable about what happens. Of course, and we have very little under our control. Effectively, the only thing that could help us right now a lot would be to have more of our own generating capacities, and those cannot be built in the very short term. And we are faced with limited administrative and human capacities trying to catch up and trying to come up with different emergency measures as the market develops, and trying to redefine the timelines for other interventions or change other interventions. It's just a rat race that is very difficult to be a part of. And the most difficult part, actually, if I'm perfectly honest, is the fact that knowing that no matter what you do is not going to be enough for this winter, or maybe even for next winter. And that so little depends on us, actually. And this is the part that is the most difficult I think, for all of us to deal with, at a personal level also.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We only have a few minutes left. I do know we started about 7 to 10 minutes late, but I'm very passionate about ending on time and getting us back on track, because I know we have some fantastic panels following this. So for the closing statements, if you had any additional closing remarks that you wanted to share with the group that you get a chance to share earlier, and then in addition to that, I'm going to ask you a tougher question as well. If you could address those 2 things, that would be fantastic, and we could just go down the line. Is there a regional plan for zero Russian gas exports to Europe? And we talked earlier about how different countries are differently reliant or not reliant at all, but we also mentioned how clear it is that how the pricing is impacted all across Europe. Just because you're not importing Russian gas, there's still very strong implications to what's happening to your energy market. So if you can address that in your closing statements and make them short, that would be fantastic. And we'll just go down the line. Mr. Beluga.
Thank you. So Albania, it's not who should say that we will have zero Russian gas, because we don't have any Russian gas. But of course,
zero going to Europe.
Of course, all what we are passing through will make Europe to raise up the own capacities, because as I said, this is a lesson learned in a time frame of 3 years. I believe that we will be released from the problem of Russian gas. And of course, we will not have the same impact that we have from the Russian gas on the prices of electrical energy. On my closing remarks, what I should say, I want to say that the collaboration is very important. To be together is very important. We already have good examples of collaboration in our region. Me and Artana are working very close together, and we are an example how we have helped each other during this crisis by exchanging and depositing energy. And we have other examples of coordination and cooperation in the region, which is a key and success. And of course, as we all have mentioned, what we should do today is to save energy. The efficiency of energy is another key of success. We can raise up new sources of energy. We can do many efforts, but if we cannot reshuffle the way of wasting energy, people are wasting energy. People are not sensitive on saving energy. And it's a duty of every government, it's a duty of every institution to create a kind of sensibilization to our people, to our citizens, to our householders, how to save energy. Saving energy, we will be in a best position regarding the energy security. Thank you.
Thank you. And in regards to the Russian gas, do we want to? Absolutely. There's no question that we want to actually not be using Russian gas. Will we achieve it this winter? Hopefully. We're not 100% sure because our capital city, Skopje, is actually the central heating is using gas. And currently we're hoping that we might be able to find some capacity through from Greece through Bulgaria, considering that the new interconnector is already working. Was actually in function between the two countries. As I said earlier, we are going to build the interconnector with Greece. We're hoping to finalize the documentation by the end of the year. The market test, as I mentioned earlier, should be ready on Monday, which opens the door for everything else. So we don't actually have a question of whether we want to or not. We're hoping to absolutely not. And we hope that in the very near future, as I said earlier, latest by 2024, not to be dependent at all on Russian gas. We know that 40% of Europe, the EU was importing, well, the gas imported was from Russia. Now I think people are speaking about 7%. But it's still there. And we have EU members that are not fully agreeing and aligning with all the EU members as well. So, but we as the countries, I think in the area, we're very firm on what we stand for and we want to go. As a closing remark, as we said earlier, it's a regional solution. I am glad that we've finally been having this discussion. We as a country, Republic of North Macedonia, we learned this during the pandemic, what it means to actually rely on your neighbors. We had shortages of a lot of, it was actually also shortage of food at some point. So actually we realized that we will build strong relations with our neighbors. I don't need to speak about Kosovo and Albania, but with Serbia as well. But with Greece, we've actually, ever since we've had the PESPA agreement, we've created one of the best relationships we've had. The economy and the trade is increasing every year and getting higher and higher. And the general message I would like to actually say is, I think we've heard this. My dear colleague Belinda mentioned very well, we need to inform our citizens. It's going to be a difficult winter. We know it. I mean, you had European ministers telling their citizens, please dress warmly for the winter. We're going to have to tell the same thing to our citizens. We're going to have to hold together, solidarize with each other. And we hope that should any of us come in serious need when it comes to energy, one of the neighbors will step up and support each other, and we will do the same thing for our neighbors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's one good thing that I can say about our energy sector is that in Kosovo is that we don't rely on Russian gas or gas actually, which is at this point huge advantage. I think we all need to, and we keep saying this, and it's easier said than done, but it's also a necessity, and we've seen the results firsthand of what that means, as Belinda said, in our cooperation with Albania. We need to make the best use of our complementarities, and that helps also the region and the continent to reduce reliance, or hopefully eliminate as soon as possible, reliance on Russian gas. One thing that I think will also be very important is to send, to have a joint message across the region or even across Europe, and being frank with our consumers, businesses, people. We cannot continue to follow the market, pay astronomical prices, subsidize, etc., and pretend that we are living in normal times and that we can carry on being inefficient, wasting energy and wasting resources. This is no longer an option, and it comes at a political cost. Sure, it's a very difficult thing to say. We've, I think, all tried it at some point. Have had a backlash, but it's something that we need to do, all of us.
Thank you so much. Josh, last but not least.
The United States' commitment to our friends and allies in Europe is unwavering, and as the largest producer of oil and gas in the world, we certainly have a tremendous responsibility to be able to bring those resources to bear to help in the short term meet the challenges that we're facing acutely, but also bring medium and long-term technological solutions to help our friends through the energy transition. This is not just about the immediate crisis. This is about the broader and more long-term relationship. And we stand ready to continue to do that, from the president's commitment in March of this year to bring another 15 BCMA to Europe, which he has made good on as of September of this year, year on year, to helping bring technological solutions through opening up the U.S. Department of Energy's vast national laboratory system to our friends and allies to help them develop the technologies and the resources needed to move to a diverser and more green and clean and efficient energy system. Never in the history of the world have we tried to tackle such a large infrastructure project all at one time with as much urgency as we are with this one. The only way we can do it is to do it together, and the United States stands ready to continue to do that.
Thank you so much, Josh. So this is the sixth year of the conference, and so much has changed in the world in the last 6 years. But several things have remained the same. The importance of cooperation, regional, transatlantic, across Europe, the importance of addressing climate and energy security goals in tandem. Those things remain the same and will be huge solutions to the multiple crises that we're dealing with today. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists and, of course, those who were able to provide remarks virtually, our fantastic audience here and our virtual audience as well. And of course, the organizers. It's a lot of effort to put something like this together. And a lot of this goes unnoticed. It's behind the scenes. So as Atlantic Council puts a lot of events together, so I have tremendous appreciation for the hard work that you do. It is my pleasure to hand it off to our next panel, which is on the U.S. perspective for Southeast Europe's energy role, which promises to be another fascinating discussion. Thank you again, and thank you all.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, welcome to this panel. The previous moderator spoke of the changes that have happened over the last 6 years that this forum has been taking place. But I think that the speed of change over the last 12 months is unprecedented. It was exactly a year ago when we were discussing in the same forum the need for Europe's independence, energy independence from Russia, and the necessity of exploring alternative energy sources. Today, with the developments in Ukraine and the increasing deterioration of the relations with Russia, things have evolved much faster. European states are facing great difficulties for their energy coverage, and adding to that, high inflationary trends and increasing cost is almost everything that we are faced with and creating a difficult situation that is testing our endurance, our alliances, and social cohesion. Doubts and questions are also being raised about the efficiency of certain policies, such as green transition and the faster movement away from fossil fuels. The European states, as well as Balkan states, are looking forward to closer cooperation with the US in many areas, including cooperation for energy independence. The supply of liquefied natural gas has multiplied, and at the same time, the investments in important projects concerning the energy sector and distribution networks have also increased. Today, I have the pleasure and honor to moderate a panel of distinguished participants consisting of the ambassadors to the Balkan countries, and specifically Ambassador Burns from Ambassador to North Macedonia, Ambassador Hill from Ambassador to Serbia, Ambassador Mustafa from Bulgaria, Ambassador Tunis, and welcome Ambassador Tunis to this first, this is your first SEV, so welcome, and Ambassador Kim from the embassy in Albania. So, Your Excellencies, thank you very much for being here and for maintaining this tradition of this roundtable of discussion of the US ambassador in the region. So, I would suggest that we start with some remarks. So, each one of you will have 5 to 6 minutes for your remarks, and I would just like to set the scene. Perhaps we can talk about things such as what is the impact of the energy developments in the countries where you're posted? What are your expectations as US ambassadors for the near future regarding the relations with the US and specifically the collaboration on the energy field? And what are your views regarding the greater regional cooperation in large infrastructure projects, mainly in the energy field, as an antidote for any divisive situations and other influences? So, Ambassador Burns, could we start with you?
Thank you so much, Nikolaos, and it's so great to be back here at this important forum and to continue this tradition, as you said. It's wonderful to be here with my regional colleagues because we really do approach these issues from a regional focus and perspective. And of course, that makes sense because while energy is essential to national security, it isn't an exclusive national resource. When you look at North Macedonia, a very small energy player in this region, but what we've learned from Russia's war in Ukraine, what has driven home, is that we are all completely reliant on each other when it comes to providing this basic need to our citizens. And while we as the United States stand for a Europe whole, free, and in peace, that means that we need to have partners who are able to get through these strategic challenges together. As we have said before, no hole on the map. It's very important that all of this region have the security it needs to protect its people. And for us, when we talk about energy in the region, there's 3 key elements. One is that it's secure, the second that it's integrated, and third that it's sustainable. Well, obviously, energy supplies must be secure, and eliminating dependence on Russian natural gas is an imperative. As Minister Nuruddini just said, the central heating system in Skopje and much of the industrial power is dependent on Russian gas at this point in time. The gas interconnector that North Macedonia and Greece are cooperating on together will break this monopoly, but North Macedonia needs answers to the critical shortages that exist right now. And so for that reason, while we continue to support the interconnector as a top strategic priority, we're also looking at ways that we can be helpful in their discussions, and particularly with regional partners. For example, expanding the gas capacity through Bulgaria Transgas pipeline with Bulgaria. This would be a great opportunity to show how regional cooperation among NATO allies and partners truly does bring security together. Second point, energy systems need to be integrated. And integration goes well beyond just having multiple suppliers. It involves understanding how the energy moves across the region, from the quality and utilization of pipelines, transmission lines, the roads, rails, and ports. And this has been a subject of our discussions with the government of North Macedonia now for some time. Obviously, there's been a lot of focus on some of the big projects, the floating storage regasification unit here in Alexandroupoli, and this makes sense, rightly so, that we would focus on these big infrastructure projects. But we also can't afford to neglect the less visible parts of the system. So the grid interconnector, the metering stations, the entire transmission system. This kind of strong regional cooperation will help enable that there's effective grid balancing, and this will lead to the further resilience for the region. But without this kind of support, one country's actions could inadvertently destabilize another partner, and that doesn't serve any of our interests. Obviously, market integration would be one step even further in order to allow seamless and secure flows of electricity, while also harnessing economies of scale. And each country in this region has competitive advantages, whether it be hydro resources in Albania, the photovoltaic potential in North Macedonia, nuclear in Bulgaria, offshore wind power here in Greece. With a strongly integrated grid in this region, it will be able to help better balance the load and help countries move through these different stages of the energy crisis in balance, with everyone bringing something to the table. And that brings me to the third and final point that I'll make here in terms of energy must be sustainable. That means obviously investing in renewables, reducing gas emissions, and again, building up this integrated system for load balance. Pollution obviously doesn't stop at borders. Climate change affects all of us. And if we're going to strive to achieve our green energy goals in isolation, we're not only more likely to fail, the impact that we'll ultimately have on the environment is even more limited. So we simply have to work together for this energy transition to work. Now, the difficulties in North Macedonia, as we saw from the regional panel, they're not unique. They are regional challenges. They require regional solutions. All of the Western Balkan countries committed to the EU Green Agenda in November 2020. As the minister certainly pointed out, North Macedonia has implemented critical energy reforms. They've also invested substantially to increase their renewable energy capacities in solar, wind, and also hydropower plants. They're investing in upgrading their grid, ensuring that there's uninterrupted cross-border transmission of electricity and gas. And this kind of investment that North Macedonia is making can also have a regional impact. The construction of the 400 kilowatt high voltage transmission line that would connect a power generation facility in Bitola with Elbasan in Albania. This could complete the country's plan of having transmission lines with all of its neighbors in the region. Likewise, the North Macedonia-Greece interconnector could provide opportunities for its neighbors to the north, for Kosovo to perhaps get off some of the coal-fired power plants, and for Serbia to open up to other sources of gas other than Russia as well. So for all of these reasons, whether I'm in Skopje, North Macedonia, working with my partners there, we are looking at regional energy solutions that benefit all. I'll stop there and turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Hill, would you go next, please?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. This is my first time here, so it's a real pleasure. Speaking of a real pleasure, I asked someone on my staff to come up with some basic energy numbers for Serbia, and I went through them, and they were just so depressing. I really, frankly, didn't want to spread my fears and depressions with the rest of the audience here, except to say Syria has some extremely serious problems. The first problem that Serbia has is that some 15 years ago, they made Russia a strategic energy partner. Whatever people thought at the time, this was not a good idea. they have put themselves in a position where essentially all oil supplies, crude oil, and eventually refined oil, goes through a Russian supplier. So the Russians are the owner of the main refinery in Serbia, and Russia also has the exclusive right to drill for oil in the northern part of Serbia called Vojvodina. And when they find oil, they pay a very small fee. Fees typically in the Middle East are about 25%. With respect to this Russian-Serbian deal, the fee is about 1.5%. So Serbia, I think, made a very bad deal on oil, and I haven't even got to the problem of gas. Serbia requires about 3 billion metric, whatever the indicator is, 3 billion something. They owe or they get 2.8 from the Russians. And then a funny thing happened just this year where the Russians said, we'll provide about 2, not 2.8. So you're on your own to find the rest. And the Russians have been very reluctant to talk about price for any additional gas. And the consequence is that Serbia is going to have to go on the equivalent of the spot market for gas and pay a lot of money for the gas supplies they need. So they are looking very closely at a number of these interconnectors, these pipeline projects. The Bulgarian interconnector is probably the one that is first going to yield results. It should be ready in October, and that will help a lot. There's also the possibility of a connector, not yet built, but certainly discussed with Croatia. There's another one with North Macedonia. So there's, I think, a big effort to increase the use of gas in the economy, and that will also allow them to reduce the use of lignite coal. Lignite coal is almost 50%, 49% of their total energy supplies. It's very dirty coal. When they use it in electricity plants, they have to put mazout, this heavy oil, over it just to ignite the coal. So very serious problem. They need to reduce that. So for them, the intermediate solution is, of course, is going to be gas. Looking ahead to renewables, they have some 15% of their total output coming from hydropower, but they have problems with using the hydropower. They need to build pump stations so that they can save it and then use it when they need it. But when you look at some of the rivers around Serbia these days, and I would draw your attention to the Danube in particular, you'll see a real shortage of water flowing through those rivers. One of the new tourist sites on the Danube River is the site of several World War II German gunships sunk by the Germans as they were retreating from the Red Army, lying on their side right in the middle of the Danube River. It's extraordinary, and it points to the fact that there are serious water shortages in the Danube. I think Assistant Secretary Volz made very clear that really when you talk about energy sovereignty, you're really talking about regional approaches. And regional approaches, as we know, are a process that has not necessarily come naturally to people in this region. But I think due to this energy crisis, we're seeing a lot more of what is very necessary to do. Ambassador Burns alluded to some of the approaches, and I think they're out of these regional efforts. We will see an eventual solution to the energy problem. I think gas is very much in the picture for Serbia for some years, but they're also looking at the possibility of these small modular nuclear plants. They're looking, of course, at more hydro, and they have some wind and they have some solar. No one really knows what the energy picture will be 30 to 50 years from now. They may find wind doesn't compete with solar anymore, or vice versa. So I think we're going to look at a broad mix of programs. And as discouraged as one could get from the current data and from that deal with Russia some 15 years ago, I think the lessons have been learned. And while historians and lawyers may want to look back and see who made that deal, I think it's important for diplomats and other leaders, especially in energy ministries, to look forward and see what can be done. So I think out of this very difficult circumstance will be that difficult circumstance will indeed be the mother of invention, and we're going to see a lot of effort. I have never gone in to see a senior Serbian official where, frankly, energy in some dimension of it hasn't been the main subject. So it is definitely something on their minds. They're looking to us. They're looking to the European Union. They're looking to everybody with one notable exception. They're not looking to Russia. I think this energy crisis will be the death of that relationship that people have talked about for a number of years between Serbia and Russia. There are obviously residual elements of it, relations between churches, a lot of sort of cultural affinities, but Mr. Putin has taken that country deep into the forest, and we don't see any prospect of him emerging very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Mustafa?
Paristo, Parapoli. Thank you very much for the invitation to be back here in beautiful Greece. This is my first assignment was here in Greece, so it holds still a very special place in my heart, and I always love to come back here. Let me just highlight again for all of you the fact that we are all here, along with the large number of officials from Washington, tells you our commitment to this issue. It is really hard to get us all together. So you have this number of ambassadors, almost 10 officials from Washington. Things have changed since we were here last year. But we are even more committed as the United States with our European partners to get over this dependency that so many have on one country. One of the things that we have all learned in this process is the importance of planning ahead, right? In energy, things don't take a day, months. It takes years sometimes to get things to move. And what we have learned is we need to start planning. We need to start making decisions. We need to start implementing. And so that is a good thing. Now, let me turn my gaze northward to Bulgaria and tell you how I see things as a friend, partner, and ally. And as I look at my Bulgarian colleagues in the room, again, I'm the friend, partner, and ally, and this is how I view things. Let me start by celebrating some of the things that have happened, which I think is very, very important to do. So I'll start with a big success. For those of you who heard me speak last year, my message was IGB, IGB, IGB. And it's going to happen. It was supposed to have happened earlier, yes, but days away from happening, and that is significant. So congratulations on that huge win for Bulgaria, for Greece, for the whole region, and it really does open up so many possibilities. Bulgaria also just recently took another huge step because it decided to double its capacity commitment at Alexandroupolis, which is a very significant decision. Because that will be 1/3 at least from a non-Russian source. So that is a very, very significant decision that was taken by Bulgaria. As the US, we hope that that is also shared with North Macedonia, because the greater regional collaboration, as you've heard here is a theme, only makes us all stronger. So what I want to focus on, as I mentioned before, long-term decisions. We're talking a lot about short-term, this winter. What do we think is going to happen? Alexandroupolis coming online, the large capacity that's there, means time to think about the long-term contract and signing a deal. Thinking about it has been happening for about 2 years, at least, I would say, in Bulgaria. Great. Time to make that decision is what I would say to my Bulgarian friends and partners. It's very, very important to do that. The fact that Bulgaria years ago signed a 25-year contract with Azerbaijan, years ago, boy, wasn't that smart, looking at it now. So do the same in terms of a long-term contract at Alexandroupolis. So those are two fabulous developments. So while my message last year was IGB, my message this year is keep your eyes on the nuclear sector. Don't take your eyes off the nuclear sector. All right? I say that, and I hope the policymakers in this room, the companies in this room, the European decision makers will keep their eyes on the nuclear, particularly in Bulgaria. In 2014, EU member states said, we pledge to diversify our nuclear supply. Bulgaria is still 100% reliant upon one energy source. That was the same in gas. Look how long it took. Finally, it's shifting. Lukoil is also still a big factor in Bulgaria. Nuclear is 100%. I'm not too confident it's moving anywhere. Keep your eyes on the nuclear. While we all talk about gas, that allows the nuclear sector to continue to delay. There have been opportunities to diversify, but constant obstacles that are somehow in the way. And those obstacles, as we all know in the energy sector, are often obstacles that are created by the person who holds that monopoly. The nuclear sector, as you already heard from Ambassador Burns in the region, has so much potential for exporting electricity, for example. And it's not just about the fuel. The nuclear facility there has old Soviet equipment to upgrade to Western technologies. So important to do. And again, why? We're here to talk about breaking away from dependencies. And breaking away from dependencies makes countries stronger, it makes the region stronger, it makes our partnership stronger. And so that is why I hope we all keep our eyes on the nuclear. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, Ambassador Yurikim.
Go ahead. Thank you, Ambassador Mustafa.
Thanks very much.
Let's keep our slogans to a few words, a few letters. IGB. I would forget that last year. IGB. I have to find an acronym for keep eyes on nuclear sector. Something KY. Thank you.
Right, great. It's a great pleasure to be back. Last year, we had a conversation about what is happening in the region, and in particular, I had mentioned to all of you that something is happening on energy in Albania. Now, I don't know if you all believed me when I said that last year, but I think the proof is in the pudding now. And so I thought I'd bring you up to date on some of the key developments. I know you've already heard from Deputy Prime Minister and Energy Minister Baluku just a little while ago, but let me reinforce some of those points and talk about U.S. support for these various energy projects in, through, and with Albania that will have implications for all of our markets in the region. So first of all, I believe that you all are aware of the hydropower project at Skavica. And if that goes according to plan, we're looking at construction possibly beginning this year, and eventually producing upwards of 200 megawatts of energy. But more importantly than that, it would enable Albania, and in that way the region, to optimize existing hydropower production. That's part of Albania's major energy production for domestic consumption, right? They're almost 100% dependent on hydro and a few other renewables. So we continue as the United States to find ways to support Albania's efforts to diversify suppliers, sources, and routes. And we're seeing some of that happen. Last year, I'd also touched upon what we thought then would be a small contained project to bring in LNG into Albania through the port of Vlora at a thermal power plant there. What's happened since then, since in the year, is that the government of Albania, the government of the United States, and American companies have realized that actually this project is extremely important strategically, not just for Albania, but for the region, and has the potential to significantly increase the capacity of TAP to bring energy into the rest of Europe. So as you all know, we have the Trans-Adriatic pipeline beginning in Azerbaijan, cutting through Bulgaria, Greece, Albania, which is just supposed to be a pass-through under the Adriatic into Italy. When that project finished, when TAP finished and the Vlora project began, we were at a point in time where no one had imagined that there might be a spigot, so to speak, in Albania. The TAP project now is poised to inject 5 BCM. The Vlora project is poised to inject 5 BCM into TAP through an entry point at Fier. So we would need to build a pipeline from the port in Vlora to Fier. That's against the existing full capacity of 20 BCM for TAP, only 10 of which is committed. So there's room there to grow. That would mean more energy available for markets in Bulgaria, Greece, and if interconnectors are built, then in North Macedonia, Montenegro, and other points as well. So this will diversify, but it will also increase overall energy capacities. The third project, third development is one that is onshore. And I think you may have heard about it from Minister Baluku, so I won't get too much into it. I don't know that it's ready to be rolled out in any major way, but I will say that it will certainly add to diversification in Albania and in a way that is probably likely to surprise all of us. Add to all of this is increasing efforts to introduce and build out solar and wind production capacity. And then finally, of course, our efforts to integrate the regional market. And this is an effort that the United States is proud to support through AID, through our regional energy projects. We've already moved ahead with efforts to integrate Albania and Kosovo, and I believe that we're also looking at other markets as well. So let me leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ambassador Tsounis.
Ευχαριστώ, Νίκο. Καλησπέρα. Καλώς ορίσατε στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή μου να είμαι εδώ. One of the disadvantages of being the final speaker here after my learned colleagues have given us so much data, I sort of feel like Elizabeth Taylor's seventh husband who once said, I think I know what I'm doing, I just don't know how to keep it interesting. So I will try to add something to the discussion. You know, let's not kid ourselves. We have some very serious challenges. These challenges are not unique to the region. They are on a global setting. Nat gas in Europe and in Asia is 8-9 times what it is in the United States. It would be the equivalent of oil being at $400 or $500 a barrel. These are unprecedented, maybe even higher, $600 a barrel. It's unprecedented. It's a challenge. I don't want to spend a lot of time as to how we got here. You know, this is the reason why rearview mirrors are very small, and you know, you don't want to spend a lot of time going backwards. There were some very bad decisions that were made, and Russia very adeptly used energy as a geostrategic tool. It was a carrot. For countries that cooperated, they were special deals, and countries, you know, that had, you know, democratic thoughts and principles, you know, we were cutting you off. So where do we go forward from here? There are a series of short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions in the toolbox. It's going to be a very painful 2 winters. So short-term, the cheapest energy that you will ever use is the one that you don't use. So conservation is very important. We had our thermostats at the embassy at 23. For air conditioning, we brought them up to 24. As we're going into the fall, you know, there's no need for it. As we go through the winter, we're going to be very, very careful with lights and our thermostats. That's really important. We should speak about that, because that is something that is within our control, and you know, we can make a substantial difference in that manner. Greece is, you know, it's very interesting. I remember through a 10-year crisis how Greece was a punching bag. You know, the Europeans were going to kick them out of the euro, and you know, they were ridiculed on CNBC. So last year, Greece came up with north of 8% GDP growth. The second quarter was 7.7%. Boy, are they back. A resilient people, a resilient region. But they're also a very large part in the solution, given their location, given their infrastructure. Vethousa has enlarged itself tremendously. So you have a tremendous amount of storage capacity in Vethousa. And Greece is using that additional capacity to help its neighbors. I got a call from Washington saying you have to go speak to Minister Skrekas, our energy minister, about getting 2 slots there for U.S. LNG ships to deliver to Bulgaria. Because Bulgaria has paid a higher price than anyone when Russia decided to make an example of them. And it was literally Greece who has primarily been the country that has helped them, in addition to the United States. They need a lot more help. They need a lot more help. So before I get into the other medium, short-term, long-term solutions, there's 2 battles going on. The first is a very honorable one. It's about decarbonization. It's about climate change. It's about energy transition. And we all have very sincerely held beliefs about that because climate change is real. You know, let's trust intrinsic scientific data here. It's real. You know, my friend and colleague, you know, talked about part of the World War II German Navy being visible from the Danube now, but look at floods in Pakistan. You know, you're looking at Lake Powell and Lake Mead at 28% capacity. These are real challenges. So on the one hand, we have decarbonization, energy transition, and climate change. On the other hand, we have to be rather practical and keep the lights on. This winter, let's do everything we can to do that because it's not just about energy scarcity. This is about food scarcity. There have been several fertilizer plants that have closed down in Europe. That speaks about lower crop yields. We have a Black Sea that's mined, grain more difficult to get out. That speaks to a humanitarian crisis that has been created in Ukraine. That speaks to an energy crisis that's been created largely due to what the Russians have done, to a food scarcity issue. These are very consequential times and very consequential problems. And they're not going to be solved all at once. So additional short-term solutions, the floating storage regasification units in Tripoli will come on at the end of 2023. There's a floating storage regasification unit in Adriatic that's coming on right now. The Bulgarian interconnector is going to be very helpful. Those are short-term solutions. On the more medium-term side, Motor Oil is doing one in Corinth. There's a second one in Alexandroupoli. There's a proposed interconnector I think will happen in North Macedonia. Now, we can't stop at Bulgaria and North Macedonia. If we're going to be geostrategically smart, and we're going to have to play three-dimensional chess with the Russians, those interconnectors have to go through Bulgaria, Romania, up through Moldova, and one day into Ukraine. We have to think long-term. The one in North Macedonia has to go to Kosovo and Serbia. We have to get Russia's boot off of Europe's neck. Now, we don't have a lot of these challenges in the United States, but they have them here amongst our allies. But even more important, they are problems of humanity. People will suffer. And I'm reminded of the chief rabbi of Berlin, Johann Prinz, who was the chief rabbi of Berlin at the time of Hitler, and spoke about the bigotry that existed at the time. But he said what was worse was the silence, was that people didn't speak up and people didn't act. We need to act, and we need to act in a very concerted effort, because this is nothing short about what type of world we want. Do we want a democracy or an autocracy? Do we want to respect the rules-based international order that has governed Europe for the last 3 generations? Or do we want countries inexplicably invading others and bombing children's hospitals? We need to act in a very concerted method to deleverage Gazprom, to work together to do this. I'm very proud of the cooperation of the United States and Greece, given Greece's strategic location and the fact that a lot of existing infrastructure and infrastructure that's about to come online is a very likely solution to a lot of these challenges. And having spoken to the Prime Minister and the Energy Minister, Greece is not only thinking about themselves, they're thinking about the region. They care about the people of Greece, but they also care about the people in Albania, in Bulgaria, in Serbia, and in North Macedonia. And this is how allies should act. This is leadership, because this is about a humanistic ethos. And I'll speak about the long-term solution. It's interconnectors that are going to come out of the Middle East. MBS has said that he has unlimited land, unlimited sun, and unlimited money. He has said that he produces 10% of the world's energy today, and he'll produce 10% of the world's energy in 30 years. It'll be a different type of energy. But it is the creation of energy through renewables and partially through LNG, at least for the medium term, through an electrical interconnector that comes into Greece, the strengthening of Greece's electrical grid, and then that goes all through Southeast Europe. That is the long-term and permanent solution on how we deleverage Russia. And as Russia accounts for 37% of their budget as energy sales, that's how you defang the snake. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. I have to tell you, I was incredibly impressed with the panel before us, who are the true experts here, and I applaud you for coming down here and sharing your thoughts on us. It was very illuminating for me.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Ambassador. It's strange that I speak to you in Greek, but it's also a great pleasure.
It's all Greek to me.
So, you mentioned climate change. A few days ago, Thessaloniki was flooded by rain. It was a huge problem here. I mean, there's clear signs of climate change. I think it's also very clear that we definitely need a lot of integration in this part of the world, this region. And I think it's time for cooperation and collaboration. We should set aside all the things that have separated us in the past and look forward to all the things that bring us together. And I think that Russia's war has been a catalyst in this, and we should benefit from that. And definitely we can see what is clearly evident here is the US's commitment. I mean, look at this panel. This speaks 1,000 words. So thank you all for being here sincerely. So may I ask you one question to all of you? So maybe we can go one by one. We're talking about this regional integration. What do you think are the impediments to regional integration? Master Burns?
So if I'm being honest, I mean, we've all talked in violent agreement about how important regional integration is. It makes sense from a strategic perspective. The imperative is now, geopolitics demand it. And I think the political leaders recognize it. And we heard that in the last panel. We've heard that in other discussions. Probably the biggest challenge is trust, because integration means interdependence. And this is a region that has been torn apart at times, not only by conflict, but by disagreements over certain issues. And so to have these kind of discussions, again, at the expert level, it's great to be in a room like this and to see people nod as all of my colleagues spoke and agreed with this. But when it comes down to the national political decision-making, it requires a level of trust in one's partners that they truly are looking out, not just for their national strategic interests, but for the regional strategic interests and the partnership strategic interests. And I think that extends as well to the citizens who, again, are faced with an existential moment. Are their homes going to be warm enough? Are they going to be able to power their homes? And do we trust that our political leaders are working with partners that can be trustworthy? It's a really tough one.
Thank you. Mr. Hill?
I would certainly agree that trust is a major factor. I think it's also the, supply of history exceeds the demand. I think young people are really sick of this stuff. I mean, you see this in any country you go to. They're just sick of their parents talking about this, this nationalism. And I can't say nationalism is dead in any of these countries, but, it's the generations are shifting on this. Regional integration can happen and is happening. North Macedonia, Albania, and Serbia have gotten together in something called Open Balkans, and they've pleaded for the other non-EU countries to come in. In fact, the Prime Minister of Montenegro came to the last meeting, but of course, in the meantime, he's now a technical prime minister. We don't even know how long that will be. But it's clear these countries need good neighbors, and in having good neighbors, they're going to have good energy partners. So I think as difficult as this is, they have to establish more patterns of cooperation, stick with it. If someone doesn't want to come to the meeting in September, make sure you're ready for them at the next meeting. Sooner or later, people can overcome these trust factors, and also maybe listen a little more carefully to their constituents who are sick and tired of standing at border lines when you can go from Hungary to Scandinavia and never slow down at a border. So I think that statistic I heard of the Balkans, where if you add up every lorry that stops at a border and you add up the time, 3 hours, 4 hours, et cetera, in 1 year you get 1,000 years of waiting at borders. I thought, although that statistic was so good, I didn't want to check it. I felt I had to, and the person came back to me and said, well, actually, it's wrong. It's 2,000 years. So, that has to be addressed, and whether it's a technology issue or whatever, I mean, you cannot have a situation where every 40 minutes you're stuck at the border for 5 hours. So they need regional approaches to these issues, and I think this kind of brutal necessity caused by energy will be the mother of this new invention of cooperation.
Fantastic statistic. Fantastic. Thank you. Ambassador Mustafa, do we have an acronym for this?
No, but I have 3 points. The first, domestic political instability is always an impediment, because when you have leaders who change, then decisions sometimes are reversed. You start over in terms of relationship building, new plan, new approaches. And so domestic political instability is definitely one factor. The second is a view still, but although this is hopefully changing for the better, a view still that it's transactional relationships. Yes, I will let you offload one shipment, but what am I going to get in return? And that political price countries are still thinking about. So that's the second impediment. And I would say the third is still a little bit of the zero-sum game mentality in terms of looking at, let me build this pipeline first before we complete the other, use more of my route rather than this other. And so I think if those are all removed, and instead, as friends, partners, and allies, we look at this as an opportunity for each one of us to become stronger without looking at it transactionally or in zero-sum game viewpoints, that will go a long way.
Fantastic, thank you. Ambassador Kim.
Right, I think, for all of us who are on this panel, the thing about Americans is we're very practical. So I agree fully with all of my colleagues, and in particular with what Ambassador Hill was saying about finding every opportunity to build regional cooperation, to build the habit of regional cooperation. And that is why we support very strongly the Open Balkans. And, we're looking forward to seeing all 6 members of the Western Balkans participating in this, giving this a try. And we're pleased with the progress that's been made so far. All of these are practical steps, reducing times, waiting at borders and all of that. It reminds me of something that one of Greece's recent foreign ministers said when, about the situation with North Macedonia, in fact. And I'll never forget it, because what he said was, history should be a school, not a prison. So I hope we learn the right lessons and take practical steps from there.
Thank you. Ambassador Tunis.
Thank you, Nico. I'm very sorry there was flooding in Thessaloniki, but I have to tell you, 2 weeks ago, I was praying for rain in Greece so we wouldn't have forest fires. You know, it's surreal because I'm praying that we don't have one natural disaster largely due to climate change, but we have another national disaster due to climate change that would prevent the first natural disaster. Folks, we have a problem, and it's only getting worse. But it also speaks to what I think is the biggest challenge, and that is the enemy of great is good. We talk about zero carbon in 2040. We talk about zero carbon in 2050. Both are laudable achievements. Good people can disagree on this. I respect a lot of point of views. I don't respect the point of view that ignores science, that we don't have climate issues, or the drill baby drill mentality. I look at Greece's example, which is a best practices one. Top 10 country in Europe, 52% of energy comes from renewables. If you, my president, President Biden has said, who is a great friend of Greece and understands this country better than anyone who has ever held that position, has said, don't tell me your values, show me your budget and I'll show you your values. And if you look at how Greece is looking to spend their resilience and recovery monies and their framework monies from the EU, a large part of it is in renewables and green energy. So let's go to the very honorable debates. Is it green hydrogen? Is it batteries? Is it wind? Is it solar? Which one should we do? Well, do all of them. But in the meantime, we're going to have to, at least for a transition period, also do LNG. Now, for this year, because we're in their extremis, there's going to be more lignite. So our decarbonization goals are going to have to get put back because you'd like the lights to turn on. You'd like a hospital to have power so they can perform surgeries. I don't want to go back to lignite. This government in Greece doesn't. No one does. But we have a real serious challenge this year. So we're going to have to sort of triage a little bit. But the ethos is here. Renewables, 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 renewables. And in the meantime, if we shut down a coal plant and replace it with LNG, and we reduce the carbonization by 50%, that's still a good thing. It's good. It's not perfect. But we should not engage, we should not stop engaging in efforts that promote decarbonization because they're not the perfect solution just yet. And a little bit of NIMBYism. You know, there's a lot of communities that may not want turbines and such. And I also think I'm concerned about the me first. All of us have challenges here. I understood one of the challenges the world had a couple of years ago when it came to the vaccinations. Let's get our country vaccinated first, and then we'll worry about everyone else. I have to tell you, that's a very short-term attitude because there's a lack of fundamental fairness and it causes resentment. We're all in this together. We have to solve these challenges as partners, you know, with a sense of respectful engagement. And if only in concert, and here's the practical thing. If you want to deleverage Russia, you don't do it yourself. They just have too many chips on the table. You get everybody together and you go after them, which means we're going to have to move in concert, which means it's not only about our country, It's about every other country joining us. And we have to demonstrate that we care about everyone else as much as we care about ourselves to fix this common challenge that we have. And I will tell you, never in the history of man, over the long term, have the forces of evil beaten the forces of good. Putin has made a massive miscalculation. And he has miscalculated how angry and how awoke he has made the world, because no one wants Vladimir Putin to have this type of leverage in an energy security matter, which is also a national security matter, any longer. And I think you're going to see the world come together and push upon all of these changes to do so.
I just wanted to make a quick addition on the issue of this, overcoming distrust, et cetera. I was at this Open Balkans meeting that Ambassador Kim mentioned, and one of the first speakers was the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama. So he stood up in front of this huge crowd. It was actually, they were combining a wine festival, which was kind of fun. I've never had so much wine in my life, but anyway. And Edi Rama says, my staff prepared this speech for me. And the first line here is that Albanians invented wine back in the Bronze Age in 2000 BC. And then Rama said, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but it doesn't belong in this meeting. And, this is a guy who really got the point of this, which was to be together, understand we have a common future, albeit a troubled past, and go forward. And then just the other day, news hit the wires about this cyber attack on Albania. And I happened to be with a visitor meeting with President Vučić, and the news had just hit, and Vučić said, I got to call Eddie. Nice instinct. And so I think just keeping at it, don't get discouraged when it doesn't move. Don't get discouraged when someone won't come because they're saying you're creating a greater Serbia or greater Albania. Just keep at it, and eventually you'll overcome the problems.
Thank you. Thank you all. I've been receiving threatening messages from the team that's organizing it, and it's vibrating on my wrist. So I need to wrap it up. May I ask you one final statement, including the question? We've discussed investments. We've discussed the role that the US could play. Could the US do more? Ambassador Burns.
Well, I think presenting a united front and a united message about the importance of regional energy independence, climate resilience, pulling together on all these big challenges is the first and foremost fundamental message that we can make here. And they're really, just to echo what my colleagues have said, the challenges are huge, but the opportunities are also there as well. Not only is it crystal clear that decisions that should have been made years ago now have to be made and have to be implemented, that the cost is too high not to make these decisions and investments now. That has never been more compelling. There's also been good progress in the region. The EU has finally recognized the importance of advancing North Macedonia's EU accession along with Albania. This is a hugely positive development. The United States and Europe have never been more strongly united on a number of issues, as Das Bolt said, working together on the energy security of all of our partners. And with Open Balkans initiative moving forward, we're seeing creativity in some of these regional arrangements that is starting to make a real difference for citizens. Now, when it comes to US businesses, they look at this region now with new eyes. And we are seeing more and more US investors coming to North Macedonia. They're competing with some great Western investors, particularly when it comes to photovoltaic and other renewable energy projects. We would love to see them more engaged. The biggest challenge in North Macedonia for these US investors, like in other parts, is financing because of the current economic crisis. And so we're very pleased that the Development Finance Corporation Chief Development Officer Andrew Herskowitz is here at this forum, but also then coming to Skopje to have some discussions as well. So I think there's a lot of activity and energy happening.
Thank you.
I think the U.S. can do more. We should do more. We will do more. And I think the message of, as you pointed out earlier, we have a great interest in this part of the world. And it's not just because Russia has planted itself in the Balkans once again, and that's been an age-old effort of ours for at least 75 years. But we understand we have very organic relations with all these countries. In a sense, we had something to do with helping many of these countries through very difficult periods in their history. The U.S. did a lot of that. The only thing I would stop at is these countries need to deal with each other. And so the time when someone says to me, oh, could you call so-and-so because I really don't like what you call so-and-so. You got a telephone. In fact, you're on your cell phone every day, every minute of the day. You call them and let me know how it goes. And if there's anything the U.S. can do to help, we'll help. But this is your responsibility to be directly in touch. So we cannot be a nursemaid to these countries. They need to make their own decisions, form their own budgets, form their own governments. Someone asked me about the new government situation in Serbia. I said, look, every time I've been asked for a name or something, I've provided one, I've always been wrong. You know your country better than I do. You pick the people. I'll work with whoever you pick. I mean, I wish they picked baseball fans. They never do. They always pick people that I have to work with in various ways, but that's the way it ought to be. So we need to be very involved, but not in a sort of paternalistic way. These guys got to do their homework and do it on their own.
Yes, we can do more. We are willing to do more. In where I'm at, there needs to be a desire for the U.S. to do more because in many countries, Russia has built the debate to be it's the U.S. that is after us, and in the energy sector as well, going with the U.S. is not necessarily a good option, and so there's a desire to balance. So we definitely can do more to strengthen the relationship, but there has to be a willingness for that. And if there is still a desire to balance, we can help in other ways. Just to make sure that the goal of diversification is met, because again, that is what's going to make these countries in the region stronger, and a stronger region means a stronger Europe, which means a stronger transatlantic relationship. I don't think I can add anything more to that. Yes, we're here. We want to do more. You're going to see us do more in every sector, but we got to do it together.
If you look over your left shoulder, you'll see who this is sponsored by. If you look at the names here, they're all Greek or American. Greece and the United States have figured out the cooperation in this space. And the level of cooperation is unprecedented, and it's highly, highly effective. And what Greece and the U.S. is doing, if we succeed, and I think we will make Greece an energy hub for Southeast Europe. And it makes sense because the infrastructure is there, the coastline is there, and it also helps that Greece controls 20 to 25% of the world's fleet to transport it. Now, having said that, we have become to realize that energy security is national security, that it's a geostrategic, geopolitical tool. And if we don't manage this, we can all be hurt by this. We have been all hurt by this. And there's going to, we're going to feel the consequences, and we are feeling them already. I'm proud of the United States. We don't have this issue back home. What was temporarily $5 a gallon at the pump has a 3 in front of it. And if you take out California, it's even lower. So the problem has subsided, but the president has made the commitment, because we are by far the largest oil and nat gas producer in the world, that we have to help our allies. And we have to help people that haven't traditionally been our allies, because it's just the right thing to do. So can the U.S. do more? Yes. Number one, convening. Providing strong, moral, effective leadership. Being very clear-eyed about this. providing investments when necessary. And I will tell you, we have brought Das Lockman here, Das Volts, and Andy Hershowitz, who's the Chief Development Officer of DFC, who told me today, look, we've only used about half of our $60 billion in capacity that we have to spend on these issues. That's a great statement by the United States. They're putting effort. First of all, we're showing up, we're putting effort, and we're putting resources to solve a global problem that impacts us less. But we realize we have to show leadership because it's impacting people around the world. So as Chris has said, we can do more, we will do more, we should do more. But I got to tell you, I'm really proud of my colleagues, all of which I look up to and are mentors to me. And I'm really proud of how our government has stepped forward and helped address what's a global problem.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think we'll close it on this note. I sincerely want to thank all of you for being here. This ambassadorial firepower in this panel is amazing. And I invite you and look forward to having you here next year at the 7th Southeast Europe Energy Forum. Thank you so much.
Hello from us too. I'm Katerina Soku. I'm a Washington, D.C. correspondent for Greek media and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. I'm delighted to be joined here today by Nikos Tsafos, a friend from Washington, D.C. Until recently, he was the Schlesinger Chair for Energy and Geopolitics at CSIS. He's been an advisor to governments, companies, banks in 30 countries on complex energy projects. And we're delighted to have you here with us, Nico, to talk about the strategies to tackle the energy crisis. And if I may refer to your analyst hat, if we're trying to define this energy crisis, how would you define it as an energy expert? And I guess adjacent to that, how long do you think it's going to take to resolve this crisis?
Well, thank you, Katerina. Thank you, everyone, for being here, the organizers for having me. This is an incredibly complex crisis, and I think the best way to understand it is in the following ways. First, it's multi-layered and multi-fuel. It's oil, it's gas, it's coal, it's electricity. In earlier or other energy crises, one of the ways you manage is you switch between the fuel that is hurting you to other fuels. At this moment, a huge chunk of our energy system is under enormous stress. And so that creates a complexity that is usually absent from other energy crises. I think that's one dimension. The second dimension is what we've seen on the price front is unprecedented. We have seen in the span of 1 year an increase in prices that is greater than the two oil shocks combined that happened over a 7-8 year period. And this crisis has been sort of reinforced by different ways of pricing energy, right? So until recently in Europe, we priced our energy off oil. So whatever the price of oil did, the price of gas did. Now we price our energy at exchanges and hubs, which means there is a new dynamic of how scarcity converts and manifests itself in price. The same thing for electricity. The price of electricity in many countries has gone up 5, 6, 7, 8 times. The overall cost to generate electricity has not gone up 6, 7, 8 times, but it is because of the structure that we use to price electricity that these increases are happening. So that's dimension number 2. And I think dimension number 3 is the imperative of the energy transition and climate change. So obviously we are seeing climate stress impacting our energy systems, the reliability of those systems. We're seeing that in many countries. But we also need to find solutions to this crisis that are consistent with our medium and long-term targets for the transition. And again, if you look at it as an analyst, in the past, you had a problem with gas, you went to coal. You had a problem with oil, you went to gas. Now, we need to sort of go to new fuels and industries that we have to create. We're not going to just go back to our old fuels. So, one example is the European Union has very ambitious targets on hydrogen. Well, we have to build the hydrogen industry. It's not just about pushing the button and a hydrogen industry appears. So I think that complexity makes navigating this crisis incredibly difficult. How long it's going to last, I don't know. What I do know is public policy and our choices will make a big difference. What countries decide, and more importantly, what the European Union decides to do is going to make a big difference on whether this is a crisis that lasts for a short term or is a crisis that lasts much longer. And so that's why I'm in this job, because I'm a believer in the role that government can play to shape this environment in a way that gets us out of this crisis as quickly as possible.
Okay, let's get to the policy proposals then. And of course, there is a big meeting at the European Council today of the energy ministers. And as the chief energy advisor to the Prime Minister of Greece and an energy expert, what would you like to see come out of this meeting today in both capacities and ideally they match, right?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think one of the important things to understand, and or at least that I see that I'm heartened by, is it seems that more and more European countries see the need for action. The Greek government, the Greek prime minister has been talking about interventions for a long time. And I think we as a government are very happy when we are in Brussels. I was in Brussels earlier this week to see more and more governments say, you know what, we weren't sure, but things are getting really difficult and we need to do something. So one overarching hope I have is for decisive action at the EU level. It may not be all my wish list. That's not how Europe works. But I think decisive action is what I'm looking for, very big picture. On the specific ideas, there's a lot of things being discussed in Brussels right now. I'm going to focus on two main areas. One is on the electricity sector, the other is on natural gas. On electricity, our main problem for the past year and a half or year has been that the high price of natural gas has brought up the price of electricity. Why? Because we price electricity at the margin. High price of gas means high price of electricity, even if the cost of all the other technologies hasn't gone up or hasn't gone up as much. And so the real interest has been, how do you decouple those two things? How do you prevent the high gas price from bringing up the electricity price? And there are different ways to do this. In Greece, we've chosen one path, which basically says each technology by regulatory decree is allowed to earn a certain amount of money. And the price could be X. If your cost is X minus 50, that 50 goes to the state to support consumers. And so this is actually an idea that now the European Commission has put on the table with some modifications, but it's essentially saying that we should have gas be its own thing, and we should have other technologies that are enjoying excess revenues because of the high gas price. We shouldn't let those technologies keep all those revenues. We should let them keep some. So in some ways, on the electricity side of things, we're very heartened by the discussion at the EU level. We think we have a good model. We appreciate that Europe has recognized this. And obviously, on the electricity side, we have the urgent need to talk about how do we reduce demand, how do we create more savings. And there's also a big discussion on the financialization of markets is creating a huge exposure now as firms are called by their bankers to put more and more money down. So trying to make sure that we have a good picture of that risk and a good strategy for managing that risk. So that's one part of the conversation happening in Brussels. And I think it's going in the direction that a Greek government is happy with. On the natural gas side, the Greek government has been from the beginning very vocal about the need to intervene in the natural gas market. What we have seen in the proposals from the President of the Commission and from various member states is an idea to put a cap on Russian gas. This is something that, on the one hand is very, it puts the idea of intervention on the table, which is very welcome because we've been advocates of intervention. But in our view, what is required is a more holistic solution. If we put a cap on Russian gas and who knows how Russia will respond to that, the real issue is the price of gas overall, not just the price of Russian gas. So when we look at our economic balances, when we look at our fiscal space, what matters is the price of gas, not just the price of Russian gas. The price of Russian gas matters, obviously, in terms of revenues to Russia. But from an economic perspective, what is more important is containing sort of the fallout in the gas market. So we have tabled views on a more direct intervention on TTF, the reference price for European gas. We have put on the table one model. Italy has put on the table a different model. Belgium has put on the table a slightly different model. The Commission has put on the table. So there's a lot of discussions happening around how best to do it. The two major concerns, and having spent most of my week talking about this topic and with different governments, the two main concerns is if you do it, can you still secure supply? Will supply still come to Europe? And the second one is, if we do this, might you have an incentive for more gas consumption, and therefore you might not get the savings? So, and those are legitimate concerns. We're trying to work through those arguments and convince the other member states that those are risks that we can manage. And I think the main message that we are trying to convey as a government is when you compare these proposals, compare them to the realistic alternative. Don't compare them to an idealized version of the market that doesn't exist anymore. So when people say, well, we'll be able to secure gas and LNG, the response is we might not be able to secure as much gas as we want, even if we don't have a price cap, if we have demand in Asia be very robust, or if the lockdowns in China stop. So there is a risk, not just of action, but also of inaction. And it's really important to weigh those two things together.
Okay, so in this environment, Greece is relatively in a good position compared to other European countries. And I'm wondering, of course, you've set out your own national response Greece has to the energy crisis, which, among others, and you recently wrote an article about that. One is obviously to secure the supply you need for winter, where arguably Greece is in a better position right now than many other countries. But also you've had this market intervention, the windfall tax to support the consumers. Can you talk a little bit more in more depth about this approach, how it's working and how long you expect it to last?
Yeah, so let's begin with security of supply. So we look at, as the Greek government, we look at gas a little bit differently than the rest of Europe. In Europe, on average, 1/3 of gas is used in power, 1/3 in industry, 1/3 in buildings. In Greece, 70% of the gas goes to power generation. So when you look at a European level, you have a multi-sector fuel. In Greece, really the majority of the gas goes to one sector, electricity generation. So very much of our thinking is on the interdependence between gas and electricity rather than sort of gas on its own. That's one. The second thing is we are one of a handful of countries in the European Union that has enough regasification, so LNG import capacity, that matches our consumption. Now, this is on an annual basis. It doesn't mean it's easy to, but it means we have much more sort of capacity to import LNG in case Russian supplies are interrupted, which they have not been to Greece as of yet. So those two things mean that we look at the market a little bit differently. We have done a number of things to strengthen our security. The minister in his video message referred to some of them, the FSU, the floating storage unit at Revithusa, being one of them. But the key thing that I want to convey in terms of our energy security, the EU has put a target for a 15% reduction in gas consumption. We've had a huge response from our industrial players switching from gas to naphtha to oil. We have seen a huge growth in renewable energy, about 20% in the first 7 months of the year. And we are actually right now about 50% of our electricity is wind, solar, water. And thirdly, we have, of course, put forward a plan to increase temporarily the generation from lignite. To give you a sense of the magnitude, we're going to go from about 5 terawatt hours to 10, which sounds very big. It is a big increase. We used to be at 30, right? So we've gone from 30 to 5, and we're going to go to 10 for a couple of years. So if you put all those things together, it more than covers the 15%. Now, some things may not work out. The lignite may be slower. Renewables, we never know. So it's not a reason to be sort of complacent, but it means that we look at a supply-demand balance that is that we've seen the demand respond significantly. We've also, on the supply side, significantly reduced our dependence on Russian gas. It used to be about 2/3 a few years ago. Last year it was 40. This year it's even lower than that. So, we are very vigilant. We continue to look at what might happen in the winter. We continue to do our contingency planning for managing the physical supply into Greece. But as you said, if you look at Greece relative to every other European country, we are on sort of the countries that you'd classify as in a better position than others. Now let's talk about the interventions in the market, because even if you have physical supply, you still have very high prices. So we've done a number of things from the beginning of this crisis to support different categories of consumers, the fuel pass, money to vulnerable households, and a number of things over the last few months, the support for diesel and other things. Obviously, the most significant, especially recently, has been our intervention in the electricity market. And what is interesting there is we are giving a lot of money to support electricity bills or support consumers to be able to afford electricity bills. But a lot of that money comes from the mechanism that we have put in place for windfall profits in the electricity sector. So to give you a sense, in August, we probably spent about 1.2 billion euros on electricity bills or electricity bill support. Only a little bit over 200 million came from the budget. The rest came from the system, either the windfall profits or the CO2 taxes. So that means that even though we're giving a lot of support, we're using the energy system itself to generate revenues that can, obviously we have economic targets, we have fiscal targets. And so what I can tell you is that we are constantly thinking about how to get support that is more tailored, that we can afford as a country, being very thoughtful about what's working, what's not working, what is needed. What we did in March or June may not be the same thing that we need to do in September and October. So we continue to refine our approach as the facts on the ground change. And I think that's a fair thing. The last thing I'll say on that is, I think there's a lot of debate around, prices need to reflect the cost, and consumers will respond to higher prices, which I think is a fair comment. And it is absolutely essential that if we're going to have savings, consumers see some of the increase in the cost of electricity. But it's really important to go back to my initial comment. The electricity bill is going up 6-7 times. The overall cost to generate electricity has not gone up 6-7 times. This is largely an artifact of how we structure these markets. So I think it's also a question of fairness. It's one thing to say you consume a good, the cost to produce this good has gone up 6 times, you have to pay 6 times more. That's not what's happening here. The price of the good has gone up 6-7 times because of the structure of the market. And so I think it's also a question of fairness to say that we should try to correct this sort of distortion in the market, rather than just saying, well, this is the price that comes out. I'm a very big believer that, energy markets, we keep tinkering with them because we have to get them right. And, we've gone through a number of different versions of how we price oil, how we price gas, how we price electricity. And the reason we keep tinkering is because whatever we have at some point shows its weakness, and you have to come up with a new system that is tailored for the moment that's coming or the moment you're in. And so that's very much the philosophy of this government, is to try to figure out, what is working, what is not working, and what can we afford, what is fair, how do you get the support to those who need it the most, and try to adjust as you go along as the crisis changes.
Okay, I'd like to focus a little bit more on the security of supply and ask you about a potential stop of Russian energy flowing to Southeast Europe, given that the geopolitical tensions are still very alive and active. We cannot exclude it, and I'm assuming that you're having your own exercises on the table of how you might react to that. How would Greece respond to such a situation? Is it well prepared to handle this? And a similar question would be, and it was asked before to the energy ministers of Southeast Europe, how long before we don't need Russian energy anymore?
Yeah, so I am not going to give you my forecast of whether we're going to have Russian gas this winter. What I will tell you is that from the day I started this job, which is not too long ago, my number one priority has been assuming no Russian gas, what happens and how can we deal with this? I don't know what will happen. What I want to do is I want to make sure that can we look at our system without Russian gas? And what are the vulnerabilities? What are the challenges that we have? And so it takes us back to the discussion we were having that for Greece, 70% of gas goes to electricity. And so the consumption of gas for heating in households is only a very small portion of the overall market. All the distribution networks are about 18% in 2021. The households are probably around 10% plus or minus. So the security of supply for the household sector is not a huge part of the concern. Price is a different thing. So for us, the main thing has been, how do we secure the electricity sector? Because it is through the electricity, it is in the electricity sector that the vast majority of our gas is consumed. So that has put us on an exercise to look at the electricity sector and what we can do. So what are we doing? One, we are increasing our production of lignite. That's going to take a little bit of time to ramp up. Number two, we've had preparations for some of the power plants that can use alternative fuel, which means oil, to be able to switch to those alternative fuels. We have the growth of renewable energy. Trust me, I know that the impression in the Greek public is that it's going to be lignite that saves us this winter. I think it's going to be wind and the sun. And in fact, if we have good renewable output, the picture for Greece looks much, much better. We have very good, unlike the rest of Europe, our stocks at reservoir levels on hydro are actually quite good coming out of the summer. So that gives us a good buffer in contrast to the rest of Europe that has seen big droughts and there are shortages. There isn't enough water, and so that's the overall picture. The key thing is, if you don't have Russian gas, we're going to rely on our pipeline gas from Azerbaijan. We're going to rely on LNG. Some of that gas will also go north. I'm sure we'll talk about that since this is a regional forum, but let me just focus on Greece for a second. So the question is, without the degrees of freedom that Russian gas gives you, you need to operate the system very optimally, right? And there's a lot of things we don't know. We don't know what kind of a winter we're going to have. Is it going to be very cold or is it going to be mild? We don't know, as I said, hydro output. We don't know how our electricity system, especially older units, are going to perform under stress. So there's a lot of things we don't know. What we are trying to do is make sure that we have as much contingency as possible and that we understand exactly what the weakness of the system are and trying to find ways to strengthen the system where possible. How long will it take? I think the answer I would have given you, 6 months ago is, multiple years that it would take for us to be able to say that we live without Russian gas. The reality is that if we have to live without Russian gas now, that is just the reality, right? So we've seen Europe withstand a huge decrease in Russian gas flows. And so the reality is that the question of how long it will take is almost becoming sort of academic, because the phase out of Russian gas is being forced on Europe sort of much faster than Europe would have chosen. It doesn't affect this part of Europe yet and a few other countries. But the reality is that, the change in flows has been sort of much more dramatic than I think anyone anticipated when this war started.
And a related question to that, how much energy conservation would be required in such a scenario? of a sudden stop of Russian gas. I mean, I just this past week, there were initiatives for government buildings and authorities to scale down on their energy consumption. This is voluntary for now. Do you expect that this would be something that would need to be ramped up in a scenario like that?
I mean, look, the easiest way to balance any system is through reducing energy consumption in a reasonable way, right? I think this the word reasonable is important, right? Because if you can't afford energy, we shouldn't call that energy savings, right? Energy savings is still being able to get the benefits of energy but consuming less. So I think there's a fine line between what is savings and what is just forced savings. Our view is that we are going to try to get savings where we can. I think as we go into the winter, we're going to see a ramp up of a public education sort of campaign of best ways to conserve energy. I think the reality is that Greek consumers have experience with periods of time when our system has come under stress. And so it's not unfamiliar to them to experience, moments where, we say, can you please reduce because otherwise we'll have to curtail supply. Our goal is to not have to curtail supply, obviously, but, it all depends on a number of factors that we can't know right now, which is what will happen to Russian gas, what the weather is going to be, the performance of our system. But reducing consumption is definitely going to be one of our goals. And one of the things actually that we've done, there are sort of two ways to reduce consumption. And if I put on my energy analyst hat, I will tell you that anything that depends on humans doing things is less reliable than anything that depends on machines. So one of the things we did is we spent money to support consumers who wanted to replace energy-intensive appliances at their homes, right? I very much trust the fuel-efficient refrigerator to use less energy than the refrigerator you just threw out. Then I trust individuals to turn off the light, to keep an eye on the thermostat every hour. So there is a system response that we invested in. And, I wish we could have done sort of more because there was a lot of demand for this kind of product. But, you have scarce resources. You have to think about where to put them. So it's not something that we're not thinking about. It's something that we're trying to pair public education as well as targeted investments that we know have a visible impact on consumption because they are sort of rewire the system.
And I would assume this also means that you don't mess with industrial production either. You don't want to end up in a recession just because they can't use electricity anymore. But Eva, I think we need to wrap up. And I do want to go to the last question, which is Greece's role in the region. After all, as you said, this is a conference, a forum about Southeast Europe and the role that Greece can play on regional integration and diversifying the energy resources of the region. How do you see Greece's role, how it has progressed, and how focused is this current Greek government on that particular issue? Where do you see it helping?
Yeah, well, first of all, let me say more broadly, interconnections are a lifeline. They are, there's a lot of criticism that Europe didn't do anything after the 2006 and 2009 crises. I don't think that's a fair characterization. We saw a huge increase in our capacity to import LNG and the capacity to move that gas to where it's needed. So the map looks very different today than it did 15 years ago. And that is absolutely the case for this part of the continent as well. Right now we are, supplying Bulgaria. And, Bulgaria is one of the countries that was one of the first to get cut off from Russia. So that connectivity has been absolutely essential. And interestingly enough, this is happening even before we have IGB fully operational, before we have the FSRU in Alexandroupoli. And so what is really interesting to me is, I get to, sit with the prime minister when foreign leaders come And it's remarkable just how many foreign leaders from the region, in particular, when they come, they want to talk about energy and try to figure out, how do you move energy and particularly gas around in an optimal way. And so I think the question for us is, how do we make smart investments? How do we bring partners from the region who will benefit from these investments to participate in these projects? And also how we think about the role of Greece, not just in natural gas, but also in electricity. Thinking about, we are very well connected sort of north and west, but we need to build our connectivity south. And also thinking about new energy carriers like hydrogen eventually. So, connectivity is, if you look at the European energy system right now, the number one problem is connectivity. You can bring a lot of gas to Spain, but you can't push it in. You can bring gas to the UK and you can't really push it in. There's a huge gap between the price on the water and the price inland, and that reflects bottlenecks in infrastructure. And so, this investment is, the tough things that you always sort of, it took, 10 years for the FSRU in Alexandroupolis to sort of happen, right? So you're very happy when you've done it, but it takes a long time for all the obstacles to be overcome and for the necessary things to come together. But we're very focused on this because we see the significance that our position has for the energy security of our neighbors. And I can tell you this comes up in every sort of discussion that I'm in with regional partners.
Beautiful, and I'd like to close on that note and on the fact that the crisis should also be used as an opportunity for the energy transition and thinking ahead on how to get there rather than just focus on the crisis management that we need to do right now. Thank you very much, Nico.
Thank you.
And please join us for lunch. It's being served outside.
So welcome back. It's time to proceed to the next session, next panel. The title is Electricity Interconnections, Enabler of Green Energy Supply and Diversification. And I think it's quite interesting panel to try to touch upon technical issues that we have to do with supporting grids, electricity grids that will really allow us to move to the next step of the energy transition in a local scale, in a regional scale. So to move forward, I would like to introduce the panel, which has very distinguished speakers and representatives of the Greek DSO, TSO, and of course, the private company. So on the left side is Mr. Tassos Manos, the CEO of the Hellenic Electricity Distribution Network Operator, Dr. George Pechlivanoglu, the Vice President of the UNIS Energy Group, and last but not least, Mr. Ioannis Margais, who is the Deputy Chairman and Director General, Technology Systems Development and Strategy of the Independent Power Transmission Operator of Greece. So I would propose starting with a short introduction from all our speakers.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Thank you for the invitation, and it's an honor to be here today with you. From my side, I'm the CEO of HEDNO, the Hellenic Energy Distribution Network Operator. HEDNO is a monopoly, and it is responsible for the medium and low voltage of Greece. It has about close to 8 million customers and a network of 242,000 kilometers, almost 6 times the perimeter of Earth. So we are in a major transformation and modernization program, and later on we will discuss how this is connected also and affects the grids and the corresponding connections.
Thank you. So Mr. Pechlivanoglu, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much for the invitation. It feels very nice to be for the fourth time in this great event, and we're happy to be able to exchange knowledge and information with distinguished guests from all over the world. So I represent UNIS, a renewable energy and green tech company, which is trying to develop all the technologies and the projects that will bring us into the era of new energy. We try to integrate infrastructure projects, energy distribution projects with international interconnections, and renewable energy projects in multiple scales, from homes and buildings to large-scale facilities, together with e-mobility, storage, and all the new technologies that will allow the country and the region to become really an energy hub, an important force in the green transition era, as well as in the effort to diversify our energy resources. And I would just say that overall, the idea of the group is to utilize its great connections with academia all over the world, US companies, technology companies, and also other partnerships to enhance the technological innovation in the green tech space, trying to move along what Ambassador Tsounis mentioned before, not only developing the new technologies and new renewable energy sources for Greece, but for the entire region. So that's in a nutshell who we are and what we do.
Thank you. Mr. Margais.
Thank you very much, Spiros, and thank you for the invitation to be here. And it's a very critical moment for Europe and Greece in terms of energy security, and I believe that it's up to us, and I mean our generation, and of course our institutions, to make sure that this moment will go on as secure as possible and as efficiently as possible. We, as IPTO, the TSO of Greece, we have a double role, as we say. On the one hand, we are investors in the transmission system infrastructure. So we are implementing a €5 billion investment program up to 2030. But at the same time, we are the ones responsible for the system adequacy. So what energy transition means in our times has to be considered within many different perspectives. I believe, as also the previous speakers mentioned, and it's one of the topics of these discussions today, without having the necessary grids, and when we say grids now, we are not talking about internal grids, but actually interconnections between different countries and continents, and without having the necessary storage, I believe that we will face significant challenges. So I hope that we will have the time to elaborate on these issues today and, of course, in the coming months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about interconnection. In fact, we're talking about grids that will support electricity penetration and distribution. So one major issue, and I'm talking to Mr. Manos here, is how a proper grid development could aid towards energy independence and lower energy costs, especially for our customers.
Thank you for the question. It is a twofold question. I'll talk first of all about the proper grid development, which, as also mentioned by IPTO, is very crucial for achieving all of our national and European energy and climate goals. It is by definition, and we know it and we see it every day now, that lower energy costs and energy interdependence rely heavily on the distribution networks and the transmission and their modernization. So let's start from the HEDNO side, what we have done for that and how we achieve these goals, or how do we contribute from our role to these goals. RES, renewable energy sources, in HEDNO network back in 2018 were calculated around only 4 gigawatt. Between then and now, 2019 to 2022, we have managed to increase it to almost more than 6 gigawatt by more than 42%. And the plan, by end of 2023, it is to reach close to 10 gigawatt, provisionally, that we will have also the connection of the 2 gigawatt of electrical space dedicated to net metering. This means an increase of 158% in just 4 years. Remember that big companies that used to be in the broader private sector, only the procurement circle is 2 to 3 years. We would be discussing about the potential increase, not the actual results already delivered to the ground. Now, this has been done by accelerating in all dimensions. And it's really interesting that back in 2019, we had 1,500 applications, while now we have exceeded 20,000. And only 2022, we're planning to connect 3,500 renewable energy sources projects to our grid. This means every working day, 16 new projects are connected, activated, and operate to our grid. This is a number in the performance beyond any imagination in the past. And for this reason, we have managed to achieve within 2022-23 the targets of NEST, National Climate Energy Plan, of 2025. And by 2025, we will have achieved the targets of 2030. So the one item of the party is the grid needs to be accelerator, the catalyst of having renewable energy sources, of providing this ability to improve the corresponding cost. And now the grids also need to have flexibility. And flexibility has to do with automation and smart grid. In the past, we had the typical waterfall approach. Waterfall approach means that we had the production, the transmission, the distribution, and the consumption. This now is a it's a multi-connection equation, because mainly in the distribution, you have also the electric vehicles, you have the renewables, you may have a battery. Same stands also for transmission to other areas. And the typical source is completely changed. So there are 9, I would say, main items that we have to work on for the zero emission economy to achieve it through smart grids. And why smart grids are so important? More efficient transmission of electricity and reliable power, much quicker restoration of electricity after disturbance, reduced operations management costs for utilities, reduced peak demand, which will also help lower electricity rates, because by the moment you have a full view of the various elements of production, it means that you're not requiring other types of very expensive production. Better integration of customer-owned power generation systems, what we're talking, improved security, smart devices and smart homes. It's coming. In other countries, it's already there. And paving the road, of course, for EVs and other items. So in the next 2 minutes, to add another 2 important items, HERNO is taking all the actions to rapidly transform its network to this necessary smart grid. Only for 2023, the corresponding investments are above 56 million, including installation of telemetric systems, GIS, expansion of network supervision and control infrastructure. With these automations, we're planning to improve by more than 15% the performance of and the quality of our electricity on the network through use of remotely controlled load switches and automatic reclosing switches and all this technical stuff. At the same time, by putting the proper automations in all elements of our value chain, we'll be in better control to fully control and operate our network. So these are some of the major projects we're working on and will help us address and support the needs of the future of this completely new reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peklimanoglu, how do you see the role of private group of companies in the same concept? So we're talking about larger interconnection now, not local scale, as Mr. Manos was talking about. So how do you see this grid development could help our country or our region towards energy independence and also lowering the energy costs?
Great. So this is the very crucial question. Traditionally, the private sector was a follower. So the state was dictating policies and the state organizations were developing the infrastructure, such as the grids, and the private sector was following, integrating standard solutions. In the case of Greece or other countries of the same size, the private sector was not only a follower, but was also utilizing technologies that were developed elsewhere. We believe that this era is gone. The private sector has to be a major player in infrastructure and has to be an active developer of new technologies. The reason why UNIS is investing in R&D and international collaborations is in order to introduce new technologies and not to just import them. So based on that, we see the issue of grid, smart grid and interconnections, a multi-scale issue. So we do develop processes, technologies, and solutions for small scale, and we can discuss possibly later about all these things, about e-mobility, smart grids, and all that. And at the same time, we embark in a journey of investing in infrastructure of very large scale. So by introducing international interconnections, together with smart grid technologies and large-scale storage technologies, we are able to allow international players to contribute with renewable energy within the Greek system. So by allowing specifically, talking about our project, by allowing renewable energy generation from Egypt or the nearby region to enter through the Greece-Africa power interconnection, we are able to inject low-cost renewables into the system. Now, this can be used with the use of large-scale batteries, with a time offset in order to trade renewable energy at a beneficial price difference, or to generate green hydrogen, or anything that ensures the stability of the system, and the introduction of additional green energy. So in the end, the private sector, as we see and we want to actually actively contribute, now enters the grid infrastructure together, of course, with the traditional actors in order to allow the addition of renewables, but also the addition of new technologies in the system. A final comment is the fact that energy trading plays a massive role in today's grids, and interconnections are an inherent part of the trading process. Batteries are the same. So you cannot separate these things anymore, and that's why private actors are now inherently part of this ecosystem.
Okay, thank you. Are you having a problem or what? Okay. Mr. Margais, I know that many people, many market players see IPTO, crypto, as a major player in terms of, stabilizing the energy market in Greece and also expanding our, borders, our energy borders. So how do you see, what are your plans in terms of expanding the existing interconnections or, making some inside our country, because we have a lot of missing interconnections, especially with the islands. And what's your, let's say, 10 years or 20 years plan for that?
Let me give you a brief overview of the latest developments. As you said, we have started the interconnection plan for the islands. So lately we finished a very important interconnection in the Sporades complex of islands that is now in operation since July. We have also started the interconnection of Naxos with Santorini, which is a major touristic destination also and has the national interest. So there we have already completed the laying of the submarine cable between Santorini and Naxos, and of course we are moving on with the execution of the substation within Santorini Island. And within 2022, we will be able to contract the project of interconnecting Attica with the rest of the Cyclades Islands, and I mean Milos, Folegandros, and Serifos, completing the complex of Cyclades interconnection. At the same time, the major project that we are currently executing is, of course, the Ariadne interconnection between Crete and Attica. In that project, we have already completed the laying of the submarine cable for the one of the two poles, around 170 kilometers. And within the next 6 months, we will complete the submarine cable laying for both poles. And at the same time, of course, constructing the converter stations in the two sides of Attica and Crete, making it possible for the interconnection to be in operation within 2024, which is our target. We are moving on also with the renovation of the island interconnections in the Ionian Sea. These are old interconnections. They have more than 30 years of operation. And right now we are contracting the Zakynthos Peloponnese interconnection. And within 2022, we are also going to be able to tender the interconnections of Kefalonia and Lefkada and moving on with Kerkyra. These projects in the Ionian side amount to around 100 million euros project. There are the integration of renewables, however, has also made it very obvious that the infrastructure in the interconnected system needs further upgrade and expansion. And within 2022, again, we are completing the east corridor of extra high voltage, and I mean the 400 kV line between Megalopoli and Corintho, and the extra high voltage substation in Corintho. And we are also going to be able to contract the 400 kV line between Corintho and Koumoundouros. With that project, we will be able to have a Peloponnese, which is now, as you know, congested in terms of further expansion of renewables in the coming years. The 10-year plan of IPTO, of course, includes several upgrades of lines and substations in the rest of the country. However, if I have 2 or 3 minutes, I would like to focus also on the international interconnections. And I'm referring, of course, the biggest interconnection that is in a very mature stage now is the interconnection between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel, the Eurasia Interconnection Project. We have been supporting this project for several years on the technical level, and now we are more or less ready to say that the project is about to enter the execution stage. This project will be the first project to connect Middle East with the European market, with all the important results of such a relation. We also have, we are finalizing with our neighbors from Italy the new interconnection that will be implemented in the coming years between Greece and Italy. As you know, we have already an existing interconnection there of DC technology, and we are more or less getting close to the decision of moving on with a 1,000 megawatt new high voltage DC interconnection. The rest of the borders of Greece, and I mean with Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Turkey, we are also studying the upgrade of our interconnections and the replacement of existing interconnections with higher capacity interconnections. We are also now executing the new line with Bulgaria that will be commissioned in the coming few months. However, and this is important to understand in Greece and I mean for all the market players, Greece is a relatively small country in terms of local load. Our peak load is around 9 gigawatt. Right now, we have in Greece around 10 gigawatt of installed renewables. Today, as we speak, September 2022, we have already 12 gigawatt of connection offers that are binding. This means that 12 gigawatt of renewables already reserve the electrical space. So for us as an operator, we have in total 22 gigawatt of renewables already in either in operation or in the position to be operating today. The target of Greece for renewables is to reach the 25 gigawatt target in 2030. So the question here is, are these projects going to be executed in the coming 2 to 3 years of renewables? I mean, the 12 gigawatt of renewables that are already reserved the electrical capacity. So this is a major question that the market and the institutions and of course the state have to consider. If we are going to have 12 gigawatts of renewables installed in the coming 2 to 3 years, this means that within 2025, we will be able to reach the target of 2030. Of course, we don't finish there. There are major, bigger goals for 2050 and so on, but we need to understand that when we discuss about grids and renewables, we need to know the real data. The second thing is that we will go on more than 25 gigawatts of renewables, 27, 28 gigawatts. Let me tell you that our 10-year plan for 2030 says that we will be able to host 28 gigawatt of renewables in 2030. So 3 gigawatts more than the official national target through the interconnection of islands and so on. At that point, given the size of the country, there will be a challenge for the energy flows where to go. So this is why I'm saying that if we don't start now to integrate storage in the grid of Greece, in the transmission and distribution system, there will be no corridor for this energy to flow, and this does not have to do with our own international interconnections. Right now, we have international interconnections that are much bigger than the energy flow that actually flows. And this has to do with how the transmission systems look on the north of our country, and I mean within the Balkan region. So to put it shortly, because not to lose a lot of time, we need a big initiative, let's say. It cannot be done on the level of the TSOs. Of course, we try through our own institutions, we discuss with our colleagues from the other Balkan countries, but we would need a strategic initiative from Europe and international initiative to work on the Balkan region as a corridor for renewable energy flows from the north to the south and mainly from the south to the north. If Europe really is at crossroads now in terms of energy security, If we don't build new transmission corridors from the south to the north to the center of Europe, I'm afraid that we will never be able to reach the targets in gigawatts that we are discussing and thinking. Of course, then we have the interconnection with Egypt as well, as mentioned before. We are working on this project with our colleagues from EETC, the transmission operator of Egypt, since 1 year now. And we are very close to contract the first feasibility and cost-benefit studies for such an interconnection. The perspective of this project is, of course, to bring cheap green energy from Egypt to Europe, and this is why it's very important that we have made the decision to fund our first studies through the REPowerEU mechanism. But again, this energy will have to flow to Greece, and from Greece it has to flow to the center of Europe, where the consumption, of course, is higher. I believe that, as I said before, grids are necessary, infrastructure, of course, is necessary, but right now, what we face today, September 2022, it's not the lack of grids, and I'm talking for the grid that we are operating, the high voltage grid. What we are lacking is a mechanism to ensure that the renewables that reserve capacity are actually being executed. And of course, we are here to work with the market and the state on how the storage could be accelerated and installed in the coming 1, 2, 3, 4 years within Greece. Otherwise, we will face significant challenges in the operation of the system.
Thank you for the comprehensive approach. So, Mr. Peklivanoglu, one issue is that how do you see your positioning in this status, and based on the geopolitical parameters that might affect, different projects that you are interested or could be interested in the future?
Yes, that's a very good point. I would say it is very important to take into account whenever anyone is developing this sort of projects, be it interconnections or large-scale renewables or storage systems. One has to take into account the basic geopolitical parameters and restrictions. So one thing what we try to do, and I cannot speak for any other private actors, I can say only what the mentality of UNIS on that would be. First of all, is to really take care and be extremely careful in implementing projects and make sure that they follow the international law. Specifically for the interconnections, going through the exclusive economic zone between Greece and Egypt is a no-brainer. I don't personally think that the projects that are outside of this exclusive economic zone, given the sensitive, character of the area, will get a green light. But that's again my own estimation. The other thing is to be very careful in assessing the impact, overall holistic impact of these projects, not only for the country, for the region, for the local population, and so on. So we try to use existing infrastructure when it is available and to have a minimal amount of impact on the overall region. Specifically for the interconnection, we interconnect from Crete, from the point of Atherinolakos area, which already has high capacity electrical infrastructure, in an effort to use existing facilities as much as possible in order to minimize the impact. Last but not least, we try to mobilize the right investors and the right vendors for the future of these projects. It is critical to mobilize Western investors and to make sure that we are able to stick to the EU policy and NATO policy and Western policy in terms of who puts the money, to put it bluntly, for these projects. We are already in several discussions with American investors. We would really like to have US involvement in this very critical project of interconnecting Greece with Egypt. I think we will be successful in that. And the same thing goes for the technology. We need to make sure that Western technology is really present in these projects. And one of the reasons that we are also starting our business activities in USA with our branch in Unis USA is to facilitate this exchange. Only by exchanging technology and information, we are able to mobilize US or Western technology to be involved in these projects in our corner of the world. So overall, I would say that now that the private sector is getting involved in geopolitical projects, we all have to be a little bit more worried about the geopolitical extent of our projects. And we have to be careful to respect international law and to go along with what is said by the major geopolitical actors.
Thank you. As the time ran out, I would like to conclude with one question for Mr. Manos. I know that many people, I can really understand how hard your work is to modernize an existing grid while it operates at the same time. It's very difficult, and some people don't really understand that. But many people, especially in the renewables field, they really ask for faster investments from your side in order to connect to the grid, which is something that everybody in the renewables area want. So if you were to choose or to select between two, factors, so what would be the most important for you? Is this funding issues that really delay you, or is it time that you would ask for somebody else?
Great. First of all, let me give you a few more elements from the history of HEDNO. HEDNO, the period of 2015 to 2019, had an annual CapEx plan of 150 million per year. It was the only distribution operator network in Europe losing value. So it has a gap of close to 750 million euros of investments between 2014 and 19, to be exact. Now, when we started the restructuring of HEDNO, we started from the 150, we climbed up to 170 to 120. Now we're going to close this year to 170 million euros, so almost double in 3 years' time, planning to go to 350 next year. No, it's not an issue of available cash. There is the available cash, but the speed where you can really increase recovering and correcting missing items of 5 years, it cannot be beyond a level. Already doubling it by 100% in 3 years' times. Whenever I'm discussing with DSO colleagues, other CEOs in Europe, the typical response is, no, this cannot happen. So this is the typical one. And I'll give you one more metric. We're modernizing our distribution centers, big substations around Greece. We have around 250 common substations with IPTO and so on and so forth. So these have, on average, 2 to 3 transformers, 600 pieces. The last 70 years. So you can do the average, how many per year. And we are planning to modernize and order, and we are already in the procurement phase, more than 40, 50 pieces. What it would take in 10, 12 years, we're trying to do it in 2. But it cannot happen faster than that. We're talking about a network 6 times the perimeter of Earth. We're talking about 4,500,000 poles. We're talking about 15 million of insulators. I mean, the numbers are beyond any imagination. So to this extent, we drive this car much faster than it can. And we are continuously improving and faster, improving and faster. So it's not an issue of capital. We have the plan, we have the capital, but we need some time. And this time is usually 3 to 5 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your participation, for your comments and your discussion here. And I think it's a very interesting panel. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So we're here again for our next panel, which is titled Southeast Europe, Green Energy Hub, Hydrogen Supply Corridors and Offshore Wind Power, which is a trifold approach to three different subjects, quite interesting, all of them, talking about Green Energy Hub, most probably about Greece and also the local region, how can hydrogen can play a role to that, and also how offshore wind can combine and adapt to all these issues. So I have a very interesting panel with me, starting with Mr. Vasilis Grigoriou, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Chairman of the Board of Advent Technologies Holdings. Mr. Aristotelis Hadavas, who is the head of Europe for Enel Green Power and also the president of Solar Power Europe. Ms. Nektaria Karakatsani, the advisor to the Minister of Environment and Energy. Mr. Aristophanes Stefatos, who is the CEO of the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company, HERIMA. And of course, Mr. Konstantinos Papaloukas, who is Energy Policy and East Med Specialist, and he is the leader of Greek National Hydrogen Committee. So I think that based on disciplines, and each one of you is a bit focused on some of our three pillars of our panel today. So I would like to start with our lady here. So and ask Ms. Karakatsani, so what are the next steps and challenges that you see for hydrogen development in Greece?
Thank you very much for this kind introduction and invitation. It is always a pleasure to attend this forum, which is really acting as a catalyst for energy developments in the region. As Minister Skrekas emphasized this morning, Greece is actually turning into a hub not only for gas, but also for green energy. And this dual orientation actually facilitates both strategic autonomy and also decarbonization in the entire region. And before focusing on your question, just to mention some highlights and facts. So electricity exports have increased from Greece by 400% over this summer, and on a year-to-year basis by 42%. When it comes to gas exports currently correspond to almost 40% of our domestic national consumption. We have exported more than 17 terawatt hours of gas towards Bulgaria and also small quantities towards Italy. When it comes to renewables, we expect to reach record quantities this year, even of the order of 18 to 20 terawatt hours. So certainly a green revolution is in place, and I believe that the government, the ministry, has introduced well-balanced policies to engage in this green transition, all categories. So citizens, small and medium enterprises, large industrial players, energy communities. In addition, a milestone decision has been the ministerial decision that set priorities and clear goals in order to handle in order all these accumulated grid term requests that had been accumulated over the years. So as a result of this, we see a huge momentum currently regarding PPAs due to the clear incentive that has been introduced. Moreover, when it comes to new technologies, we now have a clear framework for offshore wind. Just to highlight that there is a legal certainty for investors, exactly because a decree is going to be issued for all sea areas in which parks will be developed. Also, there is going to be a fair cost allocation mechanism and additional efficiency in the sense that special planning issues will evolve in parallel with grid connection issues. When it comes to electricity storage, we also have now the legislative framework in place. And over the next months, the regulatory arrangements, which means the way in which this bidding will be allowed in the target model markets, will also be clarified. So there have been a lot of developments when it comes to green transition for everyone, plus new technologies. Now focusing on hydrogen, I believe that Mr. Papalukas has done a great job as a chair of the committee. He has defined priorities, sectors in which we can start to make a difference. And I believe that what is also going to help is two facts. First, that Repower EU includes a spectrum of projects which are crucial to stimulate demand and production, but also infrastructure. And I'm talking about the duplication of the gas pipelines and the objective to adapt DESFA's system, high pressure system, to 100% hydrogen ready. Overall, I believe that currently we have the legislative framework. We have also promoted financial instruments. We have investor clarity and all the elements to continue in the right direction. When it comes to hydrogen, technical studies, very thorough, have been finalized, and I'm sure that we can now accelerate the implementation. Finally, a last element, if I may, since I'm participating at various coordination groups regarding the energy crisis, I would like to highlight something that I found interesting. According to NCOE assessments, 50% of gas-fueled production, electricity production across Europe can be substituted without jeopardizing energy security. I believe that we need to be very careful with this element because the EU climate targets can be severely undermined if this substitution is not to the maximum extent a green substitution. I believe that Greece has a pivotal role, is leading the way, and I expect European countries to follow in a similar direction. So thank you very much for this introduction.
Thank you very much. I'll come to Mr. Grigoriou, and I'm very happy that I met you again many years ago. I know that we studied in the same position back in the University of Petersburg anyway. So I'd like to have a couple of words about Advent. I know that you are doing a lot of novel things, but let's focus on the energy sector and how do you see your role, and that you're extremely engaged in terms of hydrogen, and how do you see your role in the development of hydrogen in Greece, and how this could help Greece, let's say, become a green energy hub.
Thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to be here and see you again after a long time. It has been a long time since we had these labs in Patras to where we're now. So Advent actually started in the Patras Science Park. And we're doing green hydrogen and fuel cells. Fuel cells are like batteries, only when you take fuel, hydrogen in this case, you create clean energy. So you don't, charge and recharge. You keep on getting clean energy as long as you put the fuel. So from that time, it was about 15 years ago to now, we've managed to become an international company with operations in Silicon Valley, Boston, Denmark, Germany, of course, Greece, and the Philippines. And our key differentiator, because I'm a scientist deep inside, is the technology. Because I felt always that if you have the best tech, you'll figure out the rest. If you don't have the best tech, you can always, trying to, optimize things that they're difficult to optimize, in my opinion. So with the fuel cells, we have invented and commercialized technology which is called high temperature PEM, and it's used in stationary applications, backup power, telecom towers, things like that, and lately also in mobility, automotive, heavy duty, and in that respect, we have a global presence because we listed in NASDAQ in New York a couple of years ago. So I think finally we also have a name we're one of the, in my opinion, top companies in terms of, technology for that matter, and do the new things. Now, based on that, we had seen, I think, some years ago, that green hydrogen is going to be a big thing. Okay, there was, I would say, doubt till 2000 overall, because the numbers were smaller. If we're going to go this direction, we're going to do something else. Sorry to say, I think in Greece there's still some doubt, but internationally there's no doubt. Okay, green hydrogen is going to be a big part of the energy mix in the years to come. That's a fact. And one is driven by decarbonization, which is, the standard narrative the last, I would say, 10, 20 years. And also recently, through the recent invasion in the Ukraine, Europe is really betting very much on green hydrogen to be part of the solution, because Europe does not have fossil fuels. We don't have our own gas. We import the gas and then we bring it somewhere else, but we don't have our own gas. But we do have a lot of sun. Again, we do have a lot of wind, especially in the south. As the previous panel, I think, very eloquently says, we have a lot of power. Okay, we have 20 giga. Okay, that's incredibly big numbers for people who understand. All right, so, and we will harvest it. Okay, if it is there, you can figure it out. If there's nothing there, what are you going to do? All right. So for me, we invested a lot, and we have very good, I would say, excellent technology in green hydrogen, and that is actually manifested itself because we got the biggest European project on hydrogen, which is the IPCI, and we're going to make a very big investment here in Western Macedonia, in Kozani, to build the capacity, because what's missing now is the capacity. You will say, I want 2 giga, I want 10 giga. Who's going to make this? Okay, they're not, you cannot go buy in the store, on 1 giga electrolysis or 1 giga fuel cells. So there are few companies. And what Europe wants, and they pay very much for it, and we're very happy and honored that we got this contract, is that they want to actually shorten the time gap. We have taken, let's say, 20 years to do it, and now we have to do it in 5. So somebody has to pay what's called the infamous or famous funding gap. So by doing so, we will create the capacity that's needed, and then we will actually marry this to the renewables. So basically, we have cheap energy from the renewables. I think we even project here, 3 cents a kilowatt hour. You remember when we work in the laboratories back in Patras, because we both work on organic photovoltaics and photovoltaics in general, the numbers were ridiculous. You remember, we were talking about $5 a kilowatt or $5 a watt or something. So now it's, 0.03. Okay, you understand the difference. So if you couple cheap electricity to hydrogen, then immediately you solve the biggest problem that renewables have. And renewables have one big problem only: storage. Okay, because you cannot, store easily. Batteries are very heavy and they don't have what's called, the power density required to do stationary applications. Batteries are good for smaller things. The minute the demand becomes big, it's not going to happen. It's just, thermodynamics is chemistry. Okay, it's nothing more, nothing less. So that's the environment that we're in. We're, very happy we're here. And I think our presence in Greece, even though, right now we're talking mostly about an exporting capability and exporting function, I think because there's a lot of renewables here, as everybody's talking about, Greece can be a producer of green hydrogen, not only for its own needs, but also be part of the European and therefore, the international solution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hadavas, how do you see your role? Of course, you have a bifold, trifold role here, also head of Enel Europe and also the president of Solar Power Europe. But how do you see the role of Enel in progressing the way and creating a Greek energy hub? And what are the technicalities that are missing from reaching at that point?
Yes. Yes. I'd like to say that we all experience an unprecedented crisis, especially in the last decades, an energy crisis that we expect practically to escalate in the coming months. it brings the need for serious political decisions and kind of revision of the different customs and the way that we were producing, selling, and distributing energy in the previous decades. So we experienced a kind of revolution. Why is that? Of course, this is because, in my opinion, we didn't take the right decisions on time, especially in Greece, that we are a country that was a pioneer in renewables 30 years ago, when most of the world didn't have any installations. We already have the first wind farms. And unfortunately, the progress in the last 30 years was not the expected one. In case that we had the renewable infrastructure that we need, of course, the situation would be smoother today. On the other hand, it's never late. So we must accelerate towards renewables. Renewable energy is the only type of energy that can ensure geopolitical autonomy combined with a low cost for the consumer. And I think that this should be the priority. Investors' interest is increased during the last years in Greece. And I think that we should seize this opportunity to move ahead. The same applies for Enel. Enel has developed a significant pipeline in Greece. We are evaluating which of these projects should be prioritized. And we are about to decide the future investments. What I'd like to highlight, which is also related to the previous discussion, is the role of storage. Definitely hydrogen will play a significant role in the future, is expected practically to play. But on the other hand, we should not be late. I mean, we should take the steps needed in order to accommodate the grids of Greece, both the transmission and distribution, installing as soon as possible the necessary storage infrastructure, and especially valorize technologies that are proven in other areas of the world. Enel already has several projects of this type in Greece, and prioritize these projects in order to be materialized and practically relieve the system from, let's say, the loads that we have today. I think this should be another priority that we should accelerate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stefanos, I know that primarily HERIMA is about, preserving our resources and, trying to exploit them, but talking about oil and gas mainly, but how would you see your role in this green energy hub maybe we could create in Southeast Europe, and also maybe in the regulatory framework which is missing for offshore?
Yes, thank you, Spiros. Thank you for your kind invitation to participate in the panel. It's a pleasure to be in Thessaloniki in this occasion. And I will start the answer by going back to the title of the theme today about Southeast Europe. Greece is a part of that. And I have the firm belief that we have an important role to play in order to secure the energy supply of Greece, our region, and Europe. And I think this is the important thing there is that we can offer short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions. And this is the beauty of what we are sitting on. Greece, as we keep saying, is a gateway, is a corridor for energy to Europe. We all acknowledge this. We, in my company, former HHRM, we also convinced that we have a very high likelihood that we can become producers of natural gas. So this is something that we should never forget in the equation. But also, very importantly, we have an undisputable capacity for renewable energy, as already said. And what makes it even more interesting to me is the fact that if we start deploying offshore wind parks and we combine them with the production of green hydrogen, then the obvious next thing is to utilize the gas transmission infrastructure and distribute this product along a south to north corridor to the neighboring markets. And the beauty about this is that this has elements of cyclicity of the economy. And why is this important? Is because by utilizing previous investments or the investments that are coming, we will reduce the cost of this transition. The cost of the transition is probably, in my opinion, the biggest challenge we are facing. So with this in mind and acknowledging the vital importance to attain the energy transition goals of our country towards a net zero emission by 2050, at the same time, though, making sure that we can realize the strategic opportunity that we are having to tap on our natural energy resources. The new leadership in HHRM, when we came together about a little over 2 years ago, we set out to transform the company into a key actor for the energy transition. The way we decided to do it was to base it on 3 pillars, all of which together we call them a strategy Hydrocarbons 2.0. So the 3 pillars have been and still are the acceleration of the development of an upstream sector in Greece, which we think it will remain essential during the transition. The second pillar was to expand around new technologies which are compatible with the energy transition, and they are close to our core expertise and experience in the company. And the third pillar was to strengthen the corporate governance and the resources of the company so we can ensure we have the capacity and the capability to deliver on these goals. Today, we are very happy because we feel that we have set very solid foundation for the upstream sector. I will not expand on this in this panel. When it comes to the second pillar, which is the most relevant to our discussion today, I am delighted to say that our company has now formally and officially been renamed from Hellenic Hydrocarbon Resource Management to Hellenic Hydrocarbon and Energy Resources Company, which points to the fact that by law, we have become responsible for licensing and following up with underground storage. And the interesting thing here is that when we talk about underground storage, we include carbon capture and storage. We include strategic reserves of natural gas. And hopefully, in the future, why not include hydrogen? The next very important achievement, which was it's expressed as the end of July, we were given the responsibility to design and manage the tendering process for the data acquisition and planning for the offshore wind parks, which I think we all understand it's an extremely important next step for the country. There is an announcement of a total capacity of 2 gigawatts, and we understand we have experienced a huge interest by the investors, not only from Greece, but international investors are on standby. We understand it's highly important to not lose time, and this is something we're going to be working on. When it comes to the corporate governance, I think it would be a little bit boring to name all the things we are doing in order to improve and to bring the company to the, private sector international standards. I would say that particularly, I would only say that after 2 really challenging years, we are very happy because we've managed to come out with another year of very positive results. We have quadrupled our share capital. So we proved that we displayed resilience in difficult times. We adjusted, and we are very optimistic about what the future brings. And before closing, I would like to make it clear that none of this would have happened without winning the trust. And for that, I really would like to thank the Ministry of Energy, the Prime Minister, and all those who have seen this transformative vision of our company and have helped us deliver it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Papaloukas, I would like a couple of words about Greece's hydrogen committee and what are the steps that we have taken in the past years, and how do you see the future of hydrogen in Greece, and what are the steps that we have taken and our country aims to take?
Sure. First of all, I would like to, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank our hosts. And thank you, Spiros, for this great question. I feel that I need to quote, I have to quote Ambassador Tsounis about the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor. I'll try to make it and spice it up and make it a little bit interesting here. First of all, allow me to start with the news, with the great news from the IPCI's important projects of common European interest. We have just notified the H2CM, the Titans Group project, which is the third project participating in the IPCIs, and it is related to the decarbonization of cement industry via hydrogen. This is the second IPCI wave, known as high to use. It's an industrial wave. And Titan has greater hydrogen plans, not only for the production of hydrogen during the process and use of the hydrogen during the process, but also for its large heavy-duty vehicle fleet across the world, and especially in the United States. Let me remind you that we have Vasilis here, yeah. We have already notified two projects. Both of them are in Western Macedonia. Green Hippo, which is an innovative production facility of fuel cells and electrolyzers, and H2 Tank, which is related to a tailor-made carbon fiber tanks with sensors, optic fiber, H2 leakage sensors, that both can be used in transportation or storage of hydrogen. And we also have a good lineup of projects that will participate in the next IPCI waves. The Blue Med from Motor Oil will participate in the Climate Environmental Protection Energy Aid guidelines known as SEAG, and the Damcos NAM Trenose that will most likely become a part of what is called GBER. Blue Med is in the second group that will be notified this October without any amendments to the project, and this is good news. In any case, I believe that the whole of those projects will create, let's say, the necessary critical mass to see our national hydrogen economy emerging. And those are just the first step of a cross-sectoral approach that we applied in the IPCI process. And it has been embraced, not only the strategy, Spiros, but also the IPCI process. It has been embraced by our government quite vertically. Let's say, this cross-sectoral approach that was applied is something that our government can take pride, because we created early on a joint platform where the secretaries of energy and industry that served as the originators of the process, and then we had the Secretary of Innovation and Maritime Affairs, Transportation, and lately we had the Agricultural Development because of fertilizers. So they interacted with each other first to create awareness, and then we created a parallel bottom-up channel to bring all sectors that can participate in our emerging hydrogen economy. So we brought everyone in the process early on. Now, regarding the strategy, we have concluded our strategy by that was like end of 2021. The numbers that are provided within our strategy for the electrolyzer capacities are in full accordance and proportional to what the European Commission has set as goal per member state. We expect that 2035 will be the tipping point year. We will then be more certain if hydrogen will become the world-class commodity that everybody aspires to see it to see having that role. So the decade of 2030 to 2040 will be the most crucial. This will also be the decade where our country will be an exporter of hydrogen, and this is a national goal. But of course, of all this to happen, we need to avoid, and this is something that I try to reiterate all the time, we try to avoid politicization. This is something that we need to safeguard this new sector, and we need a strong monitoring mechanism to turn plans into action. Now, to answer your question, Spiros, we have some particularities, and I'm sure that Vasilis is probably the most capable person to talk and give us the insights from his experience with Green Hippo and his projects across the world. We have a roadmap. Okay, the national strategy has more than 30 policy measures in place, and we are still enriching it to make it as targeted as possible. We have a roadmap that takes into consideration that the infrastructure and the hydrogen market cannot be developed purely by private initiative because of the lack of competitiveness versus the fossil fuel industry and the uncertainties of the market failures that are related with the maturity of the industry and the readiness of the technologies. So we broke the strategy into 3 distinct phases. The first one is the initiation of the market. We have lots of uncertainties, high cost, inadequate infrastructure. So those things disencourage private investment. So the main goal, and this is where we stand right now of the state aid, should be to materialize some first pilot projects, and then we have to demonstrate those projects and the application. This is the way to eliminate uncertainties. And then we have phase 2, which is the creation of the market. We overpass those fundamental issues. There's still a remaining high cost. It continues to hinder private investment, but the relative funds, the relative predictability of the future market, it makes it easier for private funds to participate with either debt or equity. So the purpose of the equity here is to encourage scales. And then we have phase 3, which is the market development, market maturity. And I'll stop here. I think we are in a good shape. We are very lucky to have companies like Advent being as first movers in this economy. And I think, it's something that other countries took them like 4 or 5 years to develop, and we did everything in 1.5 years. So.
Okay, thank you. I know that our time is up, so just I would like for each one of you to mention one fact, one parameter in your sectors that really make you feel optimistic about our future, energy future. So, Mr.
I think Konstantinos said it also. I think the climate is very positive now. And I think some of the things that we talk now about dependence on natural gas and all that give a negative sentiment. So I think people really want to move forward with the new technologies, which are now, in my opinion, for the first time, affordable. So I think it's a one-way street, and it's just implementation. I think a lot of existing big companies will come because their business models will be interrupted, and none of these things are linear. All of these things are exponential. It's either nothing happens or something happens very fast. So in my opinion, there will be, a big game in the next 5 years.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Hadavas?
No, for me, if I had to choose something that is not, let's say, discussed very often, practically would be something that we are at point 0 today. We have done nothing. And this is something that is related to the fact that in this country, we have assets since 20, 30 years ago, and we have done nothing towards repowering and hybridization of projects. I think this should become the next priority for the policymakers, because there are space constraints in our, let's say, country. And I think that this could be a solution that could attract instant investments very fast track permitting, and also with a combination of storage could definitely create buffers into the system and absorb this capacity very quickly. So I think that repowering and hybridization of the projects should be one of the next priorities of the policymakers.
Thank you. Mr. Fatos, I will conclude with Ms. Kakatsani.
Okay. Yes, I guess I feel the need to say something more positive. It is important, especially since we are facing a difficult season, not to forget the good things that we have. I wouldn't agree that we have done nothing. Greece is in a much better position than much more developed countries within Europe. We should not forget that. A lot of things have happened. And in a country which went through a very long period of economic hustle. So I am optimistic simply because, as I said, Greece has unique competitive advantages. We have the geographical location is such, the traditional energy sources that will be required during the transition phase are here. The new renewable energy potential is huge, and we have really competent people, and we are involved with technology, so we can make it happen. And now the strategic opportunity is that the rest of Europe and the world needs such solutions. So the market is there for us. I know, again, difficult times ahead of us, but it's full of challenges and opportunities to make the energy a very leading force for the Greek economy and supplying energy security to everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Valoukas?
Yeah. So for hydrogen, apart from the location, which makes perfect sense, and I mentioned it the last time when during the DESFA hydrogen panel conference, that we might need to advocate for a regional EastMed IPCI. This is something that the Baltic countries did in the past, and I think there is so much need to build infrastructure instead of waiting for everything to happen. We should move now. And when I say now, it's so in 2030, we'll be on the train. So apart from us becoming the upstreamers because of our geography and our great wind and solar potential, I see also a great potential for the shipping community, because somebody will need to connect all these production sites with the demand centers of the world. Same thing goes, and Aris, I'm sure he can elaborate on that, on CO2. There is a Greek shipping company now that it's thinking to produce 60, I think, CO2 carriers. So there is a great potential for Greece, and we should keep up the great work. I'm very proud that I see lots of Greeks repatriating right now. Some of them are in this panel, and I see that we have a great role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kakatsani. Please conclude, and we shall leave the floor to Professor Andriosopoulos, who will follow with the next panel.
Of course, I will just briefly share again with you my insights from the European coordination groups in which I participate. So I'm very proud that Greece has actively demonstrated first, solidarity to neighbors. I mentioned some numbers regarding outstanding exports, both in electricity and gas. Greece has actively manifested creativity and adaptation. We have among the best 3 resilience indicators, even across the most adverse crisis scenarios. And I'm sure that in the same manner that we pursue renewables deployment, we will follow the same paradigm for green innovation. And I hope that this will also embrace hydrogen, electricity storage, offshore wind, since we do have the framework in place and all the incentives. To me, another positive element is that now it has become clear what the real benefit is coming from renewables. So even within the same day, for exactly the same level of demand, we see price differentials of even 500 euros per megawatt hour, depending on the actual market share of renewables in the energy mix. I think this will clarify the positive effect of renewables, and it will also enhance the engagement of citizens in this huge transformation that lies ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you all for your participation. Thank you all.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We will start with our next panel. It's a great pleasure for me to be moderating the discussion on a very hot topic, as a lot of other energy-related topics we had today. But we're talking about infrastructure, and very crucial infrastructure that in our region can also contribute and help towards Europe's energy security and energy dependence. We will be mentioning cross-border pipelines like the IGB. We will discuss about the FSRU project in Alexandroupolis, LNG, the LNG and the natural gas dynamics, generally speaking. And of course, we will touch upon the EU policy, the latest developments, and what should we be expecting next in the midst of this energy crisis. And I couldn't have the best speakers in our panel to discuss about this topic. I will start with Ms. Maria Spiraki, member of the European Parliament, member of a number of committees, also in the Energy Committee, the spokesman for the RED in the European Commission, and with her very, let's say, deep involvement and knowledge in the European Parliament with all these energy-related developments that we have had over the past year or so. I would like to start with a question immediately to her. How should we be expecting the developments in the energy crisis? And we saw there was a ministerial meeting today in Brussels. There is a lot of discussion about having a cap to natural gas prices, either from only sourced from Russia or from any other source, pipe gas in particular. So what is your view on that, and what should we be expecting next?
Thank you, Professor Andriosopoulos. Thank you for having me to this very interesting and very timely debate. It is an honor for me to contribute to this, starting with, needless to say, we face a huge delay coming from the Commission on the issue of adopting a part of measures that they have been tabled since last March. So we lost time. But it's not only that, we have some achievements that we have to consider. And the first one is, of course, the diversification of our supply, starting with replacement of supply from Russia by 40% at the beginning of the crisis, at the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And now we have 9% natural gas supply coming from Russia. We compensated with importing gas, LNG, particularly from United States, Norway, Azerbaijan, and Algeria. But the case, according to my opinion, is also that we made another significant step forward, which is the platform for voluntary joint procurement. It is something that is working because we are now the biggest, allow me to say, buyer cartel in the world. And so the EU as an entity can have the quantity of natural gas that is needed. But we don't answer the main question, the fundamental question, which is the balance between supply and demand. And the Commission, the blueprint that has been already published during last week by the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, was not answering to this question. Was not answering to this question because the proper answer is not only to reduce the demand. The number one measure that the Commission is proposing, the so-called cap to Russian gas import, does not make any sense. Does not make any sense. Because it is only 9% of our imports of natural gas, as I have already said now. Secondly, because it will violate the existing contracts, meaning that we are giving Putin and Russia the alibi to stop, to halt the supplies to Europe. And of course, it doesn't make sense in terms of prices. I think that discussing on caps, we have to understand, to consider about a broader cap, meaning that it will be put in place to all imports coming to the EU, meaning to all imports coming to the EU in terms of gas, coming from Norway, coming from the US, coming from Algeria. And it will be something brave. It will work if we finally decide to adapt the price, meaning a price like the ASEAN price, and putting some kind of surplus, maybe 5% or more. It will work also because it finally affects the way that we are having the pricing. And of course, we need to consider other measures, like start working on the issue of amending the model of electricity prices. And it is not something that it is work as well. It is something that it has been established during the period of peace, during the period of supplies. Now we are in war. We face two issues that I would like to focus on, and I would like to conclude with this. The number one issue is the danger of facing a systemic problem due to the issues of liquidity of the companies that they are involved in the market of the energy. And this it is important to say that in this regard, the proposals, the blueprint coming from the Commission is at the right direction, because they will give finally a kind of facility in order to increase the liquidity of such companies. The second issue that we face, and I would like to focus on as a politician, is the danger on the issue of raising populism. We have elections in Italy, we have elections in Sweden. We have to understand that there is no easy solutions, but at the same time, we have to consider that prices are soaring and they are not affordable, not only for the end users, meaning the industry, but also for the householders. We have to speed up. We have to work upon this. The Prime Minister of Belgium has already made a proposal today in Politico, saying that we have to proceed with a broader cap. It is something that we also consider in the Greek government, and I think that it's now time to act. Now.
Thank you very much. The issue of speed also from the response of the European Commission and the European Union has been mentioned many times, also with the happening of the COVID crisis a couple of years ago. Now I'm moving to our next speaker, Olga Kakova. She's the Deputy Director for the European Energy Security at Global Energy Center of the Atlantic Council. So coming from the other side of the Atlantic, how do you see all these infrastructure projects in Southeast Europe, which I know that you have been following closely over the past few years? And what is your view in the midst of this energy crisis for Europe of the role that the US can play, and not only with the US LNG supplies that we all discuss about, but at other levels that you could consider, let's say, significant to this extent?
Thank you so much. Great question. So when the Southern Gas Corridor first opened up,
Please open your microphone.
Apologies. When the initial spur of the Southern Gas Corridor was opened up, it was such a missed opportunity to have additional interconnections throughout the region. I mean, you could just look at the map and you're just wondering, there's this amazing pipeline, and why is it not integrated with the rest of the region? So that was just one example of kind of some of the missed opportunities, which are being fixed right now. We're seeing just a slew of projects, both LNG, we're seeing US cargoes coming in and actually having enough supply, and the prices for US cargoes actually being lower than some of the piped, and not sufficient infrastructure. We've seen that recently to be able to anticipate that and absorb that through Europe. So all of that is being fixed. I don't want to go into too many details, but I'll mention a couple of projects, because we've had a whole day where we're able to dive into the different infrastructure and where all these projects are. We're seeing the Serbia-Bulgaria interconnector, the Polish-Slovakia interconnector, the LNG terminals here, and another one that will be opening up hopefully in the near future, Kirk, the Polish-Svinousse. All of this creates this new south-north corridor of interconnections that historically was very much dominated with the east-west relationship, and very much a one-way street where energy just was flowing west. And now, even today, these interconnections are utilized in a very dynamic way. There's reverse flows. The energy markets are picking up, and it's a new environment. So that's just a quick summary in terms of your question on the longer term outlook for this, and making sure that this fits in with the climate goals. I think these projects, three points there. First of all, anytime you're switching from Russian gas, on the data that we have right now, you're already, even just going with US or other producers, you're already reducing emissions right there, just because other producers do a much better diligence at tracking emissions, being transparent, and making the effort to reduce emissions all along the supply chain. Are they perfect? Are they as good as they can be in reducing methane? They're getting there. There's still tons of opportunities along the way. The biggest difference is that these producers are making that effort, to where Russia has really doubled down. Even before the conflict, even in the last decade, they've really placed all of their bet on, look, the energy transition is going to take much longer. Europe and US and other countries around the world are going to just really be delayed in their energy transition. So it's okay for us to wait as well. So that was kind of the outlook, the strategy that Russia took. And they've doubled down on just saying, you know what, we're going to produce as cheaply as much as possible, without really taking the long outlook on what does it look to decarbonize their industry and their economy. So that was the bet that they placed. And then third, of course, looking into the creative solutions for this infrastructure for the future. We're seeing some really exciting discussions about even contracts on how to integrate things like hydrogen blending into towards the end of, or maybe the last 5 to 10 years of a contract potentially. We're looking into specific things being included about carbon intensity, or saying, we can see some companies are even offering net zero LNG to, maybe not right away, but saying the last 10 years of the contract, here's how much we can guarantee that we'll reduce your carbon intensity. So this is new and exciting. I mean, these are serious obligations, and they are contractual obligations. So that means that the industry is thinking forward about how to make sure that we pursue climate and energy security goals in tandem.
Thank you very much, Olga. I move now to our next speaker, Mr. Kostis Sifneos, Managing Director of Gas Trade. Gas Trade, the developer behind the project, one of the hottest projects, infrastructure projects in the area, I would say now, the LNG terminal in Alexandroupolis. It's been many years, and this is I'm mentioning that just as a reminder to everybody and all the voices also in the EU that infrastructure, energy infrastructure takes time to be developed and constructed. And we started with that, Kostis, at the conference, Mr. Bagatselos mentioned it as well. Our first Southeast Europe Energy Conference was in Alexandroupolis 6 years ago. So
2017, indeed. And
the floor is yours. And, you can tell us a few words about, my question is, where are we now with the FSRU? What is if you can tell us a few words about the success of the first capacity booking of the first unit, and what is the plan perhaps for the second unit that we already hear about?
Thank you, Kostas, and thanks to the Greek American Chamber of Commerce and the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics. Indeed, this is the sixth one. We started from Alexandroupolis in 2017. So congratulations for keeping up that momentum here. Now, when we talk about energy dependence, let me try to move this. So 50% of the gas which flows in the southeastern Europe used to be Russian gas. So when we're looking about independence in this area, we're looking at new infrastructures that need to be put in place to diversify the supply and the routes for energy in this area. And these new infrastructures need to be in place as soon as possible. So time is of critical importance here. As we see the landscape today, there are only two infrastructures which are independent of, let's say, Russian gas, and one is TAP, and the other one is Revithousa terminal. But realistically, if we take into consideration the route dependency, the only really independent infrastructure is Revithousa, so it's the LNG terminal. So this is a strategic position that the Alexandroupolis LNG terminal is coming to enhance and to strengthen, so that the region becomes really more independent and more diversified on its supply sources and its supply routes. The important thing is here that when you actually build infrastructure, these infrastructures need to communicate, need to talk to each other. And we think that Alexandroupolis LNG terminal is the most important new infrastructure which is currently being implemented. But it is also very important to ensure that all these existing and new infrastructures work together in complementarity, work effectively and efficiently, and it's not only
about IGB. I think it's about all the existing and new infrastructure that will be built in this region, so that we make sure that supplies can reach as far as possible into the south-north direction. In this way, we can actually support the consolidation, the liquidity in the markets, and we can eventually achieve the independence. But for this to be done, we need to make sure that these infrastructures are built on time, and they are supported by efficient regulatory structures which allow them to operate together. In that respect, I think there is one partnership of projects in this region, but also Alexandroupolis is a strong alliance. It's a partnership and alliance of key stakeholders in the region, which have come together to develop this project and to reach out for the region. And it's not only stakeholders from Greece, but there's stakeholders from the region. I have two on my left. So it's Bulgaria, but it's also interest from other markets, from North Macedonia, who are interested in joining this effort, from Romania, from Serbia, from the entire region. And it's not only about the stakeholders, but I'll come back to that one last. But it's also about a partnership of leaders. It's about the strategic and geopolitical importance of the project that brings together all these states cooperating around energy. Now, on your question regarding time, persistence is one thing I think needs to be mentioned here. You, Kostas, know that we started this project already in 2010. So it has gone through different phases. I'm not going to go in detail. And it has progressed to where it is now, where we have taken the FID in January this year. We have all the construction contracts signed and executed. We have achieved financial close, and we're moving towards implementation. Key milestones going forward, February 2023, the FSRU will enter the yard for its conversion. March 2023, we start the pipeline laying. Preparatory works are going on as we speak. November 2023, we expect to have the connection with the DESFA system, with ESFA, in place. And the FSRU will exit the yard and will be on site. And then in December 2023, we should complete the commissioning and testing and start commercial operation by the end of 2023. So this is where we are. These are the key milestones. The project is progressing on plan, and we are hopeful that we will deliver as projected by the end of 2023. It's key for the entire area to get the project in place and running as soon as possible.
Thank you, Kostis. Thank you for this update on the project. I will now move to Mr. Vladimir Malinov, the CEO of Bulgartransgaz, not only with the hat of a shareholder to the project, as we have seen, of the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, but as a CEO of the backbone, let's say, of the natural gas system in Bulgaria. I would like to tell us how the outlook of the security of supply in Bulgaria looks like in the coming months, especially with the winter coming ahead of us, given that a couple of months ago, Russia has decided to cut off the supplies for Bulgaria. And we have heard also Ambassador Chounis mentioning this morning that indeed Greece has supported a lot Bulgaria through the very crucial infrastructure that is already in place. And Maria Rita can tell us a little bit about that later on in the terminal of Revithousa, where a lot of ships now with energy destined to Bulgaria have been coming through Greece.
Thank you, Costa. First of all, I'd like to thanks to the organizers. That it's a real pleasure and honor. I'm honored to be for the second time part of this significant event. And maybe I had my presentation prepared, but I will throw it away. I would like to start with something much more globally. These severe times of war, showed us that we need to step very hard on the ground and to strengthen our belief that we have and we share common values, that we should have a common approach and common vision, and to take joint actions immediately. And this is a good symbol that we are right now here and of our way of much more regional thinking and much more global thinking, because not even single system in the countries could work as its own and could secure the consumption and the deliveries of natural gas, but even not just for the region, much more broader picture. Then I would give an example. When I joined Bulgar Transgas in 2010, Bulgaria looked like a single isolated market, just one pipeline, which was delivering natural gas to Bulgaria, 100% dependency, and no alternatives at all. So at that time, we started to develop, and once again, together with the colleagues, we had a, let's say, marvelous relationship with DESFA, even much more better now with the new management, because we worked in the past also, but also with all the TSOs in the region and in the neighboring countries. So we started, and nowadays we were much more better prepared for the, you know, there's a famous saying in one of the movies, "Winter is coming." Maybe you know what movie I'm referring, series where I'm referring to. And we are much more better prepared from an infrastructural point of view. The connectivity with DESFA system, reverse flow, which was zero at even 5-6 years ago, and constantly we increased it, the technical capacity. Now having something like 6.5 million cubic meters per day capacity, which allowed us even 3 years ago to get the first LNG cargos to be introduced on the Bulgarian market, and now to have a constant solution. Of course, we were also clever enough, and maybe we were visionaries when in 2018 we decided to join the gas trade Alexandroupolis FSRU project, because at that time you saw the atmosphere wasn't, let's say, we were not so optimistic, or we were, let's say, a little bit skeptical. Okay, what's this LNG, when it will become from a price perspective competitive for the market? But we were visionaries and let's say put that risk in the project, and now we are proud of that we did it. And hopefully, not hopefully, it's on our shoulders, the project to be introduced to the market and to be commercially operational as of 1st of January 2024. And there's a much more recent proof on that. It was mentioned by the Ambassador Mustafa on that. But next week, the Bulgarian government will take, it's just a formal step, a decision that Bulgaria will increase and will double the capacity booked at Alexandroupolis terminal. So on top of that, we are working about this diversification also in a real sense, because speaking frankly, LNG to have, let's say, a full impact on the regional market needs somewhere this gas to be stored, because the terminals, they have the limitation storage capacity, the regasification. So from that perspective, further on, we had, with the support with the European Commission, with the support with the United States financial institutions, we are developing the project for expansion of our gas storage, which will really bring an added value to the LNG for the region. And the expansion of the storage, together with the FSRU at Alexandroupolis, they work in a good symbiosis and synergy. So let's coming back to what I started. So we have the common values. So no more dependency. We would like to be independent, like a region, concerning routes, sources. Secondly, we have the plan how to do that, and we're implementing that. Just we need to urge ourselves and work together. And the actions are already taken. So we are much more better prepared, but the winter is coming.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. So let's hope for the weather to bring us good news and try to have a soft winter in our region. Maria Rita Galli is our next speaker, CEO of DESFA. Maria Rita has a good knowledge of the area, and not only the industry, of course, but of the area, given that she has been working with the Senfluga Consortium, following a very successful privatization process coming to DESFA. And since then, as I think it was quite obvious as well now that the new management of DESFA has brought, let's say, a new aura, positive aura in terms of making things work and moving and having some progress. And I may have mentioned Alexandroupolis FSRU as the hottest new project, but the most visited industrial site in the world for the past month has been the LNG terminal in Revithoussa. So if you can tell us a few words also in connection to what Vladimir was saying about the role of DESFA now in this new era that we're living in, with more LNG flows coming in, and with DESFA now having to play a role of more of an exporter to the rest of the region rather than the importer that used to be so far. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kostas, and thank you again to invite me for the second time to this very important event. As you mentioned, export, I would like to give you some facts that I think visually can give, let's say, the perception of what is happening around export from Greece to Bulgaria, what has been happening in the last few months. And the reality is that, let's say, since the moment in which, of course, there has been an interruption of Russian supply to Bulgaria, the Greek system has become the import route for Bulgarian gas consumers, and therefore we have had the need to immediately maximize our ability to flow gas from Greece to Bulgaria in reverse flow. And this is not only within the limit of our technical firm capacity, which is 64 gigawatt hour per day, meaning 2.3 billion cubic meters per year, but much above, as you can see, in many days, through interruptible products, we are able to export much more than our firm capacity. Of course, this is also a strong indication that there is an increased need to export through Greece. Of course, we have had auction of capacity that have been overbooked many, many times, and we took, let's say, 1 month more or less to close the auction. What we are doing a little bit in perspective, of course, let's say some reactions have been immediate reaction. As I said, of course, we have increased our ability to export also by a 12% increase of our regasification capacity of Revithoussa. And we have, let's say, increased our storage capacity in Revithoussa by the addition of a floating storage unit, because this has reduced a bottleneck of the system, that is the capacity, the storage of LNG. Of course, these are initiatives that can be done in a very short term. Some of other initiatives are those that are planned or have been planned even more recently. And in particular, let's say, what is going on today is an acceleration that has about everything which has to do with compressor stations. So we are investing and we will invest even more in increase our ability to pump gas through the system from south to north. And to give you some numbers, today, as I said, we have a firm capacity of 2.3 BCM to Bulgaria. When the Amelia compressor station will be completed around the end of 23, beginning 24, this will go up to 3.5 BCM per year on the Revitus to Sidirokestro route. In parallel with the connection between Alexandroupolis, IGB, and our compressor station in the east part of the country, another 3 BCM route will be unlocked. So meaning that 2.3, 3.5, 6.5 BCM. And there is a project that we have submitted as part of Repower EU for an expansion, which is quite limited, and we have been discussing also with Bulgargas, but also with IGB, Bulgartransgas. Sorry, this will bring to additional 2 BCM. Therefore, let's say we will more than triple the existing capacity from 2.3 to 8.5 BCM, and this is something that is already largely planned and ongoing. Of course, let's say there is a lot of emphasis on new import infrastructure, absolutely positive, absolutely needed, but then we need to have a sufficient capacity in the system that allow this gas to flow, this LNG to reach the market. And our system, as it is today, has reached its saturation. So with this compressor station, we will reach the maximum, and we will not be able to accommodate really other transit flows unless we develop further pipeline capacity. And of course, this is a big new challenge. And in this respect, of course, we have a big project of, I apologize, I'm trying to come back, but I'm doing the wrong way. There is a big new project of transit toward North Macedonia, where we hope pretty soon to be able to announce that we will move forward with the construction, because we should close the market test by next Monday. And this will, of course, increase also the diversification of supply on a new country, North Macedonia. But coming back to the need of strengthening somehow the internal highways to avoid congestion in the highways, what we have been proposing now to the European, through the Greek government, to the European Commission, through the Repower EU initiative, is the strengthening of the grid. Because only through the strengthening of the grid, as I said, it will be possible to accommodate additional import facilities, additional FSRUs on top of the Revitusa and the current Alexandroupolis project, because otherwise we will have no sufficient capacity to ship more volumes. These, of course, are big projects that have, for us, a strategic characteristic, being that they will be 100% hydrogen ready, but at the same time are projects that are financially intensive and require visibility about what is the energy policy of Europe. Because you can imagine that we are talking about a larger scale investment in a context in which we have two conflicting messages. We need to build a new infrastructure to diversify sources of supply, but Europe will reduce gas consumption of 123 BCM by 2030. But all the power plants are up, coal power plants are up and running. So, of course, you can imagine that as, let's say, a private company, but looking as financial investors, the banks, the private investors, how can you invest with these uncertainties? So it's very, very important that at European and national level, we have an energy policy that gives a coherent message. These infrastructures are needed. Yes, absolutely, to diversify the security of supply. These infrastructures are going to be used. Yes, we think so, because we'll be also hydrogen ready, but we cannot continue to pass messages that are contradictory. Otherwise, let's say, of course, this will, instead of accelerate, create more uncertainty and delay projects, which are very important. Sorry.
You could not have been very much to the point, Maria Rita, because this is the oxymorons that we are also observing from outside. That you have some signals from the market that you need to go fast and you need to move into upgrading infrastructure, which takes hundreds of millions, if not billions, in terms of what kind of infrastructure we're talking about. And this decision needs to be taken today with a view for 20, 30 years down the line. So this is the tricky point that we need to see. Now I will move to Mr. Daniel Bustos, the Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer of Accelerate Energy, and ask you again, in the midst of this energy crisis boosted mostly from the Russian invasion and the threat from Russia to cut the gas supplies, let's say, in any case of a European reaction on that. Do you believe that we have room for more similar LNG/FSRU infrastructure in Europe, in our region? And how fast can this be implemented? And what is your take also following the last comment by Maria Rita in terms of investment at the end of the day and financial closing of this kind of projects?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is my first time in this event. I hope it's not the last one. It would be great for Accelerate to keep sharing our thoughts and ideas with the market. In a brief introduction, because Accelerate Energy has not been very well known in Europe for the simple reason that for over 20 years, we've been doing exactly what Europe is needed now, but in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Argentina, Israel, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, even New England, which is bring flexible access to LNG around the world. And what Accelerate does is exactly that. We are not an LNG producer. We do everything after the LNG is produced. We transport, we regasify, we build flexible infrastructure for our customers, and we also procure LNG and sell natural gas to our customers, adapting the contracts and adapting the structure of not only the procurement, but of the capacity to the customer needs. And the customer need very different things, and from very long-term contracts that we have in Bangladesh, 15, 20 years, to very flexible products like we have in Brazil, for example. And when I see Europe, I see a need of bringing together two critical points that what I believe the reason is playing catch up. The security of supply, of course, and also the need of transition into net zero, which are not competing needs. They are complementary and they should be seen as complementary. And how do we see this when we talk to our customers and we see it the same in Europe? Customers usually look at three aspects for energy: the supply, the access to the supply, and how flexible the product is going to be. And I'm going to say something that is going to sound a little bit odd these days. Worldwide, there isn't a supply issue in terms of energy. Natural gas has never been cheaper, less risky to produce, more flexible to produce in the world. There's no peak gas in the world. Renewables have never been cheaper. Hydrogen is breaking records of cost every day. We have a crisis of access to energy. And that's what we have to deal with. When you see all the companies, governments, trying to come up together with solutions, they're facing the issue that everything that we knew about our plans have changed. And it didn't change with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. It changed before. We had the unique opportunity of going public in April 2022. So we started talking to the investors before the invasion, and we ended up going public after the invasion. And you could hear the confusion on the market. And one of the things that we said was that Europe had the first crisis of the energy transition before the invasion. And when we talk about crisis, we talk about affordability. And it's an incredibly important element on all these discussions. We want to bring back public companies, private companies, affordability and flexibility to the system. And how do we do that? We need to sophisticate the relationship between the providers, and the market. And I'm going to give you a specific example of that. In Albania, we are developing an LNG to power project. We are going to develop the infrastructure in partnership with the Albanian government to connect our terminal to TAP. We will not seek to have 100% long-term contracted capacity. Our business model goes to try to get the minimal amount to facilitate the investment and then to provide the flexibility to the system. The benefit that that brings to the whole region is immense. We're going to be connecting right before TAP goes under the Adriatic. What that means is that physically, when you look at all the territories, everything that is done for a molecule coming from Azerbaijan to make it to Europe, there are multiple risks there. And I'm not talking necessarily about political risks. There are technical issues. There can be even union disruptions. You name it. The de-risk that we bring with our terminal is enormous. When you look at the way capacity and gas sales are contracted, that part is not appreciated. Of course, as a private company, I can bet on that, and we will, to a certain extent, of course. But I wonder how many other projects could come to fruition, and I think that they will come. We will see more FSRUs, not in the very short term due to availability, but there will be more flexible projects coming. That's one of the critical points that we see, how we make it flexible, and particularly how we have the honest discussion, particularly with the renewable sector and policymakers, that renewables will bring the cheapest, cleanest energy to the table. But if we don't have the flexibility to minimize the risk of disruptions, we're going to see ourselves again on the situation that we are today. And we are not only in Europe, we're around the world. And I can tell you, the Bangladeshi government, the Pakistani government, they're not only afraid that they will not be able to increase their demand, they're afraid that their contracts will not be fulfilled. And there have been some very unfortunate events of contracts not being fulfilled. And they feel that Europe is going to take back that, which we know is not the case. We know that Europe's goal is not to stop the energy transition around the world. That's part of the agenda that we want to bring on the table. In December, we're going to be starting regasification in Finland. Just an example of flexibility. The vessel that we're taking to Finland till September 1st was covering the winter peak demand in Argentina. In mid-2022, we expect to deliver a vessel, the 5th FSRU, to Germany. That vessel is today in another market providing security of supply. So when we think about the infrastructure and when we think about the investment decisions, Europe will never be disassociated with the rest of the world. And it's not a good idea to start moving backwards on that. I think we can work together to make sure that Europe does receive affordable, flexible energy so we can all keep betting on net zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. It was very good what you said about flexibility. I definitely agree with that. And, FSRUs, LNG in general gives that flexibility, necessary flexibility. We need to price this flexibility and see how this can then become a viable investment opportunity. And, with what we are seeing today, this is the case. Maybe a couple of years ago, it was not the case. And this is what we need to remind all the time, both politicians, because maybe in certain cases you need subsidization to do that, to enable this kind of very, important pieces of infrastructure to be enabled. But another point that I would like to mention, and I will, because we don't have a lot of time to go through a proper set of questions, let's say, with each one of you, I will ask your opinion, a couple of words, if you can, each one of you, regarding what we have heard so far. I wanted to mention the taxonomy, and maybe Ms. Spiraki can tell us a little bit about that and how this can work with what Maria Rita has been saying earlier in terms of maybe supporting European infrastructure, that there's no clear visibility, what is happening next. And the notion of the security of supply for LNG, because another big issue we're not discussing, it's okay, we're building all these FSRUs, but to bring the LNG, you need the source of LNG. What we have seen as a savior so far, let's say, for Europe has been the US LNG, but there is a big discussion even happening now in the United States about the concentration of this supply of global LNG effectively coming from the US in the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, we may have a storm, and we know that this is happening maybe once every other year. We have a major disruption in a lot of these power plants, and we have seen that also happening with the recent accident that we had in one of these units, which is shut down for a few months, and over the summer there were disruptions. That's why prices also jumped a lot globally, effectively. It would be because of the whole demand of energy that we have been seeing around. And so what do you think can be the solution? Okay, maybe Germany has 5 LNG terminals like FSRUs. Maybe we have 3 here. Europe might be full of FSRUs, but we need to have the source as well. So what do you see about that also?
To start?
Yes.
Well, I think that the main parameter in this discussion and in this crisis is to provide the stability and predictability to the markets. And the main case for this is that's why we adopted during last plenary in Strasbourg in July the second taxonomy delegated act, which is in a way officially says that the midterm solution for the issue of security of supply is gas and also is nuclear. And in this regard, it is important to say that we lack of infrastructure, particularly in the area, and we have to provide to the investors the clear signal that now there are a lot of opportunities to start working in order to update the pipelines, in order to have the proper infrastructure. Allow me to say that we face the danger for having stranded assets. And that's why this kind of infrastructure must be hydrogen ready. And that's why this kind of infrastructure must be oriented to our final goal, which is to decarbonize our economy by 2050. And by saying this, I would like to remind that we in the Parliament, we are now getting into the last phase of saying yes to RED 3, on which I am the rapporteur on behalf of ENVI Committee of EPP. We are setting a very ambitious and very important target for 2030. It is a midterm target, is for 45% to our energy mix in renewables. I think renewables is the future. Renewables is the key in order to decrease our dependency from different sources and from natural gas. And also renewables is the key for our country, Greece, providing that we will provide stability and predictability to the market and also increase the so-called public acceptance on which we face a lot of obstacles when we start deploying renewables here in Thessaloniki as well.
Olga, comment from you?
I think if we learn anything from this current crisis is overbuilding, should really be the last of our concerns as we look into the future. Sure, this geopolitical crisis, the horrible war in Ukraine that Russia started, some countries, specifically in Central and Eastern Europe, were warning about this kind of risk level, maybe not this level of aggression, but there was a reason why certain countries were diversifying and building out interconnectors for the last several decades, right? But I wanted to talk about risks that we have not anticipated yet that could come on the horizon in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Several of the speakers mentioned the impacts of climate change and what that's already doing to some of the energy supplies, even things like nuclear, where the rivers are too hot to be able to cool things off. And that's not across the entire industry, but in a couple of countries that is already an issue. Even existing sources like coal, the drought is stopping some of those deliveries or hampering some of those deliveries. So unfortunately, we're going to see an exacerbation of these kinds of impacts on how our energy is utilized, how it's transferred, transmitted, and how it's produced. So I think we need to be really smart and try to learn from the past of you can never really overbuild as you look into security for the next several decades. But also keeping the climate objectives in mind and in trying to, and having a path towards how do these sources then are married to the climate goals. What is what is the path to, whether it's hydrogen, what is the path to zero LNG? What does that even mean? Because for some companies or some stakeholders, net zero LNG, that means just buying a lot of offsets, and that will, that's a whole different conversation. That could be a part of the solution, sure. And for some, it's really focusing a lot more on reducing emissions right there at source, and then methane reduction or CCUS. It's probably a combination of all of these things, right? But I think how can we learn from the last several decades and the situation that we're dealing right now? There's still going to be a lot of unpredictable things happening, both man-made and nature-made, that was exacerbated by climate change and our actions in the last several decades. So keeping that in mind, and keeping in mind growing need for a better lifestyle, more complex energy demand, not just in Europe, but across the world. And now we see how growth for demand in Asia and other countries, that pulls string for the overall pricing and supply chain, right? So we don't live in a vacuum. So just keeping all of that in mind as we try to build a more comfortable world for ourselves. And even just in the short term, thinking about switching over from coal, which needs to happen as soon as possible. Of course, it's being utilized right now for energy security purposes, and so it should be to keep the lights on, keep essential services going, keep the industry. But if you think about the level of electrification that needs to happen in order for us to even, that's a pre-step to some of the decarbonization of the industry, of transport, and all the other sectors. That electricity has to come from somewhere. And yes, let's scale up renewables to the point that we can. Let's add batteries and let's have all these solutions. But let's not forget about how do we diversify and invest in the infrastructure that will need. So.
Yeah, but until we reach that point, we have to face the short-term, mid-term crisis. And we have to face 40% of the gas supply of Europe being vanishing or not being there anymore because of the choice. And we need to think how we replace that. And yes, there is an issue of shortness in energy supply, and this will continue until 26, 27. So we need to move things in parallel. But there are now plans for development of new energy production. It's not going to happen in 1 or 2 years, but we should look at 2027 probably before we can actually cover potentially through LNG the gap of Russian gas. And that's in combination with all other measures that we are talking about. And in this context, unless you develop in parallel the infrastructure, not just for the reception, but also for the transmission, so you can achieve full utilization of your import facilities, you're not going to solve the problem. So you need to do things timely. You need to do time is of critical importance now.
It happened so that this year I was traveling a lot. Twice to the States, Middle East, Azerbaijan, that reason, Turkmenistan, all around. And going straight to your question, there are a lot of projects, which Kostis correctly mentioned, liquefaction terminals, new sources of natural gas around the world, alternatives to the Russian one, which will happen. Of course, we in the energy business and the gas business know that it's a time-taking process from even before reaching the FID and then having the project implemented. So in the midterm from now, let's say 3 to 4 years, there will be a lot of liquefied natural gas which could reach Europe and our region. So, in supporting the idea of Kostis, we should be prepared about that. We shouldn't lose our time. So this is how to say that this is the midterm solution, which I see from a business perspective, from a consumer's perspective, it's doable, and we have, let's say, a common agreement about that. About the long term, having the, let's say, the green energy policy, Of course, in collaboration, it was mentioned by Maria, we even together, we are working about fully hydrogen-ready projects. And even in this midterm period, we to start the blending of hydrogen and natural gas in our systems. Of course, increasing on a constant basis the percentage of hydrogen. So the future in our business, it will be totally dedicated to hydrogen, for sure. So changing the values of natural gas and hydrogen. But the real challenge, which is well known, even from both sides, from our side and from the Russian side, is how we're going to survive this short-term period. So there, the word which I would like to use is solidarity. So just to get a support when each of the market, okay, we have a gas storage, Greece is having the LNG terminal, so we could share that. Sharing and solidarity.
Thank you. Marietta?
Well, if I may, let's say, start with an optimistic view when you ask about security of supply and with LNG. I think that, and I agree with you, that there is abundance of natural gas in the world, that the technology for liquefaction is mature. So now, and the cost of liquefaction can be, let's say, very much optimized. So we can come back to a world in which, let's say, the prices of natural gas come back to the normality in some years and have reliable sources of LNG. What I think is also important, and Vladimir mentioned that the topic of storage is also to highlight that the demand for LNG is heavily concentrated in the northern hemisphere. The production is not seasonal, and the production of LNG is much more rigid than the production than when you import the gas via pipes. And the import infrastructure, and I have to say, a bit the FSRU have this rigidity of having no storage, so the need to regasify ship in order to be able to take the next one, highlight the importance of having storage. Because the more you depend on LNG, the more, if you live in the northern hemisphere, you need the storage. You need it for seasonal needs, you need it for getting better prices in the summer, you need it to balance the market when the demand does not correspond to the input from the terminals. So when we think about an energy system and we change some part of the equation, we cannot forget to change others. So now, if many European countries have abundance of storages, so they can certainly afford many more FSRUs. Greece don't have storage. And this is a problem if you want to increase dependence on LNG. And I'm happy that we can share some of the storage in Bulgaria, but I mean, it's not even expanded, it's still a small one. So it's something that we need to consider. Otherwise, we will face a moment in which we have a lot of LNG and we have a lot of operational issues.
Thank you. Yes, Daniel.
Yes, I think a point, and I've heard that before when people are saying bringing FSRUs is easy, bringing the LNG is hard. And that's correct, but at the same time, it is very relevant, and Europe has benefited of this in the past, to recognize the value of the flexibility on regasification together with appropriate storage. Not all the countries have the same situation, I fully agree. The ideal situation is not one where any regasification capacity is used all the time. It makes no sense. We can do it during a time, we can do it when there's not availability of renewables or when there's a cross-border issue. Of course, that's the value of the security. But for the European Union and the rest of Europe to expect that only regasification is valuable when it's in high utilization, it actually betrays the concept of being a partner for renewables and being security of supply. My expectation is, yes, it's going to be difficult to acquire LNG for now. We're going to have a long tail of substantially higher utilization of all the import capacity, not necessarily FSRUs, for quite a few years. And then Europe will be Europe. Renewables are going to keep coming back. There are going to be more investments in upstream in Europe. And the regas capacity should go back to be what it should be. It's a seasonal support and it's a security of supply. But if we convince our people, the citizens, that if a regas terminal is not used 100%, it's a waste of money, that would be a shame. Those regas terminals are the best partners for renewable because they pay for the insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and join me in applauding our panel for the excellent discussion that we had. And we will immediately move to the next panel with Ms. Eleftheriades from Deloitte, who will be chairing the next discussion.
Good evening to all. My name is Konstantinos Eleftheriades. I am a partner in Deloitte and leading the energy practice of our firm in Greece. I would like to start by thanking AMSAM for the invitation to be here today and having this panel where we are going to focus on increasing energy prices and how to address them. It is an honor to have together with me Mr. Nikos Keramidas from Mytilineos. Nikos is the Director of European and International Affairs in Mytilineos Group. Nico, καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon. Thanks, everyone, and much appreciated the invitation. Thanks to the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the organizers. Thanks a lot.
Nikos brings significant experience in energy, having done a lot of things in the past, not only in Greece, but also at the international energy market. So I think it's going to be an informative discussion. So, Nikos, let me start directly with the first question, which is going to be regarding gas prices. It's a hot topic, so let's start with that. I read the other days, and let me just read the quote exactly. It was the global head of commodities in Citigroup saying that Europe will have to wait until later this decade before seeing any relief from high natural gas prices. It will be somewhere between 2025 and 2027 when prices in Europe are coming back to the levels of 2021. Now, is this true? What do you foresee? Given your experience, when do you see us coming back to something like normal prices in terms of gas?
Well, Konstantinos, thanks for the question. I'm not a big fan of forecasting, particularly about prices and about, well, it's quite difficult and sometimes risky. But when the fundamentals, the underlying fundamentals are there, so I'm talking about supply and demand, then it's hard to question and, be extremely optimistic about how things are going to play out. So the reality is that we need significant volumes of competitively priced gas. I heard one of the panelists earlier mention that this isn't a question of volumes, but access to energy. Regardless what the problem is and how we identify it, the important part is that there isn't enough gas flowing and towards Europe, and so the prices remain high. Demand is high, and right now we're witnessing lower demand in China. But as soon as their economy bounces back, which is probably going to happen after the lockdowns, we're going to see even higher global demand. So that said, the only way to solve a problem like that is basically, have more volumes of gas flowing, and this is going to come from in these particular circumstances. This is probably going to come from diversification and faster diversification and multiple sourcing of energy. What you mentioned about normal prices is extremely interesting, and actually, brings us right to the heart of the problem, the heart of the issue, because the issue is competitiveness of the European industry, I guess, and through that, I can only say that normal prices for the industry are globally competitive prices. If we don't have those, then unfortunately, we're going to continue witnessing the demise of the European industry. Right now, it's taking place in a very, very dramatic way. So it is important to ensure as fast as possible globally competitive prices for the survival and the safeguarding our industry. Let me put it this way: at least definitely the industry that's exposed to global competition as price takers.
So, Nico, given that the gas prices are one of the main drivers regarding energy prices, so I expect that we are not going to see low or the energy price that we used to have some years ago in the near future, correct? So what are the companies doing? This is affecting its competitiveness, the business plans, the daily operation. It affects all of these things. How can you deal with all of that? And especially in a business like the one that you are dealing with that has to do with the metal industry, which is very, very energy intensive.
That's right in the heart of the matter. Strikes right in the heart of the matter, Konstantinos, because, in all honesty, what we're witnessing is shutdowns and curtailments being announced every single day, in Europe, definitely for primary aluminum smelters and zinc smelters and refineries, some refineries, but mainly alumina refineries and not oil refineries, definitely, but also fertilizer industries that are extremely exposed to gas prices. The defense mechanism against those would have been hedging, let's say. But hedging is often proposed or suggested as the silver bullet. And truth is, in the conditions that we're witnessing right now, hedging, forward pricing, well, purchasing at forward prices is actually impossible. So anything that right now isn't hedged in terms of industrial production cannot stay afloat. So, and unfortunately, according to some projections by Wood Mackenzie earlier this week, we may expect at least another, give or take, 600,000 tons of primary aluminum to go out of business in Europe within the coming months. Bear in mind, Europe's current primary aluminum production is down to levels that we haven't seen since the 70s, when global demand for aluminum was roughly 10 million tons, and right now it's closer to 70 million tons. So that kind of sums up the disastrous impact of these energy prices, and also to some extent points to the necessity for targeted and tailor-made solutions, because solutions that have been proposed or tabled with minimal impact on prices that could alleviate part of the issue would definitely not cut it for the industry. It wouldn't solve the major problem that we're faced with. So it's really crucial to address it. And if I may just say one thing here, I don't think Europe has the luxury to forego its strategic autonomy in raw materials and metals. And we're going to need a hell of a lot more if we are going to stay put in our transition to a net zero economy by 2050. We're going to need many, many more metals to get us there for all the enabling technologies and equipment. So aside, let's say, from the tragic impact on jobs, the GDP, we're talking about tens of thousands of jobs that are lost. We will be repeating the same mistake that led us into this current situation in the first place. We will be making ourselves more dependent on imports. And those imports are coming primarily from the Asian market, China mostly. So it's extremely important that we grasp that part of the debate and understand it and realize that it's not a luxury we can afford right now.
So it is not only profitability, it's also an issue of competitiveness. It's a huge issue for all European entities. And I saw the other day that Mytilineos was one of the few Greek entities that signed a letter that Eurometaux sent to the European Commission suggesting some measures regarding energy cuts and cutting prices and some more other measures and suggestions. Can you please describe and share some more details on this initiative?
Yeah, absolutely. So Eurometaux is the Non-Ferrous Metals Association of Europe. I'm actually the chairman of the Energy and Climate Change Committee of Eurometaux, and it's not the first time we addressed the Commission. We've done it back in January and in June, and this time we opted for a letter of, signed by CEOs, given the fact that we wanted to stress, let's say, the urgency of the matter and the criticality, and make sure that all the policymakers grasp the dire situation we're in, and the fact that there isn't a moment to lose. So in this letter, aside from stressing, the current predicament, we also flag the massively detrimental impact that this switch has. So the switch to imports rather than domestic production on the climate targets as well of the European Union. So basically, through replacing European, let's say, aluminium production with imports from China, the net impact is an addition of 10 to 20 million tons of CO2 annually. So that is something that can definitely not be considered as aligned with our strategy. We cannot just NIMBY our way out of this. This is not a situation where we can just say that Europe has reduced its emissions and we're happy with it. The demand is still there. It's being met by production, which is far, far more carbon intensive. And this is something that has to be flagged. And aside from that, as I said, I mean, the demand for aluminium by 2050, according to a report prepared by KU Leuven back in April, will more than double. So it makes zero sense for Europe to allow itself to be deprived of its metals production. So in the letter, we came forward with some concrete proposals, which have to do with, well, some interventions in terms of caps and things like that, mainly swiftly improving the temporary emergency state aid framework, the crisis framework that the European Commission has come forward with, making sure that we get full compensation for indirect emission costs across Europe, the creation of an emergency EU fund that would support the electro-intensive industry in particular, and interoperability schemes that could also take stock of the potential of the electro-intensive industry to provide some backing, let's say, to the TSOs and the electricity system in general. But our main proposal has to do with PPAs. And maybe, I don't know if we'll get a chance later on, but I would like to elaborate a little bit on that.
So, Miko, although you say that it has happened before, I think that I do not recall something similar happening in the past. I don't know if we have passed the point where companies across borders, they are cooperating in terms of common good and in order to fight for the survival. Is this where we stand at the moment?
Konstantinos, you're right. Mostly in the past, what we've been witnessing is voicing concerns through associations and things like that. This is CEOs of the biggest metals industries in Europe joining hands and joining voices to sound the alarm. So let me frame it. This is by far the worst year ever for the European metals industry. This is something that we have never seen before. And from the looks of it, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So now is the time to act. And decisions have to be made that tackle this particular problem. I understand that everybody's lining up, and that's absolutely imperative, particularly for governments to safeguard the resilience of the public. Obviously, this is not a competition. This is not a competition who gets what and whether or not we're going to support our industry or the households and things like that. Unfortunately, this is not the case here. It would have been simpler if it were. Right now, everybody requires support to get through, to weather the storm. But it is important not to forget that if the industry goes down, the repercussions for the society as well, and economies, national economies, is going to be massive. And so the chain effect, the spiral effect, particularly considering the value chains upstream and downstream, is going to be massively detrimental, let alone the direct and indirect jobs impact. So this is exactly why, as you rightly pointed out, what we're witnessing now is a shift from, your typical association-based nagging, if I may use that word, into a genuine cry for help and raising the alarm by the industries themselves.
I think this was loud and clear. But what about the measures that have been suggested by the EU? So there are some measures already suggested. They are currently being discussed regarding putting a floor on consumption, putting a floor on gas prices. Are these measures on the same direction, similar to the one that you have described right now? Do you think that they're going to help? And what about the heavy industry, the metal industry and all the heavy industries?
Well, this is really timely what you're saying, because about an hour ago, the council concluded the meeting, the energy ministers, and we have some white smoke coming out of that, and maybe some measures that we should expect to be proposed, concrete measures, let's say, to be proposed by mid-September, as they say. Now, we are extremely concerned about measures that are being put to the table as silver bullets and as the right answer, like for instance, price caps. People just throw out the case of price caps, and then the devil's in the details. When you realize how to implement a price cap, say if we were to implement a price cap on gas, as the council mandated Europe to look into, and I know that the Greeks have submitted the Greek government has submitted a proposal on that. It's extremely imperative to make sure that we do not compromise security of supply, because this is a global market. Let's not forget about that. And there is heavy and fierce competition. If you set the price at a low level, then you're going to deal with shortage. It's not going to come to you. You're not going to buy it. It's as simple as that. Gas is out for grabs right now, and what we're going to witness is a situation where setting this price cap, or even the alternative indexing that's being discussed, let's say people threw the idea on the table, let's just ditch the TTF and index gas contracts at Henry Hub. That will mean that you buy gas at Henry Hub plus a premium. That's the simple answer, because this is a global market, and just switching the name is not going to change the fundamentals, the underlying fundamentals. So capping the price has to be done really carefully. In any event, the issue in inframarginal caps in the electricity market that's also being discussed could have some redistributional effect. We're seeing it operating in Greece, and chapeau to the Greek government, let's say, for interventions that have been proposed way before any European officials considered them. They seem to be improved in the latest proposals by the Commission, but the fundamentals are accepted, let's say. But again, I mean, this inframarginal cap, which is reshuffling of some money that apparently people think as major or immense windfall profits, is only going to get us so far. Let me give you an example. I'm not going to use, figures that will disclose any confidential information, but using the energy prices and cost report of Europe, the average smelter power cost, let me put it this way, was in 2019, give or take 40 euros per megawatt hour. This, under current circumstances, is closer to 400 or 500 if you go out to the forward markets and purchase electricity. So this difference, you have to multiply that by 3 or 4 million megawatt hours a year. So the delta that's produced from this spike in energy prices is so big that it's going to take, it's going to be an all hands on deck exercise. One solution like the ones proposed by Europe is not going to solve it. We need alternative proposals as well. And again, for the industry and for households as well, it's imperative not to further compromise security of supply. This is, I will not get tired of saying that this is extremely imperative. We cannot allow further shutdown of industry. Actually, you need to revive the one that has shut down already, if we are to move forward as a European economy.
Great, Nico. Thank you so much. Last question, and please let's wrap it up in 30 seconds or a minute or so because we are running a bit late. You are mentioning a lot in the letter that has been prepared by Eurometo regarding PPAs, regarding renewable energy. So is this an accelerator? Please, a quick answer in less than a minute if you can.
It can be an accelerator. Thanks for asking this. Too bad we don't have a lot of time, but the PPAs for electro-intensive industries are a specific thing. Greece has notified to the Commission a scheme called the Green Pool, which Eurometo suggests that it could even be implemented on an EU scale, which is leveraging the financial capabilities of electro-intensive industries through long-term PPAs, RES PPAs, for not just safeguarding their survival, but also aggressively deploying massive volumes of renewables, which is probably the only way to get through this in the first place. So I will just say that the time for pondering and long deliberation is over. This is on the Commission's table since almost a year ago. I understand some sort of an official pre-notification took place a bit before the summer, maybe, but this is the time for swift action. So enabling schemes such as the Green Pool and tax incentives like the ones we propose in the letter to the European Commission have to be implemented now. We don't have a moment to lose. And by the way, let me close by just saying that a couple of minutes ago, I only saw that Bloomberg NEF published a graph on how corporate PPAs are going. Under current circumstances, the corporate PPA market is slumping precisely because we don't have legal certainty and regulatory certainty. And at the same time, we lack the enabling conditions. Plus, of course, the uncertainty caused by the war and all that. So we need to accelerate the implementation of those solutions. Otherwise, it might be really too late. And in the words of Paul Voss, that's our Director General of European Aluminium, if we don't act now, there might not be a lot to save.
Thank you so much, Nico. I think everything that you have said is really, really helpful. The message is loud and clear. There are many things to take place in order to revive these companies and keep the European entities at a competitive level in order to make it even after the war and even after 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Konstantinos. Thanks to everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm George Kremlis, Principal Advisor to the Greek Prime Minister on Energy, Environment, Climate, and Circular Economy. I have the pleasure to welcome virtually David Livingstone. A video will be projected in a while as David, although he wanted to be with us, is with Secretary John Kerry, traveling around the globe to promote the green climate agenda of John Kerry and the Biden administration. So in a while, we will project the video, and then I will continue with my own presentation.
Kalispera, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am remiss to not be joining you in person in beautiful Thessaloniki. I remember fondly the several past years I participated in this important forum, and am greatly impressed by how it has grown so quickly from a good idea, a small but promising gathering, into a critical item on the year's calendar, and foremost venue for discussing the opportunities and challenges of the global energy transition and its implications for Southeast Europe. I'm extremely grateful to our hosts, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Atlantic Council and U.S. Chamber of Commerce serving as strategic partners. Thanks also to the U.S. Embassy in Greece, headed by the incredibly capable and dedicated Ambassador Sounis, for his continued leadership on these issues. It is terrific to be in the company of the ambassador at this forum, as well as Deputy Assistant Secretary Volz from the Department of Energy, and our array of outstanding ambassadors from the region. These colleagues are indispensable partners and keystones of U.S. efforts to enhance energy security and sustainability in Greece and across Southeast Europe. It's also wonderful to be here today with Mr. George Kremlis, whom I've worked closely over the past year and a half with on these critical issues. When I last spoke to this gathering last year, I highlighted 3 pillars of our then still nascent U.S. climate diplomacy efforts: getting the U.S. on track, exercising U.S. leadership, and of course, raising global climate ambition and action. I'm pleased to say that, while there's more work to be done, we're coming from a position of strength on all 3 accounts. Last year's bipartisan infrastructure framework, coupled with this year's Inflation Reduction Act, represent a historic investment of well over $400 billion in the clean energy transition, not counting hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars in additional loan program office authority for loan guarantees in the Department of Energy. It will help scale some of the most promising and compelling startups and fast-growing entrepreneurs to address our shared climate and energy challenges. We hope that the United States will become an engine for smart, clean, prosperous economic growth, with knock-on benefits for many partners around the world. This historic investment also helps to make significant progress towards our own 2030 climate target of cutting emissions in half from 2005 levels by the end of this decade. These developments are, of course, then complementary to our own international-facing initiatives, efforts, and broader leadership activities. For example, the United States has launched, together with the United Arab Emirates, the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, AIM for Climate for short. AIM for Climate is mobilizing new public and private investment toward climate-smart agriculture innovation, which we need more than ever in a world whose food systems have been strained by war, supply chain disruptions, and climate impacts. The Inflation Reduction Act will include historic new levels of investment in climate-smart ag as well. And this, in turn, will help to further power AIM for Climate. We hope that other countries will join us in this effort. We have a coalition at the moment of over 40 countries, nearly 200 non-government stakeholders as well, from companies to universities to philanthropies and beyond. And then there's another initiative that comes to mind, the First Movers Coalition, which President Biden proudly launched at COP26 in Glasgow last year, and which is gathering demand signals for greener products in key sectors, including hard-to-abate sectors. These are sectors like steel, aluminum, cement, aviation, trucking, carbon dioxide removal, and of course, shipping. We're proud to feature 55 companies representing nearly $8.5 trillion worth of market cap. That's nearly 10% of the Fortune 2000, as well as 10 different countries across 3 continents, all as part leaders of the First Movers Coalition. Greece, many of the other countries gathered at this event, can play a key role here, especially given the leadership role that you have in the shipping sector. We need the shipping sector's ingenuity and can-do spirit more than ever to power ahead. I'm excited by the fact that clean hydrogen production tax credit in the Inflation Reduction Act will likely make clean shipping fuels competitive with, and in some cases cheaper than, low sulfur fuel oil in the United States over this decade for use in the shipping sector. We also must lead on the world stage, of course. And I'm pleased to say that not only have many of those gathered here today been key partners in the push to get us to where we are today, with well over 50% of global GDP aligned with long-term and near-term climate targets, with keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius, our global goal, within reach. Not only that, but there are also synergistic issues that speak to the core values and identity of this region. For example, to return to shipping, the United States was proud during Secretary Kerry's visit to Athens last month to announce that Greece will be hosting the 2024 Our Oceans Conference. Thank you for that leadership. And in addition to this, the United States is proud to support Greece's efforts to promote the protection of the region's world-renowned cultural heritage from the impacts of climate change. My friends, there's much to build on here, not just in the energy security arena, not just in the climate arena, but in the wise and pragmatic synthesis of these 2 compelling policy priorities. As you've also heard from others, promoting Southeast Europe's energy security in ways that align with our shared climate goals is a top U.S. policy priority. In Secretary Kerry's office, at the Department of Energy, at the Department of State, in every single part of the United States government, we are committed to this region and to having a shared destiny of creating modern, clean, and competitive economies that will flourish in the 21st century. Together, there's much we can do. Together, we can, for example, improve our anticipation, reaction, prevention of wildfires and other climate impacts that have devastated this region, as well as my own home state of California, which earlier this week went through a historic heat wave. Together, we can build safe, secure, transparent clean energy supply chains so that our workers and our societies actually prosper as we propel the clean energy transition forward and deploy more clean energy in our respective markets. Together, we can work to develop, commercialize, and ultimately deploy the next generation technologies that we'll need to make our energy system safe, flexible, and increasingly decarbonized over the years to come. It feels like there are many promising threads connecting the United States to Greece and other countries in this region across the domain of the energy transition. But we have only just begun to weave those threads together. We look forward to doing that together with you all. And I look forward to hearing some of the ideas for how to do that faster, better, and in new ways that we've never thought of from the conversations that take place at this conference. I'm looking forward to also hearing Mr. Kremlis's remarks, thoughts, and ideas on the next steps for how the United States can engage meaningfully, constructively, and for that greater future of shared prosperity with you all here in the room and you all in the region. So thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and I wish I was with you today. Thanks very much.
I would like to thank David Livingstone. I hope next year he will make it to be with us. We have developed an excellent cooperation, and I would like also to stress the important role that Secretary Kerry is playing as regards climate protection globally. And the relationship that we have developed on energy issues with the United States, which is to be praised. Now, let me react to what David has said and share with you also my own remarks. I believe that we need to develop the short, the mid, and think about the long term. And of course, the short term is COP27 in November in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. This is the big challenge to convince the international community that the climate crisis is worsening. It is exacerbated because of the war and the energy crisis, and all this has created a spillover effect, which the international community has to address. And the key message for COP27 is that the war and the energy crisis should not delay the energy transition and our common goal not to have the temperature of the planet exceed the 1.5 Celsius. And in that respect, the role of the United States is extremely important. The new Biden administration and Secretary Kerry are, if I can say so, very green. They are promoting climate diplomacy. We are on the same page with the European Union. The European Union has a very ambitious agenda, and I believe that COP27 has to be a success. The other challenge of the short term is winter. We need all to face a cold winter of energy scarcity and the high prices. This has been developed in the previous panel. So what we need is two things: ensure solidarity towards the neighbors, and Greece has shown solidarity vis-à-vis Bulgaria. Bulgaria is expecting us to help them more. The good news is that on the 1st of October, the Azeri gas through TAP will flow to Bulgaria through IGB. This is a major achievement while the FSRU is developing. And of course, there will be pipelines to North Macedonia, the aim being that IGB can be further developed to Romania and to Ukraine, as currently we're discussing about a solidarity corridor from the north to the south, rather from the south to the north to Ukraine. This should become in the future an energy corridor, a green energy corridor. And of course, this is an extremely important issue. Therefore, energy security is the big challenge of this winter, combined to energy efficiency and to all the measures that today are being discussed with many difficult, I would say, challenges in the Energy Council of Ministers in Brussels. Hopefully, the conclusion will be rewarding, but for the time being, things seem to be difficult. And of course, the short-term, mid-term key challenge is the development of circular economy. Circular economy is the new economic model which will boost energy transition and ensure climate neutrality. It has to be developed simultaneously with all the other measures to boost renewables and, of course, to promote the energy transition. The midterm is to promote further gas, hydrogen, and I would say green electricity. And in that respect, Greece can become a corridor of clean green energy, which will come from Egypt through the interconnector. Renewable energy, clean energy can be brought to Greece and from Greece transferred to the other countries of the European Union, not only to our neighbors. This requires, it has been said by previous speakers, an extension of the grid, a smart grid to interconnect the region, and of course, storage capacity. And in that respect, the link between circular economy and critical raw materials, to which the previous speaker was referring, is extremely important, because critical raw materials are key to ensure the energy transition. You need them for the smart batteries. You need them for all the renewable energy devices. You need them for electromobility, electric chargers, etc. So there is an interconnection between circular economy and energy transition, which we need to support. And in that respect, what is important is to promote the gas pipelines, to extend the network. IGB is extremely important, the FSRU is extremely important, but the gas pipelines have to be developed as dual pipelines, which in the future will become hydrogen mixed in the first stage, and then hydrogen pipelines. And then, of course, in the long term, we need hydrogen, and the fusion is coming, and hopefully there are already good signs that fusion experiments have been successful, and that we will not need to wait till 2050 to achieve this. We will be present in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, for COP27. It is important to support Egypt to become a green energy hub, and in that respect, the help of the United States is extremely important. We need energy security and peace in the region and in Eastern Mediterranean, and I would like to add to this, bringing through cable green electricity to Greece and then to Europe is extremely important, but we need also to exploit our gas resources. And the good news is that in Block 6 in Cyprus, very important discoveries have been made. Therefore, it is important again to reconsider the East Med project, which at a certain moment was considered as not bankable. Now, with the new discoveries, one can be much more optimistic and determined, and I do believe that gas can flow from Israel, Egypt, and Cyprus to Greece, and then to the European Union, and in the future, all these pipelines can be also used as hydrogen pipelines, as Egypt has the potential not only to produce green electricity, but also to become a hydrogen hub. The last points I wanted to share is the new generation of fuels. David has referred to two important USA initiatives, which are also very important for the European Union and for Greece, and which can lead to greening the shipping sector in terms of new generation of fuels, extremely important. Storage is extremely important. Unfortunately, Greece doesn't have the storage capacity. This is something we need to develop. The neighbors are supporting us, Italy and Bulgaria, to store the 15% that we have to store according to the EU legislation. But this is a challenge that we need to face. And of course, carbon capture storage is important. And I do believe that we have capacity in Greece to develop carbon capture storage. Therefore, a lot of challenges ahead in which the USA can help us with the new initiatives, the new technologies that they are developing, and most importantly, the stability that we need in the region to be able to exploit all the resources, not only of Southeast Europe, but also of East Mediterranean, which are to be considered as European Union resources. And in that respect, the role and the support of the United States can be extremely important. So once again, I would like to thank David Livingstone for his speech and for the excellent cooperation that we have developed. And of course, we're looking forward to our cooperation within COP27 and to the support of the United States of America as regards the Greek initiative at the UN level that I have the privilege to chair, which is protecting, and I finish with this, cultural and natural heritage from climate impacts. This is the Greek initiative, which is supported by more than 100 UN member states, and which is also supported by the United States, and we are grateful to them for their support. Thank you for your attention, and I think we can move now to the next panel as the time is running. Thank you.